Hey everyone, and welcome to Nighttime Stories. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're watching from. I always love seeing how far these stories reach. Now, get comfortable and relax. If you have ever heard of skinwalkers, you know some of the terrifying stories that come with the name. You also know that there is one rule you should follow. You shouldn't talk about them, or it could attract them. I unfortunately didn't listen to that rule. Being that I moved from southern Utah to East Tennessee, I thought I was safe, since they originate from the Navajo tribes located in Utah. I could be wrong, but that is what I believed. If you don't know much history about skinwalkers, I highly recommend researching them on your own due to the fact I don't know how much longer I will survive. I live in a pretty rural part of East Tennessee. There are maybe 200 people in a 30-mile radius of me, which means there aren't many indigenous people around either. Where I live is mildly wooded on the property, and the properties next to me are the same, but towards the back, where the property line ends, it's very densely wooded. I don't know if the property owners before me weeded it out that way, but it seems that way. I live alone with an American Bulldog mix named Maxine. What makes everything even better is, I live in a fifth wheel. So you can guess it's small. The slightest wind makes the whole camper rock like a boat. The slightest move makes the camper rock too. My camper has modifications to it, like a deadbolt implemented into the door. It is kind of set up like a studio apartment, just mini. I have a couch, and a full-size bed, and a kitchen. It's all small but very cozy. Just enough room for me and Max to live together comfortably. My camper is insulated well, so you can't hear anything except loud sounds around you. On the given chance a car passes the property I'm on, you won't hear it. But when the rooster crows in the property just next to me, I can hear it. The crow will just be muffled. Another thing to mention is, I work from my camper and don't go many places except my parents or friends if I'm up to driving an hour to see them. Max is my protector. She is friendly until I give her a hand signal. Then she will start to snarl and sit in between my legs. I haven't really seen her act protective, or even heard her snarl at anything without my signal until now. Even when a wild fox or skunk comes meandering across my property, she hasn't acted protective. The only way I can explain it is she will escort them off the property. She will stay her distance, but she does in a way escort them off. It's cute in a way. She isn't mean to them. Doesn't bark at the wild little creatures, won't lunge or chase them. It's almost like she is protecting them. After 3 years of living here, Max won't venture into the densely wooded area of the forest. She doesn't act scared, but she won't go past the property line unless she is on a leash or in the car. After 3 years of living here, you get accustomed to the wildlife and the sounds they make at night. I would say I'm pretty confident with how well I know the area. Well, that was until now. Around a month ago, in August, I was throwing a bonfire for a friend who was going to leave for work-related things. And I don't exactly know how we got into the topic, but we started to talk about spooky, scary things. A friend of mine asked me if I had any spooky folklore to tell, since my friends knew that I lived in southern Utah, and was most likely wanting me to go into mythical creatures and what I knew, and if I had any stories. I myself have a very open mind about literally everything. I believe in ghosts and witchcraft, but most of all, if an indigenous person tells me shit, I'm gonna believe them, whether or not it's true. Well, I gave in, thinking I was safe, and started to tell them about skinwalkers and then Skinwalker Ranch, and how freaky it was that you can't access it anymore, because the military won't let you go near it for some reason or another. I mostly touched on spooky things about skinwalkers, how they are shapeshifters, and how one stalked my grandmother. I went into the nitty-gritty. I talked about how they can lure you into the woods or desert, and how my grandmother's first herd of cattle were ripped apart and thrown around like chew toys. She lived in northern Utah. I talked about the screams and how they are blood-curdling and like nothing you have heard before. I detailed about how they can shape-shift from one animal to another, and how that animal will sometimes stand up on 2 paws and walk like a human. I also detailed how they are evil, and I made sure to put emphasis on it. All of what I was talking about had my friends in a trance. We were sat around the fire, in a circle, drinking beer, and when I spoke my stories, they all stopped drinking and focused on what I was saying. It was awesome for me because I'm usually the back burner friend. No one really asks what goes on with my life except horny guys on Tinder looking for a lay, or my parents. The night went on, and one by one my friends went home. Don't worry, I made sure they were sober and had a bite to eat before giving their keys back. Slowly it became only me and one of my close friends. She leaned in to ask me if everything I said was true, and I did tell her I believed in it, but it's an old tale from my grandmother and Navajo tribes. After another hour of us shitting the bull, she left, and Maxine and I went to bed. Everything was normal after that for about 3 days. Then the weird shit started happening. The morning of the third day after the bonfire, I was taking Max for our normal morning walk when we started approaching the end of the property line. Max started snarling and the hair on her back raised, and she started barking at the tree line. It set me off guard, and I tried giving the signal to Max because I thought it was some drugged-up person walking in the forest. I couldn't get Maxine's attention. I called her by her nickname, then her full name, but nothing was working. She stood her ground, barking and snarling at the tree line. That's when I heard a twig snap in the woodline, and Max ran as fast as she could back to our little camper. Like the sane person I am, I didn't investigate. I ran like hell. I didn't want to die. Ironic, right? Once we both got inside, Max seems restless and paced the camper until I made her lay down and rest a bit. Maybe she was having an off day. After her nap, she seemed back to normal, and nothing else seemed to happen during the day. I had forgotten about the stories I told around the fire 3 days beforehand, so I wrote it off as maybe a bear or wild cat, and it made sense because she hasn't seen one before. But it was still weird of her to act how she did. As the day grew older and the sun was ready to set, I let Max out to go and do her business before I started getting ready to settle into my comfy bed and read. Max came back and laid down on her couch, and we got settled. I must have fallen asleep reading because I woke up to my book laying on my chest and a blood-curdling scream. Max was up on her couch on all fours, staring dead at the door, to the camper growling and snarling. I quickly got up and locked the camper door. I guess I forgot to before I fell asleep, and lifted up my bed to grab a .22 pistol I kept underneath just in case. I called Max to sleep on the bed with me. I'm not going to lie, I was scared. No, not scared, petrified. Max was alert next to me as the screams went on through the night. The screams finally stopped around 4 in the morning, and I fell asleep clutching the gun in my right hand and my left hand on Max. I slept until the late morning. I woke up around 11, with Max seemed to have fallen asleep, half laying on me facing the front of the camper. I woke Max up to take her to go to the bathroom and to walk around and play a little, and it was like she was back to normal completely. But today we didn't go back to the property line. We stayed closer to the camper and worked and played and listened to nature's music. The day went by normal. At night it was back with the screaming. This went on for a couple weeks, and me and Max got used to it, still wary but used to the screams, until one night came along where things got even more terrifying. It was about 2.5 weeks after the blood-curdling screams started. When they started, the screams weren't close by us. They were by the property line in the back, by the dense woods. Well, they seemed to be getting closer this night, probably more towards the middle of the back property, and there were 2 creatures letting out these horrific screams. By this point, I still haven't remembered the skinwalker stories I told the night of the bonfire. Either way, I was still terrified. But again, I got used to the screams and fell asleep, with Max by my side. When me and Max got up the next morning, it was around 9 in the morning. We went outside, and it looked as if a tornado went through. My picnic table was flipped over, the fire pit had been thrown 50 feet to the right, and dead animals ripped and tore to pieces were left absolutely everywhere. And that's when it hit me. You aren't supposed to speak of skinwalkers, or it could attract them. But I was in East Tennessee, not Utah or the surrounding states, so how could it be a skinwalker? Me and Max took the 20 minutes walk to my nearest neighbor, who I rarely talked to. I had Max on a leash, and as we were coming up onto the small cabin the lady lived in, I noticed dead animals all over her yard, too. I knocked on the door and she warily opened it with gun in hand. Now this lady isn't violent or mean in any way. She is actually rather nice. As she opened the door, she saw it was me through the screen door also in place and set her gun down. "Hey, Max and I just came over to see how you were doing." "Oh, hey, Sarah. I'm doing okay." She had trailed off. "So, weird shit has been happening on my property, and I was just wondering if you have heard screams or anything else at night. I noticed that you have wild animal carcasses littered all over your yard." "Yeah. In fact, my dogs went missing a couple days ago, and She was cut off by something slamming down next to the house. Her house had trees surrounding her house and littered across her property mildly like mine until you hit the property line. Her property was about 2 acres wider than mine on each side, but the densely wooded forest started where mine had started. She grabbed the gun from arm's length of her and ran past me to the side of the house. I followed her and Max went in front of me with her hair up, but not barking or snarling. When I reached my neighbor, she was crouched down and sobbing. Max and I walked closer and it came into view that 2 dogs have hit the ground from above. I won't go into detail about them, but it was gruesome. Something had dropped them from the trees. Which is weird because skinwalkers don't normally come out during the day, or so I thought. My neighbor quickly stopped crying and ushered us to her truck. She clearly didn't want my company anymore, but I don't blame her. She was going to drive us back home. It took maybe 3 minutes to get from her place to mine. She dropped Max and I off. I thanked her, shut the door, and my neighbor quickly sped off. It was safe to say me and Max spent the rest of the day inside with the door dead-bolted. I heard weird sounds from outside, but I didn't dare to investigate. That night, for the first time in a while, was quiet, and for a brief moment I thought I was safe, that life could go back to normal. The next 2 nights lead me to where I'm at now, telling this story, in hopes that someone can tell me what to do. On the first night after the normal night, shit went haywire. Me and Max had fallen asleep around 9 p.m. after a fairly normal day of cleaning my property and getting it back to normal. We were awoken by a god-awful scream, and twice as bad stench that seemed to be right outside my camper. I knew I had the door dead-bolted shut, so I wasn't worried until my camper started shaking like someone was trying to tip it over. This went on for what seemed like forever, until I heard 2 gunshots from the left. Whatever this thing was got hit and screamed a scream I have never in my life heard before. That's when the laughing started. Whatever this thing was started laughing. Like I said before, I don't know much about skinwalkers, so I didn't know they could laugh. The laughing started to go further away in the direction of where the gun went off, and then the rest of the night was quiet. Too quiet. The silence was so deafening, it freaked me out even more. The night crept on, and still I didn't hear anything. I started drifting off into sleep when I started to hear banging on my camper door. The banging shook the entire camper. Then I heard screaming. "Help me, please let me in. They're coming, please. Sarah, hurry, let me in." The voice seemed to be my neighbor, but off. I couldn't explain it. On one hand, it sounded like her, but on the other, it had a slightly off dialect as hers. She had a deep twang to her voice, since she grew up in East Tennessee her whole life. But this voice, almost like it was trying to mimic her voice. The stench came wafting in through the AC vents just in time, right as I was about to unlock and open the door. I stood frozen in my tracks. The voice then warped to be my father's voice, pleading for help, but I knew I couldn't open that door, or it would mean certain death. Then came the other voice, my mother, from the second creature. But again, like my neighbor, the dialect was slightly off, but they were crying for help. Underneath my full-size bed was a huge storage compartment. It was accessible by a sliding door by the base of the bed. I had it built from metal to fit in the camper, also to use it as a bed frame, but I only kept one gun, my pistol, underneath, in case I needed to hide in there for some reason. Well, this was just that reason. I slid open the door and climbed inside and called Max to come in with me. Then I shut the door. Everything became muffled at that point. The voices switched between my siblings to my parents, to my neighbor, but since I wasn't willing to come out, this seemed to piss these creatures off even more. I hid under the bed and shook until morning, when I heard police knock. I was wary to come out from my metal shelter, but I did and opened the door. "Hello, is this Sarah?" Bleeping out my last name for protection's house. One police officer initiated. "Hello. Yes. I'm Sarah. Is something wrong?" "We just wanted to ask some questions about you, neighbor." Bleep for her protection. "Did you witness any grizzly bear or wild cats on your property lately? Maybe even a person?" "Well, not a bear or wild cat, but some weird stuff has been going on around here lately." And I told the officers about everything that had happened in the past month, up until that point. Of course, I knew nothing was going to come of it because the police force don't go looking into mythical creatures, but they did take my statement and left. But before they did, I told them if they needed to get in contact with me, to go to my parents' address. That's when they told me it was a good idea to leave because my neighbor had been brutally murdered and ripped apart by something or someone. It was her who shot at the creatures. At that point I was done. I was ready to pack up and leave, so I started to pack everything up, and I called my parents to let them know I was moving onto their property. My dad asked if I needed help, and I obliged, and he said he would be there within the hour to help me load up my camper onto my truck, which I have only done a handful of times. Then I called my place of employment and apologized for the late reports, and let them know I would get back to work tomorrow, that I was having some trouble with getting them uploaded. I was only halfway through packing my shit when my dad arrived. He didn't ask any questions, but did in fact help me pack and secure the inside of my camper down so when traveling my stuff wouldn't fly all over the place. He noticed that all of my outdoor items have been completely trashed and pushed them to the side and out of the way, which I thanked him for since there was no way in hell I was taking them with me, especially after what I heard from the police. We finally finished packing and hooking up my fifth-wheel camper to my truck in the late afternoon, around 5 p.m. I loaded up Max, and my dad led the way. I finally felt a weight lifting off my shoulders. I finally felt like I was safe. Maybe whatever is there will stay there. My dad didn't ask me what was wrong, he just knew. And like any good father, he helped me get packed and ready to move back home. Even though I was still going to live in my fifth wheel with Max, I felt safe. As I was driving, I felt happy again, not so terrified of whatever was going on behind me. I was singing and dancing and giving Max all the love and appraisal she deserved for helping me get through it all. As all this happiness appeared, I quickly went. I looked over into the woods, and two creatures were running alongside my truck in the woodline. The way back to my parents' house was through back roads in the county, which means they were long, curvy, heavily wooded, and more than one creek winding through them. Most of the creeks didn't have guardrails since the roads weren't used as much as they would be in a city or town. The roads were easy to navigate in the day, but since the sun was setting quickly, I knew we had to get to the house as quickly as possible. I tried everything to distract myself from the creatures running beside my truck. I looked over at Max and she was sound asleep, not even noticing them. Somehow I couldn't keep my eyes off of them. I tried as hard as I could to focus on the road and my surroundings. I tried to focus on how pretty the leaves looked during the fall. I thought of my family and friends. I thought of all my wonderful co-workers who did on occasion call or send me flowers for being good at my job. I looked at all the streams and creeks I was passing and admiring how beautiful they looked. I listened to the radio playing all my favorite oldies and sang along to them. Still, my eyes drifted. They weren't slowing down, they didn't seem tired. These creatures were still weaving in and out of the tree line, staring me down. I couldn't quite look at them long enough to figure out what they were, but they were some sort of dog-like creature. Yet, as I was driving, they seemed to be quiet. They didn't scream or do weird noises like I heard the night before. They almost seemed to be waiting for something. The sun was setting even faster. It was slowly getting darker and darker. Luckily, I had amazing headlights to light up the road in front of my pretty well. But still, the part of the county we were in had a 2-lane road that was small. Only one yellow line distinguished which side of the road you were on. Since I had a heavy-duty truck, I had to ride in the middle so I wouldn't send my truck nor my camper into the ditch. I continued to drive behind my dad, occasionally looking to see how far ahead he was. He didn't travel faster than the speed limit, but this time he was 30 yards ahead of me. I sped up to keep close behind. I was slowly catching up when we passed over one of the deeper creeks. Bam! Splash! Something had hit the side of my truck hard enough to flip it off the road. I must have been unconscious for hours. When I came to, I woke up with someone flashing a light in my eyes. I could see their mouths moving, but all I could hear was a deep ringing. Everything seemed fuzzy, and I drifted between conscious and unconsciousness. The last thing I remember was getting loaded onto the ambulance and seeing my truck and camper in literary pieces. I couldn't see the Max at first, but when I did, I noticed she was 10 feet up into a tree and shredded to pieces. I don't remember much, but I do remember I had been transported to a hospital near a decent-sized city, and I had been in a coma for only a couple days when I finally woke up. I woke up in the middle of the night when a nurse came to check on me. When she opened the door and saw I was awake, she ran out in a panic. It must have been a good 10 minutes when she and a man came walking in. "Hey, you're going to be fine. I see you have woken up. Do you know where you are?" the man said. I couldn't talk. I had a fucking piece of plastic shoved down my throat. When I noticed it, I started gagging and coughing. The nurse quickly grabbed something and shoved it into my IV, and I was out like a light again. From what my parents told me, I had to be put into a coma for 3 weeks to let my body heal from the accident. I eventually woke up, healed and ready to get up and go. But alas, I still had to stay for a week to let my body adjust. I don't really know. Eventually, I did get to go home to my parents. I had no truck, I had no camp trailer, and I had no Max. I still remember the shape her body was in, and I don't think anyone but me noticed. I spent most of my first day home mourning the loss of Max. I missed her so much. She didn't deserve this. I felt like all of this was my fault, and essentially it was. That night, the noises started back up, the screams, the different voices, everything. I was pissed. What could they possibly want? They killed my dog, ruined my truck and camper, and put me in a coma for weeks on end. I got up and wobbled outside. "Shut up, go away." I screamed everything I possibly could to get them to go away. I walked out further into my parents' yard to confront these senile creatures. That's when I noticed they didn't look like dogs or coyotes or wolves. They kind of did, but not fully. The back end of them was the body of a dog, but the front was humanism, and the head of the creature was big, fluffy, and misshapen. There were at least 20 of these creatures. I quickly turned on my heel and went back inside. I could tell they were running right for me, but I couldn't run. I was still hurt. I accepted the fact that I could possibly get killed, and I was fine with it. I wasn't with anyone, and my parents have multiple children. I reached the door, quickly ran in, shut it, and locked it all in time. I could hear the creatures throw their bodies against the house, and it felt like a never-ending earthquake shook the house to its core. I could feel them breathe. My parents came running down the stairs and grabbed me, rushing me down to the basement as the back door splintered into pieces, letting more and more of the evil creatures in. My dad deadbolted and hit a little red button in the basement. The sound of screeching metal filled my ears as a metal box surrounded the room. "Why haven't you ever told me of this?" I asked. "I built it just in case," my dad replied, and with that reply he went cold. That's when I knew this has happened before, to Grandma, and as far as I know, to me. I turned to my mother and I asked her, "What happened?" She looked at me and sighed. She knew exactly what I meant when I asked her question, which sent her into a story I have never even imagined. Back in the day, when Grandma was a young teenager, her parents lived here in Tennessee. She dated a young Shawnee boy. She loved this boy to pieces. They spent every waking moment attached at the hip. Well, her daddy didn't like him too much. He thought it was unethical, fucking racist bastard, and decided to, well, take care of the problem. Since then, the Shawnee tribe has cursed any land our family was touched. That's why she died when you were young. Different creatures of the day or night stalk us, waiting for the moment to kill us. And you called upon one of the night creatures, and now they're here. I could hear furniture being ripped to pieces and the house torn apart. My heart pounded out of my chest. I was angry. I was depressed knowing what my mom was going to say next. They are here because you called them upon us again. We lived in the shadows. Until now. She stopped and turned away. I could tell that she was angry and frustrated. I felt my heart sink to my stomach. I did this. This was all my fault. It had felt like we have been in this metal imprisonment for weeks. We had enough food, and only one single flashlight. We had buckets with lids for hours. You know the business. We slept on the floor in sleeping bags, and for pillows we used our jackets. It was coyish, a little too cozy. My parents didn't really talk to me, nor I to them. I was subsequently the one who brought this upon us, with the help of my grandmother, of course. Throughout this entirety, we still heard the creatures scream. They had stopped ripping apart our house after a few hours. Unfortunately, they did surround the metal box, or that's what it seemed like. They were waiting for us to come out of hiding. They would quiet down for a couple of hours, then they would scream and try to lure us out of our metal bunker, using the voices of people in our lives. One by one, they cycled through people, from my mother's patients to friends and family members, until all we heard was what seemed like a crowd of people screaming and bawling their eyes out. They did this every single time. Every single time. It was wearing my mom out. At one point, I and Dad had to physically sit on her to get her from pushing the button. Hell, let's be honest, it was wearing us out. They knew how to trigger our emotions. Only a handful of times did I hear Max's disembodied yelp and screams. It infuriated me. My poor baby didn't deserve this bullshit. Every time I heard that yelp, I wanted to push the button and run out to save her. But right before I did, I remembered each time that she was gone. I was going insane. I felt like shit for putting Max into the situation that leads her to her demise. I felt like I had put my family in a death or death situation. My parents wouldn't talk to me if at all. And I was defeated. One what I believed to be a day, everything was going about as our new normal when I started hearing whimpering. A couple of the creatures started to whimper for a while, then struck absolute chaos. Sirens and gunshots and what sounded like chanting rang through the metal bunker. It was a bittersweet feeling to hear something other than creatures trying to kill us. At one end, was it just our minds playing tricks on us, or was it real? My parents heard it too. They actually started talking to me, and to each other. Then we made up a game plan. When the gunshots and sirens stop and we hear voices, we will hit the button and take the risk of going back into the house. If we die, whatever. If we live, awesome, let's move on with our lives. And we took our places around the bunker and waited. It seemed like hours had passed before the gunshots and sirens stopped ringing. That's when we heard two voices calling out our names. Hesitantly, my dad hit the button, and slowly the mental prison we had been confined to lifted. I could hear the slabs of metal slamming back to their dormant position, and light filling up the room like a pleasant ocean. I was the first to walk up and out of the bunker. I walked up the stairs. That's when I saw her. I remembered at that moment, if for any reason that someone couldn't contact me or my parents, they were to call my closest friend Sierra. She was my and final emergency contact on all my forms. Next to her was the cop on the scene at my accident. I walked up with my hands in the air so I wouldn't get shot and killed by the policeman, and my parents followed behind closely. I hugged Sierra before I could notice my parents' house. It was in absolute shambles. A whole wall had been torn off and ripped to pieces. All of the furniture had been turned literally inside out. Holes in the wall, the whole 9 yards. People who I didn't recognize walked around the house chanting something, and the police officer started to speak. I don't remember much of the conversation, but I do remember that the hospital called Sierra to notify her that I hadn't made it to one of my appointments and couldn't get a hold of me. She had informed them that she hadn't been able to get a hold of me either, and then she contacted the authorities. She had driven past my parents' property before the authorities had arrived and smelt a stench that was all too recognizable, and called a friend who was a part of the Shawnee tribe. Then had called the authorities to tell them to meet her somewhere close by to explain the situation she had just seen, and to give her and them time for the Shawnee tribe to arrive. From there, that's when they saved us. The officer looked at my parents and started to explain that unfortunately with situations like these, we had to go into a protection plan, kind of like the witness protection plan, but different. The indigenous groups of America came up with a protection plan for people who had things like this happen, which meant me and my parents and Sierra had to uproot our lives and move somewhere completely different. Change our names and social security numbers, and become completely different people. I looked towards my parents and they looked so undeniably defeated, but eventually agreed. The officer turned to me and Sierra and asked if I wanted to do the same or risk having my life be taken. I and Sierra agreed. Before I could be whisked into a new life, I asked to go outside and get a breath of fresh air. The officer agreed, and I walked out the back door. This time there weren't any weird creatures smiling back at me viciously. I sat down on the grass in my backyard and looked up to the sky and thanked Max for everything she did for me. I thanked my neighbor and her dogs, and all the animals who died in this process, and I apologized to all of them. Then I sat, in pure silence, embracing every twitter from the birds, every day of sunlight that grazed my skin, and breathed. From not far, but distant enough, I heard a tiny whimper. I got up, and despite my mind telling me, "How stupid can you fucking be? You almost died just now. Stop walking towards it." I let my body walk towards the bush that it was coming from. I reached underneath to see what it was and to pull it out when I felt something fluffy. Not really surprised, I pulled out the fluffy little creatures from under the bush, and I looked at it and smiled. A small dark fox with markings around its ears and eyes like Max's looked up at me. It was malnourished and needed somewhere warm to be, so I took it and walked inside. The cop looked at me and the foxling and ushered us to his vehicle without question. Here I am, on this car ride to the station. All I can hope for is peace and protection. I am going to look after and raise this foxling as best I can until it's time to be released into the wild. Wish me luck. I never thought I would be the kind of person who chased after legends, but when I first heard about the place everyone called the Showers, I felt a thrill. It was late October, and I was a 16-year-old named Matt, new to this small Midwestern town. I found out about it through someone who insisted it wasn't just an old ghost story. He said there was a real teacher named Mr. Simmons, a guy who swore by what he and his college friends experienced in rural Nebraska. I laughed when I first heard the story, but later I found myself thinking about what he described. Mr. Simmons had been the kind of dedicated teacher everyone liked but didn't really know. He taught history and local legends, always disappearing into tangents about haunted houses or abandoned hospitals. One cool Halloween day, he decided to tell us something that seemed different. He closed the blinds in his classroom at dawn, lit a single orange candle, and sat us on the floor in front of a rubber pumpkin. His voice was soft but steady when he described the story. He said he'd driven across the country with 3 friends after graduating college. Their plan was simple: no maps, no schedule. Just drive through New York, Pennsylvania, the Great Plains, and beyond. One evening they found themselves in Nebraska, somewhere near Broken Bow, without a plan for dinner or a place to sleep. They stopped at a dusty motel, exhausted but excited. One of them mentioned his grandma lived nearby. They joked about sneaking in, but when they tried to call her, there was no answer. Nothing felt unusual at first. They headed deeper into the farmland under the pale moonlight, past golden fields that stretched for miles. Hundreds of acres ended at an unlit gravel road, then a patch of scrub and trees. Then they saw a faint glow ahead. A small, nondescript building with blinking fluorescent lights stood off to the side. It was like a poultry processing shed, but somehow it seemed alive when they walked inside. Cattle sounds, broken fixtures, an abandoned smell lingering in the stale air. They walked through the empty warehouse, hearts pounding, searching for someone who could direct them to the grandma's farm. That's when Mr. Simmons paused. He said the air felt thick, heavy, as though it was slowing their breath. The lights flickered. He told us our faces went pale. They saw a narrow door at the far end, A cellar door slightly ajar, with a dim bulb pulsing inside like a heartbeat. It gave off an awful stench. He made us cover our noses as he dropped his voice. He called it the smell of rot, metal, and pain. He said it made him lean forward to breathe. Something inside him whispered they should run. They went down the stairs, one step at a time, lights buzzing overhead. Shadows clung to the walls, twisting and jerking in their vision. The corridor was low-ceilinged, and smells got worse. Then a bulb popped mid-corridor. They jumped back as a piece of rusty tin fell, slicing their friend's forehead. Blood flowed. The pain made something inside them snap. Their friend collapsed. One of them grabbed at the wound. Another shouted. Mr. Simmons told us his voice shook even now at the memory. The injured friend slumped forward, and somehow his tumble opened the red cellar door further. A hallway of barely flickering bulbs stretched behind him. They rushed forward to help him, and as they did, there was a sound like a group of children moaning in the distance, a low, jangled wailing that made the hair on their necks stand straight. He told us everything went slower from that moment, like watching life in a vat of thick syrup. They carried their friend into the tunnel, and then he saw them. At least 20 small figures lined the walls, children, their hair long, stringy, tangled. They wore nothing but nightgowns. Their blank eyes glistened in the dim light. Each figure just stood, unmoving, as though they were carved statues. The injured friend whimpered. The others froze. He said he realized time had slowed and senses sharpened. He smelled wet wood, metal, and a sweetness like rotting fruit. He remembered thinking in horror, this place is alive, and something in it feeds. One of the children stepped forward, tilting its head. His tone dropped lower. It was a slow movement, almost mocking. The child stood beneath a rusted showerhead. Water dripped. The lights flickered in time with the drips. The tap of water felt like a ticking clock. He told us their friend looked up in panic. They dropped him and ran. They fled back up the stairs, past the cellar door, the tin, the lights. Their friend stumbled behind them, collapsing outside the building. They cradled his head, while the cries in the dark hallway grew faint. Then, silence. They sped away in the old station wagon. Their friend bled out before they reached a proper town. No one believed their story. They explained the cuts made by metal falling. The story died, like his friend's dreams. But Mr. Simmons kept it alive by telling it, year after year. He told us at least 3 classmates walked out of his class that morning. Several got sick. The rest sat, petrified, until the bell rang. Summer came, Halloween passed, but the story remained. It was the only moment I ever saw Mr. Simmons break. His eyes teared as he insisted the place was real, and they lost someone there. Then he carried on as if nothing had happened. After class, I stayed behind and asked about the friend. He told me his name was Tyler. He had been 23 and wanted to sail the world. He never made it. The others moved on, but Mr. Simmons stayed. He never went to Broken Bow again, but he never forgot. I left the school that day with my heart in my throat. I told nobody else, but every night I lay awake thinking about that red door, the hall, the children in soaked nightgowns. I told myself it was just a tale, the kind that scars a school full of teenagers for a morning, but I could still smell the rot when I closed my eyes. That winter, I found an old road map in my basement. My father's third car had a dent and smelled like his cigarettes. I traced a finger across the dusty lines until I found Broken Bow. At 100 miles west, the road narrowed until it ended in fields, and for a moment, I felt that chill again. I pushed the thought away. I was just a kid who liked ghost stories. But even now, more than 10 years later, I remember that corridor. I can hear the dripping. I can see the pale faces. I can feel Tyler's bleeding head in my arms. The showers, he called it. I think I know why. The days after Mr. Crane's story passed in a strange haze. For a while, I wasn't sure if anyone at school had really heard what he said, or if we all collectively decided to pretend it never happened. By Monday, the jack-o'-lantern was gone. The windows were open again, and everything in his classroom looked painfully normal. Mr. Crane acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had ever occurred. He handed out worksheets, reviewed dates for an upcoming test, and didn't so much as smirk at anyone who tried to bring it up. But something about him had shifted. It was subtle. There was an edge in his eyes that hadn't been there before, a stiffness in the way he stood. He always used to crack jokes or throw in some movie quote, but now he spoke in straight lines, like his voice had forgotten how to smile. I tried not to think about it. After all, it was just a story. A really good one, sure, and maybe one he told a little too well, but a story nonetheless. That's what I kept telling myself every time the details came creeping back into my head late at night. I told myself it was fiction, the kind of thing teachers spin up to keep bored kids interested. But something about his voice when he talked about the cellar, about those kids, about the smell, it didn't feel like a performance. It felt like a confession. It wasn't until I found myself outside the school library 3 days later, flipping through a road atlas like a lunatic, that I realized the story had its hooks in me. I traced highways through Nebraska, checked county maps, searched for anything near Broken Pine, the town he had mentioned in passing when he left the bar in my dream. I wanted to believe that he made it up. But what if he hadn't? That thought kept gnawing at me. I had always loved ghost stories and urban legends, but this was different. This was personal now. Something about the way he looked at me, the way his voice cracked when he talked about his friend. It made me think there was truth buried under all that mystery. So I started researching. I couldn't find anything online about a place called The Showers. No missing persons reports matched his story, and no one I spoke to had ever heard of anything like it. The area outside Broken Pine was nothing but farmland and empty space, no strange buildings, no children in nightgowns, no red doors in the woods. Still, I couldn't shake the need to see it for myself. I brought it up to Marcus and Alina the following week. We were all sitting around in the student lounge, killing time between classes. They had both heard the story too and were just as weirded out as I was. "You want to what?" Marcus asked, setting down his soda. "I want to go," I said, "just to see, just for a night." "Are you out of your mind?" Alina laughed, but her eyes didn't join in. "It's probably just an old barn. A weird coincidence," I said. "But what if it's not?" Marcus leaned back. "You don't think you made the whole thing up?" "I did. I still kind of do," I said. But something about the way he told it, it just didn't feel fake. We argued about it for a while, but in the end, curiosity won. That weekend, the three of us loaded up Marcus's old Subaru with snacks, flashlights, a road atlas, and enough caffeine to fuel a 3-day rave. We told our families we were going on a weekend camping trip, nothing unusual. Nobody asked too many questions. The drive took hours. The further we got from the city, the more the sky opened up and the land stretched out like an endless sheet. It was beautiful, in that quiet, suffocating kind of way. We didn't talk much once we crossed into Nebraska. It wasn't planned. We just kind of stopped. There was something about the way the air tasted, cold, dry, heavy with silence. We rolled into Broken Pine just as the sun started to sink behind the trees. It wasn't much of a town. A gas station, a diner, a few houses scattered along the road like they'd been forgotten there. We stopped at the diner for coffee, and Marcus struck up a conversation with the waitress. "Hey, you ever heard of a place around here called The Showers?" he asked casually, like he was asking about a hiking trail. The woman froze for a split second, not long, but just enough. "Nope," she said. "Doesn't ring a bell." But the way she said it, too fast, too flat, it felt like a lie. We didn't press her, just thanked her for the coffee and left. 10 minutes later, we were driving along a dirt road just like the one from Mr. Crane's story, headlights bouncing off the trees that loomed like skeletons in the fading light. We almost missed the turn. There were no signs, no markers, just a narrow path that looked like it had been carved out by animals rather than cars. But something in my chest whispered, "This is it." The tires crunched through gravel as we pulled into a clearing. There it was, a structure, long, low, metal-sided. The lights were on inside. Marcus cut the engine, and silence swallowed us whole. For a minute, none of us moved. Then I got out. The others followed. We approached the building cautiously. There were no signs of life, no vehicles, no sounds, just that same unnatural light spilling through the cracks in the siding. A breeze stirred the trees, and for a second I thought I heard something, a voice, or maybe a cry. Inside it looked almost exactly like Mr. Crane described, empty, vast, lit by harsh overhead lights that buzzed like angry bees. No furniture, no equipment, just silence and metal. "Doesn't look like much," Marcus said, but his voice was strained. Alina pointed to the far end of the building. "What's that?" "A door, wooden, painted red." We crossed the floor, shoes echoing against concrete. My heartbeat was a drum in my ears. The handle was smooth and cold beneath my fingers. I turned it, and the door creaked open. We stood at the top of a stairwell, shadows swallowing the space below. A faint smell drifted up to meet us, metallic, rotten, familiar. Alina covered her nose. "Oh God." I swallowed hard and looked back at them. "You don't have to come." But they did, and we started down. The staircase creaked beneath us with every step, groaning as if it resented the weight. The deeper we descended, the colder the air became. The warm autumn night outside had felt pleasant enough, but here it was like walking into a freezer soaked in rot. The smell was sharper now. Not overpowering, but just enough to sting the inside of your nose. It smelled like rust, like something wet and old, left to fester in the dark. No one spoke. I think we were all afraid that if we broke the silence, the walls might hear us. I kept glancing back at Marcus and Alina, making sure they were still behind me. Their faces were pale, shadows stretching over their eyes, but they kept going, one foot after the other. When we reached the bottom, the stairwell opened into a narrow hallway. The floor was dirt, but it had been packed down so tightly that it felt like concrete. The walls were lined with sheets of corrugated metal, just like Mr. Crane had said. They shimmered dully under the faint light of single, low-hanging bulbs spaced irregularly along the ceiling. Some flickered, some pulsed, some were just dead. They gave off just enough glow to let us see the path ahead, not enough to feel safe. The corridor twisted and turned with no clear pattern, like it had been dug in a hurry. Sometimes we had to duck under the low ceiling. Sometimes it opened up, only to squeeze in again a few feet later. The only sound was our breath, and the soft shuffle of our shoes scraping the earth. And that smell, that never went away. At one point we reached a section where the lights had all burned out. It stretched for maybe 30 feet, just pure blackness. I hesitated. So did the others. But Marcus took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. It cut a white beam through the dark, revealing more of the same narrow hallway, though the walls here seemed more warped, bent inward as though the earth was trying to swallow the place whole. We kept going. None of us wanted to say it out loud, but it was becoming clearer that this wasn't just some old storage building. It felt wrong, off, not haunted exactly, just unnatural. Like it wasn't supposed to exist. Eventually we came to a split. The hallway veered left and right, forming a crude fork. There were no signs, no marks, just that sick, stale air and the quiet flickering of the lights above. I pulled out a coin and flipped it, even though I didn't believe in that kind of thing. Heads, we go left. It landed in my palm. Left it was. As we turned, Alina grabbed my arm. "Wait," she whispered. We stopped. I followed her gaze to a small gap in the metal wall, just wide enough to see through. I leaned in. On the other side was another hallway, dimly lit, and a door. It looked exactly like the one upstairs, wooden, red, with a silver knocker. "I think we're going in circles," Marcus muttered. But that wasn't it. We hadn't passed that door before. I was sure of it. There was something strange about how it looked behind the metal slats. The paint looked fresh, new, but the wall surrounding it was filthy, crusted with grime and streaks of something dark, almost like soot. Or blood. We moved on. No one wanted to open another red door. Not yet. The hallway narrowed again. The lights were fewer now, and the ones that remained barely clung to life. There were long stretches of near blackness, broken only by the sickly glow of Marcus's phone light. The air was colder, the floor damper. At one point, I felt something squish under my shoe. I didn't look down. Then we heard it. A sound, faint at first, like something scuttling across metal, far away, then closer, a dragging noise, wet, slow, the kind of sound that doesn't belong in places where people go. We froze. I reached for Alina's hand and found it shaking. The sound faded, just gone, swallowed by the walls. We waited, breath caught in our throats, but nothing happened. After a long minute, we moved again. The hallway opened up suddenly into a wider chamber. It wasn't much larger than a garage, but compared to the tight tunnels, it felt vast. There were no lights here. Only the weak beam from Marcus's phone, now held with both hands, as if it were a weapon. This was where the smell hit its worst. Thick, rancid, like something long dead and never buried. The floor here was concrete, cracked and sloping slightly toward a drain in the middle. Along the walls were pipes, thick, rusted pipes, with dark stains trailing down from their joints. One of them was dripping. In the far corner was something covered with a tarp. I didn't want to look. I truly didn't, but we had come this far. Marcus went first. He reached out and pulled back the tarp with a sharp tug. Dust and grime flew into the air. Alina gasped. I stepped forward, heart in my throat. Underneath was a large metal cage, not a kennel, not a trap, a cage, meant to hold something alive. The bars were bent. Something had forced its way out. I turned to say something to the others, and that's when the lights flickered. Just for a second, a pulse, a heartbeat of illumination. And in that moment, I saw something standing in the entrance of the chamber. It was tall, lanky, almost skeletal, arms too long, head tilted, as if it were trying to listen. Its skin was a pale gray, stretched tight. Its eyes, if they were eyes, were just two gleaming spots of white. Then the lights died again. I grabbed Alina and shoved Marcus toward the tunnel. "Go!" I shouted. We ran. I didn't look back. I heard something behind us, something wet and scraping and steady, but I didn't stop. We twisted through the maze, turning at random, desperate for any sign of the stairs. The tunnels all looked the same now. Every turn could have been one we had already taken. Panic clawed at my chest. Then finally we saw it, the red door. Not the first one, another. This one stood slightly open. We had no choice. We pushed through it into a narrow stairwell and clambered upward, slipping and stumbling over ourselves. The scraping sound was louder now, closer, echoing behind us. I didn't dare turn around. We burst out into the main building, daylight gone, night having swallowed the world whole. We sprinted for the car, lungs burning, the smell still clinging to our clothes and skin. Marcus fumbled with the keys. The door clicked. We piled in, slammed it shut, and he turned the ignition. The car roared to life. Only then did we look back. The building was still there, still silent, still lit from within. But something was standing in the doorway, watching. Of course, here's part 4 of the rewritten horror story with full paragraphs, no AI phrases, and adhering to your formatting requests. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly ahead of us, each step echoing louder than the last. The air grew colder with every breath, thick with dampness and a metallic tang that coated the back of my throat. The flashlight flickered, and I smacked it with the palm of my hand to keep it steady. Owen walked ahead of me, his steps hesitant now. Neither of us had spoken since the last turn in the corridor. We were too deep in it to back out now. We reached another junction. This one led to a metal door, out of place, new, pristine even. It looked as though it had just been installed, clean against the rotting boards of the corridor walls. Without a word, Owen tried the handle. It gave way with a slow screech. He pulled the door open, and the light from my flashlight spilled into a long concrete room. Pipes ran along the ceiling, some dripping steadily into puddles below. The sound was rhythmic, like water clocks ticking down time we did not have. The floor was slick and uneven. The The concrete walls were stained in dark blotches that I did not want to identify. In the distance, the room opened into another chamber. That was where the smell hit us, thick, rotten, sharp. I gagged and pulled my shirt up over my face. Owen turned to me, his face pale, and gestured silently for us to keep going. I don't know why we didn't stop. Maybe it was the curiosity. Maybe we were already too far past fear. We walked into the chamber, and that's when we saw them. Shower heads, dozens of them, embedded into the stone walls at intervals. The floor sloped down toward a grated drain in the center, stained dark like the walls. And on the far side of the room, another door. This one was wooden, red, ornate, just like the one Mr. Conrad had described all those years ago in class. The sight made my blood run cold. The smell was worse here, clinging to my skin, thick and oily in the air. I moved toward the red door, ignoring Owen's whispered protests. My flashlight beam wobbled with each step. There were scratches on the walls, some shallow, others deep enough to suggest nails had been broken there. I reached out to touch one of the shower heads, and my fingers came back wet, not with water, something thicker. I turned to Owen. His eyes were wide, fixed on something behind me. He raised the flashlight over my shoulder, and that's when I heard it. The faintest shuffle of feet. I spun around, my heart thudding hard, but the room was empty, still. But that feeling, that awful sensation of being watched was back. I turned again to the door. Every bone in my body told me to leave. Instead, I reached for the knob. The door opened with a low creak. Darkness met us again, broken only by the flashlight's struggling beam. We stepped into a narrow passageway. The air here was colder, as if something had sucked the warmth from it completely. I saw what looked like broken furniture, old toys, piles of clothes discarded and damp. Owen picked up a child's shoe and dropped it like it burned. The passage twisted and narrowed until we could barely walk side by side. I heard something then, faint and distorted. A whisper? No, a chant. I couldn't make out the words, just the rhythm. Repeating, beckoning. We came to another chamber, smaller, round. The walls were different here, lined with photographs, hundreds of them. Faces, some smiling, some vacant, some screaming. Most of the images were old, faded, water-damaged, but they were all pinned carefully, as if someone had arranged them with purpose. In the center of the room sat a chair, rusted metal with leather straps. Beneath it, another drain, a large one. Owen refused to move forward. I could hear him breathing heavily, shaking his head. "We shouldn't be here," he whispered. "We already are," I said, and regretted it. That was when the whispering grew louder, not in our heads, from the walls, from the dark corners, and then we saw them. Figures. Not people. Children. But wrong. Too tall. Faces hidden beneath matted hair. Clothes soiled and hanging loose. They stood just inside the edges of the light, unmoving. Dozens, maybe more. I stepped back, my flashlight trembling in my hands. "Do not run," Owen said suddenly, his voice hoarse. "Don't give them a reason." We backed away slowly, retracing our steps. The figures didn't move, but I could hear them breathing. Shallow, synchronized, like wind through a graveyard. We reached the red door again and slammed it shut. I turned the latch just as the knob started to jiggle from the other side. The metal groaned under the weight of unseen hands pressing against it. We ran then. Through the shower room, past the hallway, back toward the entrance. But the corridors had changed. Every corner we turned led to another unfamiliar hall. The walls felt tighter, the air heavier. My flashlight blinked once, then again, and then died. Total darkness swallowed us. I gripped Owen's sleeve. We moved blindly, feeling our way along the walls. The chanting returned, louder now, closer. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. I do not remember how we got out. At some point I must have tripped, hit my head. When I woke, I was lying on the forest floor just outside the building. The sun was rising, pale and cold. My body was soaked, my hands stained. Owen was gone. I called his name until my voice gave out. No answer. I went back inside, once. Just a step. The hallway was gone. No metal doors, no shower heads, just rotting boards and collapsed beams. The place had closed itself. I walked for hours until I found the road. A truck driver picked me up. I never told him where I had been, just asked to be dropped at the nearest town. That was 6 years ago. I have never gone back, not to Nebraska, not to that forest. But sometimes I still hear the chanting. And sometimes I wake with water on my face and the scent of rust in the air. Part 5 will continue the conclusion. Let me know when you're ready. It took a long time before I was able to talk about what happened in that place. Even longer before I could sleep through the night without waking up soaked in sweat, my lungs tight with the memory of rot and concrete. The weeks following my return felt like one long, disconnected dream. I told my parents nothing. I made up a story about hiking and losing track of time. I told them Owen had gone home early. They believed me. They had to. I told the same story to the police when they asked about him. I said we split up. I said I lost him in the woods. I said we were just two dumb kids being reckless. They filed a report. They posted flyers. A detective came to speak with me twice. Each time I gave him the same version. Clean, simple, full of holes. I could see in his eyes that he did not buy it, but there was nothing else for him to go on. No blood, no sign of foul play, just a missing person, and a friend with shaky hands and eyes that avoided contact. The days crawled. I kept thinking that maybe I would hear from Owen. Maybe he had gotten out, like I had. Maybe he was staying quiet for the same reason I was. But deep down, I knew. The last time I saw him, he had been pale and shaking, barely holding himself together. There was no way he made it out of that maze. No way he escaped those things. By the end of the month, I was back in class, trying to pretend things were normal, but nothing was. I stopped speaking up. I dropped out of the campus clubs I had joined. I stopped laughing. I just wanted to get through the day without thinking about red doors and children with eyes that did not blink, without remembering the smell of that room. One night, late in November, I was sitting in my apartment staring at a blank television screen. I had not turned it on. I had not moved for hours. I do not even remember what triggered it, but suddenly I was overwhelmed by the urge to talk to someone. Not my parents, not the police. There was only one person who might understand. Mr. Conrad. I had not thought about him in months. I had forgotten all about his strange Halloween lecture, about the way he had gone quiet when I asked him about the showers, about the tired look in his eyes that day in the bar. But now, the memory returned with brutal clarity. He had been trying to warn us. That story had not been fiction. It had been a confession. The next morning I found the school's staff directory and tracked down his contact information. He was retired now, living just outside Syracuse. I sent him a message, short, simple. Just 3 words. I found it. He called me the next day. His voice was older than I remembered, slower, but there was no hesitation in the way he spoke. "Where are you?" he asked. I told him. "I'll come to you." He arrived 2 days later. We met at a diner on the edge of town, far from campus. He looked thinner than I remembered, paler. His hair had gone fully gray, but his eyes were alert, focused. "You went in," he said as he sat down. I nodded. "And you saw them?" Again I nodded. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Did you go past the red door?" "Yes," I whispered. He sat back. His hands trembled slightly. He looked past me, through the window, as though expecting someone to be watching us. "I never did," he said. "We ran. I always wondered what would have happened if we stayed." I told him everything, from the start, the map, the motel, the forest, the building, the showers, the figures, Owen, the maze, the chanting, the escape. I held nothing back. He listened without speaking, his face unreadable. When I finished, he took a long breath and said, "You got farther than we ever did." "What was that place?" I asked. My voice cracked with the question. He shook his head. I do not know. We called it the showers because that is what we found. But it is older than that. Older than us. Maybe older than the town. Why tell the story every year? I asked. Why bring it up at all? He looked me in the eye. Because talking about it kept me sane. Sharing it made it feel less real. If I turned it into a campfire story, maybe it would lose its teeth. I nodded slowly. I understood now. The laughter in the classroom, the props, the dramatic pauses, all of it had been armor. But underneath that armor was a man still haunted. I lost a friend too, he said softly. Back then, he never made it out. The police said he got lost, that it was just a tragedy. But we knew better. We never went back. What do I do now? I asked. How do I live with this? He paused, then reached into his coat and pulled out a notebook. Old, worn, the cover faded and bent. He slid it across the table. I wrote it all down, he said. Every detail I could remember. Every theory, every dream. Maybe it will help. I opened the first page. His handwriting was shaky but legible. The title read, The Showers. I want to help you, he said. But I also want you to be careful. You have seen too much already. They do not forget. He said it with such certainty that a chill ran down my spine. We parted ways in the parking lot. He hugged me before getting into his car. You're not alone, he said, even if it feels like it. I watched him drive away, holding the notebook tight in my hands. That night, I read the entire thing. There were entries from decades ago, descriptions that matched mine exactly. The red door, the figures, the drains, the whispering. But there were things I had not seen, a chamber filled with bones. Symbols carved into the cement, a tunnel that led even deeper, to something ancient and buried. He had not gone past the red door, but he had heard enough to know what waited beyond it. And now I had seen it too. I closed the notebook just as the sun began to rise. I was not going to run anymore. The story was not finished yet. Let me know when you are ready for part 6, and I will continue the final chapter. I did not sleep much the night after reading Mr. Conrad's notebook. My mind was a wreck of memories and questions, but more than anything, I was filled with a clarity I had not felt in weeks. I knew now that I had not imagined any of it. I had not hallucinated or broken under stress. The place was real, and it had taken Owen. It had taken others too, before and after. That thought alone made me feel like something inside me had shifted, like I could never go back to the person I had been before all this. By the time morning arrived, I had made up my mind. I needed to go back. I was not going for closure. I was not going to find peace. I knew peace was something I would never have again. I was going because I had to know the full truth. There was still something down there, something unfinished, and it had left a piece of itself in me. I packed lightly, a flashlight, a folding knife, a compass, and a camera. The camera was important. I needed proof, maybe not for the world, but for myself. I needed to look at those photographs and know I had not invented any of this. I told no one I was leaving. I simply got in my car and drove west. It took most of the day to reach the town near the old site. I kept my head down, filled my tank, bought water and a burner phone in case I needed help, and headed into the woods. I still had the route memorized, burned into my brain like a scar. The winding dirt roads, the overgrown trail, the rotted fence. Nothing had changed. By the time I reached the clearing, it was nearly dark. The building looked exactly the same. The crooked roof, the dark windows, the dented metal siding. I stood at the edge of the trees, heart pounding. I half expected something to burst from the shadows, some skeletal figure to lurch into the open, but nothing moved. The wind rustled the trees, and somewhere far off, a crow called once, then went silent. I stepped forward. The door was still ajar. I entered slowly, the floor groaning under my weight. The main hall was exactly as I remembered it. Cold metal walls, a long corridor, that faint stench of decay lingering beneath the scent of rust and mold. I kept my flashlight steady as I moved through. No flickering lights this time. No echoing footsteps, just silence. When I reached the old door, the one with the rusted knob and peeling red paint, I paused. My breath fogged in the beam of light. It had not aged a day. Just looking at it made my stomach twist. I placed a hand on the wood, half expecting it to burn me, but it was only cold. I pushed it open. Beyond the door, the corridor stretched just as it had before, twisting in irregular, sloping turns, walls lined with more of those shower heads. Some still dripped. I stepped inside. This time I would not run. This time I would face whatever was waiting. I moved deeper into the maze. At one point I found the room where we had first seen them. The children. It was empty now. No light, no movement. But the stench was still there, and the walls were streaked with dark stains I did not want to examine. I lifted my camera and took the first photo. The flash lit up the room, revealing the shape of the shower heads and something that looked like dried handprints along the far wall. I pressed on. The path dipped lower, as if leading underground. The further I went, the colder it became. My breath came out in clouds. I passed more doors. Some locked, some open to reveal small, empty concrete rooms, each with a drain in the floor and chains bolted to the walls. I took pictures. My hands trembled, but I kept going. Eventually, I came to a chamber that looked older than the rest. The concrete here was cracked, and the walls were etched with strange symbols. It felt ancient, forgotten. I snapped another photo, and the flash lit up what looked like a pile of bones in the far corner. Human bones. At the center of the room was a final door. This one was made of iron, rusted to the point of flaking. A symbol was carved deep into the metal, a circle of jagged teeth. I pushed the door. It groaned open slowly. Inside was a wide, low-ceilinged room, completely circular, with walls lined with more shower heads. In the center stood a pit, maybe 5 feet across. Around the edge of the pit were more of those same symbols, etched in chalk or ash, and at the edge of the pit, just barely visible in the low light, stood Owen. He was not right. His skin was gray, his eyes blank, milky and wide. He did not move when I entered. He only stared. I said his name. Nothing. I stepped forward. He tilted his head slightly. Then, in a voice not quite his own, he said, "You came back." I froze. "There is no leaving," he whispered. "Not for you. Not for me. We belong now." Then he stepped into the pit. I lunged forward, but it was too late. There was no sound of impact, just darkness. I stood at the edge, heart hammering, staring down into nothing. Then I turned and ran. I did not stop running until I burst through the front door and collapsed into the grass. I crawled, sobbing, until I could breathe again. Then I ran all the way back to my car. I never went back. Weeks passed, then months. I developed the photos. They were real, the rooms, the tunnels, even the marks on the walls. But Owen was not in them, not in a single shot. I mailed the photos to Mr. Conrad, along with a letter explaining what had happened. He never wrote back, but 3 weeks later, I received a small package. Inside was a note, written in his neat handwriting. "Now you know, let it rest." Along with the note was a silver chain with a small carved symbol, the same circle of jagged teeth I had seen on the door. I keep it in a drawer. I do not speak of that place anymore. Some stories are not warnings. They are traps. And some doors are not meant to be opened. Every night, without fail, something walks down our street in Darrington, Montana, whistling softly through the dark. Rain or snow, no matter the season, the sound begins just after 3 in the morning. It starts out faint, drifting from the end of Huckleberry Lane where the Donnellys live, and it always moves slowly, steadily past our house toward the old stone bridge at the cul-de-sac. You can only hear it from the kitchen or the front sitting room, nowhere else in the house. When I was younger, maybe 9 or 10, my older brother Miles and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights just to listen. Our parents weren't fond of it and made it clear we weren't supposed to be awake. but as long as we stuck to the one big rule, they never punished us too harshly. Never look outside when the whistler walks past. Our neighborhood is the kind of place people dream of settling down in. Neat little houses with flower beds and white fences, tall pine trees edging every yard, and winding sidewalks shaded by maples that turn gold in the fall. It's peaceful, and everyone looks out for one another. I turned 13 last summer, and most of the kids I grew up with still live within a few blocks. We ride bikes, build snow forts, and roast marshmallows in each other's backyards. It's the kind of town you want to stay in forever, but there are only two strange things here that people learn not to question: the soft whistling at 3 in the morning, and the remarkable streak of luck that seems to follow the people who live on our street. The whistling never bothered me, not really. From my bedroom, tucked in the back of the house, I couldn't hear it. But if I happened to be in the kitchen late at night, maybe sneaking a cookie or a sip of juice, the tune would drift in, slow and cheerful, like a lullaby. My parents never wanted to talk about it. My mom would change the subject if it came up, and my dad would just look out the window, quiet and serious, like he was listening for it even in the daytime. Dad's family came from St. Lucia, and he used to tell stories about strange things he'd heard growing up, though he never went into detail. He only ever got rattled when the whistler was mentioned. That was when his voice would tighten and his eyes would start scanning the windows. Then he'd remind us again. Never try to see what makes the sound. All the windows in our house have thick blinds that roll down from the top and latch at the bottom. They're made of this heavy canvas material that blocks out light completely. Dad installed them the week we moved in, locked them every night himself, and kept the key on a ring in his bedside drawer. Over the years, he'd grown more relaxed about it, but he still double-checked each window before going to sleep. Mom, well, I always thought she didn't believe in any of it, but sometimes, when I'd sneak a look from my room, I'd see her sitting alone in the front room just before 3, listening. Not often, maybe once every month or two, but enough to know she heard it too. The whistling is always the same, a slow, sweet tune like someone walking a dog or whistling to a baby. Too cheerful for that time of night, too out of place, but we'd all gotten used to it. You can live with anything, I guess, as long as it leaves you alone. Then there's the luck. People here win raffles, find long-lost family heirlooms, or get dream jobs out of nowhere. Gardens bloom twice as bright, pets live longer, and kids recover from illnesses that stump the best doctors. It's not flashy or loud, just a quiet string of good fortune that we've learned not to question too closely. That's why we stayed, even after we understood the cost. Our family moved to Darrington when I was 6 because my baby sister Elise was born with a heart defect. She spent the first 3 months of her life in the ICU, too weak to come home. After we moved in, everything changed. Her numbers improved. She came home. The doctors said it was a miracle. We knew better. Elise was our blessing. The night we moved in, 4 neighbors showed up with a basket of fresh bread, a pineapple casserole, and a thick manila envelope. They smiled a lot and made small talk before asking to speak to our parents in private. Miles and I were sent to our room, but we both leaned close to the door and listened. We always did things like that back then. The welcoming committee told our parents about the neighborhood, how things were good, better than good. People stayed healthy, jobs lasted, dreams came true, but there was something else. Every night, a figure walked down the street at exactly 3:03. No one knew what it was, only that it whistled as it passed. As long as you didn't look, it left you alone. Look once, and the blessing stopped. People who looked became shadows of themselves. The newspaper clippings in the envelope showed tragedies, lives unraveled, accidents, disappearances. It doesn't always kill, the woman leading the group said, but it never leaves you whole. Mom got upset. She thought it was a joke or some scare tactic. Dad stayed calm, but I remember his voice when he said he believed them. He'd heard things like this back on the island. Spirits that walked among people. Some were good, some were cruel, but most were just part of the world. You had to respect them. That night, Dad hung the blinds on every window. After dinner, he locked them. Then he sat in the living room holding Elise. I crept out of bed and sat beside him. At 3:03, the whistling came. It passed, and we never looked. Every night since, it's returned. We never open the blinds after dark. We don't talk about it too much. We don't invite people to stay over unless we know they'll follow the rules. And our lives here have been good. But not everyone takes the warning seriously, and some people always want to know what's behind the sound. After 7 years of living in Darrington, the whistling had become just another thread in the fabric of our lives. No one liked it, and no one talked about it outside of trusted family or old neighbors, but everyone respected the rule. The real test came when someone new moved in. You could always tell by the way people reacted. If they took the welcoming committee seriously, they stayed and lived quietly. If they didn't, it usually wasn't long before a new family was moving into the same house. About a month after Miss Florence passed away at 102, a couple with a son around my age moved into the house next door. Their names were the Whitakers. They were nice enough. Mr. Whitaker worked in construction, and Mrs. Whitaker was a nurse. Their son, Graham, was 12 and in the grade below me. I saw him around school a couple of times, but didn't think much of him. Quiet, polite, maybe a little too curious for his own good. My dad and the rest of the committee did their usual visit. Macaroni casserole, welcome basket, and the manila folder. I could tell by my dad's face when he came home that the Whitakers had been polite but skeptical. That was always a bad sign. I asked him about it, but he just shook his head and said he hoped they would take things seriously in time. I knew what he meant. Not everyone did. The first few weeks were fine. The Whitakers kept to themselves mostly. Graham rode his bike up and down the street and waved to me once or twice. Everything seemed normal. That changed when his parents had to go out of town for a weekend, and Graham was left to stay with us. It was a Saturday afternoon when they dropped him off. They were heading to a wedding 2 hours away and would be back by noon on Sunday. I remember Graham showing up with a backpack, his sleeping bag, and a grin that made me instantly uneasy. My mom welcomed him in and tried to make him feel comfortable. Elise, who was now 10 and fiercely protective of her routines, watched him with quiet suspicion. She didn't like strangers. She especially didn't like strangers who smiled too much. We spent the evening watching movies and eating popcorn. Graham was chatty and kept trying to steer the conversation toward the whistling. He asked if I'd ever heard it. I said yes. He asked if I'd ever tried to see what it was. I told him no and that he shouldn't either. He laughed and said it was probably just some old man walking his dog. Elise got up and walked out of the room. I followed her and found her sitting in the hallway, arms crossed. "He's going to look," she whispered. "You don't know that," I told her, though I felt it too. That edge in his voice. That way some people get when you tell them they shouldn't do something. "He doesn't believe," she said. "He thinks it's a game." I didn't answer. I just sat with her for a bit until we both heard Graham call out that the movie was almost done. We went back in, and the three of us played video games until it was almost midnight. My parents came in around then and told us to get ready for bed. Dad locked the blinds like he always did, and we settled into our sleeping bags on the living room floor. A little after 2, I heard movement. I opened my eyes and saw Graham sitting up, his eyes fixed on the front window. I didn't say anything at first, hoping he would lie back down. But then he stood up. I sat up too. "What are you doing?" "I just want to hear it," he said. "You'll hear it from here. You don't need to go near the window." "I just want to peek. I want to know what's got everyone so scared." I stood up and blocked his path. "You don't look. That's the rule." He scoffed. "What happens if I do?" "I don't know," I said, "but it's not worth finding out." He looked over my shoulder at the window. I could tell his curiosity was stronger than his caution. Then he said something that chilled me. "Your dad keeps the key on his nightstand, doesn't he?" I froze. "You've been in their room?" "I saw it when I went to the bathroom earlier," he said too casually. "It's just a little key." "You didn't take it," I said, though I was already sure he had. He didn't answer. Instead, He walked over to his backpack and pulled out the key. He held it up between two fingers and smiled. "I just want to see. 1 second, that's all. I won't even tell anyone." Elise was awake now, too. She sat up, eyes wide, watching the key like it might explode. I moved toward him fast, but he was quicker. He darted to the front window and began unlocking the latch at the bottom. "Graham, stop!" I shouted. He didn't listen. The latch popped open. He gripped the bottom of the blind and pulled. I turned to Elise and pulled her to the floor, shielding her. I shut my eyes tight. The sound of the blind rising cut through the silence like a scream. Then the whistling began. It was louder than I'd ever heard it. It filled the room like a song with no source. Elise buried her face in my chest. I didn't open my eyes. I just held her and waited for the sound to pass. I don't know how long it went on. Minutes, maybe. Then the room went still. The whistling stopped. I opened my eyes slowly and looked up. Graham stood by the window, frozen. His eyes were wide, his mouth slightly open. The key fell from his hand and landed on the rug with a soft thud. He didn't move. "Graham," I asked quietly. "Nothing." I stood up, walked over, and gently turned him away from the window. His face was pale, drained. His eyes were glassy. He didn't speak. He didn't even blink. "Graham," I said again, louder this time. He flinched at the sound of his name but said nothing. Elise walked over and took my hand. The three of us stood there in silence, listening to the nothing that came after. I pulled the blind back down and locked it again. My hands were shaking. Graham didn't speak for the rest of the night. We all slept in the hallway, the three of us curled up in a corner like animals waiting out a storm. In the morning, Graham still wouldn't talk. He ate breakfast in silence, eyes down. When his parents came to pick him up, he walked to the door like someone twice his age, heavy and slow. He didn't say goodbye. My parents exchanged a long look as he left. No one said anything. But I knew. He had looked, and nothing would be the same again. Eli came back from his parents' room silent, pale, and blinking in disbelief. His shoulders were tight, and his mouth barely moved when he spoke. "Holden has the key," he said. I stood there for a second, unsure if I had even heard him correctly. My little sister's eyes widened as she looked from him to Holden, who was sitting on the floor again like nothing was happening. But I could see it. He was shaking a little. His smile had faded. "You went into their room?" I asked Eli, my voice low and sharp. He nodded. I didn't even turn on a light. I just wanted to check. But then I heard it. He didn't have to say what. We all knew what he meant. The sound had already started, faint at first. You wouldn't notice it unless you were really listening for it, but we were listening. We had all heard it before, even if we pretended not to. And just like every other night, it was coming closer. Nola clutched my arm. I could feel her nails digging into my skin through my sleeve. Holden, now clearly unsure of himself, still had the key in his hand, and he kept glancing toward the window behind the couch like he was trying to decide if he could get there before we could stop him. "You don't have to prove anything," I said. "Seriously, just give me the key and we can sit down. We'll wait, and when it passes, it'll be over." But he shook his head slowly. "Don't you want to know what it is?" he asked. "No," Nola said, her voice firm. "No, we really don't." I was about to say something else, anything to distract him, but it was too late. Holden moved fast, sliding across the floor, key in hand. He fumbled with the small lock on the living room window closest to the front of the house. The sound was louder now, almost directly in front of our house. There was a strange rhythm to it, like it had a pattern that never changed. "Holden, stop!" Eli shouted, lunging forward, but not fast enough. The lock clicked open and the blind began to lift. I moved without thinking, grabbed Nola and pulled her away, shielding her. I heard Holden laugh nervously again, just for a second, before it happened. Silence. It was the kind of silence that crushed everything around it. No wind, no creaking from the house settling, no hum from the refrigerator, nothing. I didn't see what was on the other side of the window. I didn't have to. I kept my face buried in my sister's hair, trying not to breathe too loudly. Then Holden screamed. It wasn't the kind of scream you hear when someone gets startled or even when they're in pain. It was deeper, hoarse and broken, like it was being torn out of him. He screamed again, this time lower and shakier. Then it stopped completely. When I turned to look, the blind was already back down, the window was closed. Holden sat on the floor, his face white, his lips trembling. His eyes were open, wide and staring, but they didn't move. "Holden," Eli whispered. No answer. He didn't even blink. Nola sniffled softly and I pulled her in closer. I felt Eli step around us slowly and crouch in front of Holden. He waved a hand in front of his face. Nothing, not even a flinch. "We have to get Mom and Dad," I said, finally standing up. My knees felt like they might buckle. "Yeah," Eli said, backing away slowly. Okay. We moved as a group toward the hallway, keeping Holden in our sight, but not touching him. As we reached the hallway entrance, something knocked at the door. Not a light knock either, not polite. 3 slow, heavy hits. We all froze. Then again, 3 more. Holden didn't react at all. His eyes stayed wide, locked on the window where he had looked. The knocking stopped. Then came another sound, soft, from the kitchen, from the back of the house. Knocking again. 3 times, slower than before. "Why both sides?" Eli whispered. "Because it wants us to answer," I said, my mouth dry. We stood in silence, the air thick. Nola was shaking in my arms. Eli glanced back down the hallway. Then came a voice. "Police," it said. Not quite a question, not quite a command, just the word, delivered in a flat, strange voice. It came from the front door. Then again, this time softer, like a whisper. "Police." Eli looked at me, face pale. "That's not a cop." "No," I said. The voice again, now at the back door. "Call them," Nola whispered. I nodded and pulled my phone from my pocket, but the screen stayed black. Dead. Eli did the same. Nothing. No signal. No power. Just darkness. The knocking started again, this time on every wall of the house. It was like the sound came from inside the walls themselves, thudding, pounding, rattling the frames. "Go back to the living room," I said, taking charge now. "We stay together." We ran back as one. I pulled Nola close. Eli stood guard with a bat from the closet, and we huddled there. The noise kept going for minutes, maybe hours. I couldn't tell. Then slowly, finally, it faded. First the walls fell quiet, then the doors, then the taps. By the time it was fully silent, the sky outside was turning pale. The clock on the wall ticked over to 7. No more sound. No more knocking. But Holden still hadn't moved. Eli sat next to him, gently trying to talk. I sat with Nola, both of us silent. Something had changed in the air. Something cold, invisible, but permanent. Whatever Holden had seen, it had taken something from him. And it wasn't giving it back. My parents came into the living room a little after 8 that morning, both of them fully dressed and alert. I could tell by their faces that they had barely slept. Dad looked first at Holden, then at Eli and me, then slowly walked over to check the front door. He unlatched it, opened it just a crack, then looked out for a few long seconds before shutting it again. He didn't say anything at first, just turned to Holden, who hadn't moved. Mom knelt next to him and gently put her hand on his arm. "Holden," she said softly, "Sweetheart, are you with us?" He didn't blink, didn't flinch. His face was a statue, eyes fixed on something we couldn't see. "Has he been like this all night?" Dad asked. I nodded. "He hasn't moved since he looked. He screamed once, and then, nothing." Dad didn't ask anything else. He just quietly picked up the phone and tried to call Holden's parents. No answer. He tried again and again, pacing back and forth in the hallway. Eventually he hung up and told us to sit tight while he walked Holden home himself. Before they left, he pulled me aside and asked in a low voice if anyone else had looked. I told him no, that Eli and I had kept Nola turned away, and that we never opened our eyes. He nodded slowly, then looked at the key that Holden still gripped in his hand. "Take this," Dad said, prying it loose. "I'll make sure this never happens again." I watched from the window as they walked next door. Holden walked like he had no control over his own feet, like each step was someone else's idea. His arms hung at his sides, and his head never turned. Dad walked behind him, patient and careful, like he was afraid Holden might tip over and shatter. The rest of the day passed in a strange haze. Mom kept Nola close to her. She played cartoons, tried to make breakfast, but the mood in the house was like the air before a bad storm. Eli sat on the steps outside the hallway, just watching the door, like he expected it to start rattling again. When Dad finally came back, the sun was already starting to drop in the sky. He looked older somehow, like the day had taken something from him too. "They're packing," he said, shutting the door behind him. "Holden's family, they're moving, tonight." "Did they believe you?" I asked. He hesitated, then said, "They didn't need to. They saw him. They knew something was wrong." He didn't say anything more for a long time. He just sat in his chair and watched the window, holding the blind key in his hand. That night, we all slept in the same room again. Nola curled up in bed with Mom, while Eli and I shared a sleeping bag on the floor. Dad took the chair in the corner and faced the door. No one mentioned the sound, but we all heard it again, just like always. Soft, slow, never changing. This time, none of us moved. Even Eli didn't shift. After it faded, we stayed still for another hour, just listening, just waiting. When the sun came up, the world outside looked exactly the same. Birds chirping, sprinklers turning on, kids riding by on their bikes. It was like nothing had happened at all. But Holden was gone. By the time we finished lunch, his house was already half empty. We saw his parents walking in and out, heads down, never speaking to anyone. I watched from our front steps as they packed the last box into the back of a small van. Holden never appeared. His mom rode in the front seat, staring straight ahead. His dad locked the door behind him without looking back. They drove off before dinner. No goodbyes, no waving neighbors, just a quiet exit from the neighborhood. For a while after that, things were still. The whistling came and went. The blinds were always locked. Dad kept the key on a new chain he wore around his neck. We didn't talk about it, and we didn't invite anyone over. Summer ended, and school started again. We kept to ourselves more than before. Nola didn't ask about sleepovers. Eli and I didn't hang out with friends outside of school. Something had changed in the air, and even if we didn't say it out loud, we all knew. Sometimes I would see Mom sitting in the living room around 3 a.m, staring at the wall. I knew she heard it too, even if she never said anything. Once, I asked her if it still scared her. She looked at me with tired eyes and said it never scared her as much as what came after. We went weeks like that, routine, safe, careful. Then, a new family moved into the house next door. I was on the porch when they pulled up, a couple in their 30s and a boy around Nola's age. They had big smiles and waved at us right away. I forced myself to wave back. Mom came out with a plate of cookies and introduced herself. Later that day, Dad put on his committee badge and picked up the manila folder. I'd seen that folder only once before, years ago, when we first moved in. I remember the heavy feel of it, the thick stack of newspaper clippings and warnings. I watched him cross the street and knock on their door. The new family answered quickly and welcomed him inside. I didn't move from my spot on the steps, just waited. After an hour he came back. His face was unreadable. I wanted to ask him if they listened, if they understood, but I didn't. We both knew the answer would come soon enough. That night, I stayed up late, listening. The sound came on schedule, as always. But now, I wasn't sure if the new family was listening too. I wondered if they had already decided what kind of people they were. The kind who trusted warnings, or the kind who needed to see things for themselves. and whether either kind ever really walked away unchanged. Holden was sitting quietly again, the room thick with the kind of silence that feels too full. We had not moved since the sound vanished. The night outside pressed against every wall, and although the tapping was gone, something about the quiet felt heavier than the noise. My dad stood by the window for a long time before finally pulling the lock key from his pocket and slipping it onto his key ring. He caught my eye just for a second and gave the slightest nod, not one of reassurance, but of understanding. We had seen something we would never speak about again. Holden did not eat the next morning. My mom tried to offer toast, oatmeal, cereal, anything, but he sat at the kitchen table without a word, arms limp at his sides. When his parents arrived to collect him, they barely made eye contact. My dad spoke quietly to them at the door, and I watched Holden slowly walk out, pausing for a moment as if unsure which way to step. His mother took his hand and guided him to the car. They did not wave goodbye. That day after school, the house across the street had the blinds pulled down in every window. No lights came on that evening. By Friday, a moving truck was parked in their driveway. It took only a few hours to empty the place. My mom watched from the kitchen, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. They were good people, she said, not looking at me. They just didn't understand. I tried to go back to normal after that. I played video games, studied for school, even helped my dad clean out the garage that weekend, but nothing really felt normal anymore. Not when I passed by that now empty house every day. Not when I saw the new blank windows, the lock boxes on the doorknob, the patch of driveway where Holden's bike had always been. Not even when I slept, because I did not sleep the same way anymore. Now I kept one ear open, listening for the sound that marked the moment the neighborhood held its breath. One night the whistling returned. It had always returned. I was alone in the living room. My mom had gone to bed early. My dad was locking the back door when I heard it start down the street, a faint melody threading through the air like it always did. I froze where I sat. It was nothing new. I had heard this nearly every night of my life, but now it held a different weight. I closed my eyes and counted slowly, willing my body to stay put. 1, 2, 3. It came closer. 4, 5, 6. The whistle passed our home like wine down a narrow alley. It reached our door and kept going, fading toward the end of the road. I exhaled slowly and stood to go upstairs. When I reached the hallway, I heard the floorboards creak behind me. My heart stopped. I turned quickly. It was just my dad standing at the base of the stairs. "You all right?" he asked. His voice was quiet, not concerned, but cautious. I nodded. He stepped past me and looked out toward the locked front door. "Sometimes it's louder," he said, mostly to himself. "Like it wants to remind you it's still around." I wanted to ask him about Holden, about what it was like to live every day pretending nothing ever happened. But I didn't. Some questions do not need answers. My dad went upstairs, and I followed a few minutes later, the house settling into its silence again. The next week brought rain. For 4 nights it came in sheets, drumming hard against the windows and roof. You could not hear the whistler through that kind of storm. Maybe it was still out there, moving down the lane soaked and singing, or maybe it stayed away when the thunder came. My sister Anna asked me about Holden once during dinner. "Do you think he'll write to us?" she said. I shook my head. "Probably not." She frowned, and I could tell she was still carrying something from that night. I saw it in the way she turned her face from the windows before bed. I saw it when she refused to watch movies after dark, even cartoons. Something had taken root in her, and like all seeds planted by fear, it would take a long time to wither. When the skies finally cleared and the stars returned, so did the whistling. It came strong that first dry night, more distinct than usual, like it had missed us or was checking in. My parents and I stayed in the living room that night, talking about nothing in particular. We never acknowledged the sound, even as it passed within feet of us. My mom sipped tea. My dad rubbed his hands together slowly. Anna played with the hem of her shirt, eyes locked on the floor. None of us said a word. The new family moved in a few days later. The house that Holden had barely lived in was scrubbed clean, windows replaced, flower beds freshly mulched. They came in a silver sedan and unloaded boxes in the afternoon light. A mother, a father, and 2 young children. The boy looked maybe 8 or 9. The girl was just a toddler, bouncing between the porch and the lawn as her parents unpacked. Anna stood next to me by the window. "Do you think they'll listen?" she asked. "I hope so," I said. The welcoming committee arrived around 4. They brought the casserole, the gift basket, and the envelope. My dad was among them. I watched him shake hands with the father, then lean in to speak softly. The man's brow furrowed. He looked at the envelope, then back at his wife, who was wrangling the toddler near the porch steps. We watched all of it from behind the drawn blinds. No one spoke. When the committee left, the new family went back inside, their dinner still steaming in the foil-covered tray. That night, the lights in their house stayed on later than usual. I imagined them sitting around their table, reading the clippings, talking in hushed tones. And when the whistling returned at the usual time, the lights snapped off all at once. Anna exhaled, her shoulders relaxing. My dad stood in the hallway, watching us with quiet approval. "They'll be fine," he said, "at least for now." But we all knew that safety here was never guaranteed. It depended on choices, on silence, on faith, in the warnings whispered over casseroles and envelopes, and we knew that sometimes people forgot. Curiosity was a stubborn thing. Sometimes it whispered louder than fear. And the whistler always returned. Months passed. The seasons changed the color of our neighborhood. First, the green faded into golds and oranges, then the trees emptied out and stood bare, skeletal against gray skies. The leaves crunched beneath our feet, but the whistling remained. It always remained. Sometimes it sounded like it belonged to the wind, distant and harmless, but we all knew better. It was never the wind. It had a pattern, a direction. It began where the road started and disappeared where it ended, every night without fail. The new neighbors settled in like many had before. They kept to themselves. Their kids played in the yard. The father mowed the lawn on Saturdays. The mother waved at people during her morning walks. But no one really got close. Not after Holden's family. Not after the silence they left behind. I wondered if their kids asked questions about the thick blinds and the key their father kept on a special ring. I wondered if they snuck into the kitchen at night to listen, wide-eyed and whispering, the way Anna and I used to. My sister had changed. She still laughed, still played games, still spent hours in her room, drawing pictures of forests and dogs and houses, but she had learned fear. Not the kind that made her hide or tremble, but the kind that lives deep inside and teaches caution. She never looked out the windows after dark. She never walked outside after sunset. She always listened when our parents said to stay quiet, and in that way she became safer than most. I didn't talk about what happened with anyone, not my parents, not Anna, not even myself when I lay awake in bed. I simply carried it with me like a stone in my pocket, small but always there. Heavy in the quiet moments, sometimes I found myself listening too closely, wondering if the sound was closer than it should be. Sometimes I imagined I heard it hum a different tune. But I knew better than to give it any attention. One winter night, as snow blanketed the yards and the world seemed to breathe slower, Anna came into my room. She had her blanket wrapped around her like a cape, and her eyes were wide, but not scared. Just thoughtful. "Do you think it ever leaves?" she asked me. "No," I said. "I think it's always here." She nodded. "Do you think it wants something?" I paused, then shook my head. "I don't know, but maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe all we have to do is ignore it." She climbed up onto my bed and sat beside me. "Do you think Holden is okay?" "I don't think he ever really could be," I said, honest because she deserved the truth. "But I think he's safe now, somewhere else." We sat there for a while, the snow outside muting the world. I didn't realize how late it had gotten until I looked at the clock. It was 2:57. I looked at Anna. She saw it too. "We should go back to our rooms," I told her. She shook her head. "I don't want to be alone." So we stayed, and when the sound came, it was like it always was, soft, deliberate, consistent. My heart beat a little faster. But Anna held my hand, and neither of us moved. The sound passed and faded, and we were still whole. That spring, my dad retired from the welcoming committee. He said it was time for someone else to help new families understand. He had done his part, he told me one afternoon while we worked in the garage. He handed me a box of tools and said, "Someday, you might be on that porch too. Someone has to tell the truth." "What if they don't believe me?" I asked. He smiled. "Then you did your job anyway. What they do with it is up to them." I understood what he meant. Sometimes doing the right thing didn't guarantee anything. You just did it because you had to. That summer, a new family moved into the house on the corner. They were young, newly married, no kids. The welcoming committee came like clockwork. My dad watched from our porch, not part of it anymore, but still invested. He saw them laugh nervously at whatever was said. He saw them accept the folder and the food. He saw them close their blinds and lock their doors. For a while, everything was quiet. The whistling came, the nights passed, the neighborhood remained wrapped in its strange balance of fortune and fear. Some people moved away, some people stayed forever. But no one who stayed ever tried to look. As I got older, I started noticing more. How the families that stayed longest were the ones that taught their children to be careful without scaring them. How the luckiest people always seemed a little more tired. How everyone, even the boldest and loudest, got quieter when the streetlights came on. One evening when I was 17, I saw a car parked outside the house next to ours. A teenage girl sat in the passenger seat, talking to her parents. She looked bored, chewing gum, nodding absently. She must have been about my age when we moved in. I watched her through the blinds as the committee arrived with their usual items. I saw her parents greet them politely. I saw the girl roll her eyes. I wanted to warn her myself, but I knew how that would look. I knew what she would think. So I stayed where I was, hidden behind the blinds, hoping her parents were better at convincing than most. That night the whistling came, same as always, but I listened a little longer, waited until it passed that house, waited to see if anything changed. Nothing did. No screaming, no light. Just the silence afterward. I went to bed grateful, not for the quiet, not even for the safety, but for the understanding that kept us here, year after year. The whistling would never stop. It didn't need to. As long as we remembered what mattered, as long as we never looked. Years later, I moved away. I went to college, started a new life. But the habit stayed. I covered my windows at night. I kept my keys in a specific drawer. I didn't whistle, ever. I still visit the old house sometimes. My parents are older now. Anna lives nearby with her husband and a little boy of her own. She's teaching him the rules. Not in fear, but in love. Quiet love. Protective love. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I think I hear something faint through the walls. Not a song. Not a voice, just something moving, slow and steady, and I close my eyes. I let it pass, because I've learned that not every mystery is meant to be solved. Some are meant to be respected, and left unseen, forever. When Hannah and I met, she had this calm, grounded energy that felt like a breath of fresh air. We met through friends, and it didn't take long before everything just fell into place. After 4 years of dating, we got married in early spring. Those first months as newlyweds were as close to perfect as I could have asked for. We had a little house on a quiet street outside of Pine Hollow, a small town where not much ever happened, and honestly, that was what I liked about it. Hannah was never the playful or spontaneous type. She was practical, always made lists, always kept our schedules tight. She preferred documentaries over fiction, hated scary movies, and rolled her eyes when I tried to get her to carve pumpkins on Halloween. She wasn't cold, not at all, just level-headed, steady. If you had told me a few months ago that I'd end up terrified of my own wife, I would have laughed in your face. It started with something that seemed harmless. A few weeks ago, I was rushing out the door one morning with a travel mug of coffee in hand, running late for work. As I passed through the hallway, I noticed Hannah just standing near the edge of the living room, peeking at me from behind the corner. Only part of her face was visible, one eye and a lock of hair. I thought it was a joke, some weird new form of flirting. "Morning?" I said, unsure if I was supposed to laugh or react some other way. She didn't say anything, just ducked out of view quickly and scurried into the other room. I called after her, kind of amused. "You're being weird," I told her with a chuckle. She giggled faintly from wherever she had gone, and I left for work thinking she had decided to be quirky for once. I even smiled about it later, telling myself maybe marriage was loosening her up. The next time it happened, I was not so amused. It was just past midnight. I had gone downstairs for a glass of water. The kitchen was quiet, dimly lit by the under-cabinet lights. I turned toward the sink and nearly dropped my glass. There she was again, but this time she was on all fours, peeking out from the other side of the kitchen island. Her chin rested against the floor, her eyes wide and unblinking, and there was this crooked smile on her lips, like a doll's smile that had been carved too deep. I jumped, a chill rolling up my spine. "Hannah?" I asked, unsure what else to say. She didn't respond. She didn't even blink. I just stood there, gripping the counter, frozen by the way she was watching me. Then, just like before, she darted away on all fours, her hands slapping against the tiles as she disappeared into the hallway. I stayed in the kitchen longer than I needed to, staring at the spot where she had been. Eventually I crept upstairs, half expecting her to leap out again, but she was in bed, asleep, or pretending to be. I couldn't tell. Her breathing was steady. She didn't move when I got in next to her. I lay there for what felt like forever, wondering what the hell that had been about. The air felt strange, like the walls were pressing in just a little tighter than before. The next morning I brought it up casually over breakfast. "You got me good last night," I said with a light laugh, hoping she would own up to the creepy prank. She just blinked at me. "What are you talking about?" "Last night, you were crawling around the kitchen. You scared the hell out of me." She laughed, a short, genuine laugh. "You must have been dreaming." I stared at her. She seemed sincere, even confused, but her eyes held something else, something unreadable. Later that day, I tried to shrug it off. Told myself it was just sleep-deprived imagination. Maybe I had dreamed it, but that theory died quickly, because it kept happening. I'd find her peeking at me from behind the shower curtain when I thought I was alone. Once, she was crouched behind the curtains in the living room, her head tilted sideways like a curious animal. She didn't speak during those moments, not once. She just watched, sometimes smiling, sometimes not. I began to feel like I was losing it. I started locking the bathroom door. I double-checked windows at night. My chest felt tight constantly, like I was bracing for something I couldn't quite name. Every shadow in the house felt heavier. Every silence was louder. Then came the moment I'll never forget. It was a weekend morning. I got up before her, went downstairs to make coffee. Everything was quiet. The smell of beans grinding was a comfort, but something pulled my attention toward the staircase. That feeling again, that awful sense of being watched. I glanced toward the landing, and there she was, not standing, but curled up inside the old wooden trunk we kept by the stairs. One eye just barely peeking through the gap in the lid. I froze. "Hannah?" I said, my voice barely audible. The lid moved a bit, just a twitch. I stepped closer. The eye disappeared. The trunk lid closed with a soft creak. I didn't open it. I couldn't. I just stood there, every hair on my body standing up. When I saw her 20 minutes later, dressed and sipping her tea like nothing had happened, I didn't say a word. I couldn't bring myself to. She looked up from her mug and smiled like everything was fine. Like she hadn't been hiding in a box watching me with the intensity of a predator. That night, I slept with the bedroom door locked. I told myself I needed rest, that maybe work stress was catching up to me, but deep down I knew the truth. Something was happening to my wife. And I was terrified to find out what. The next few days blurred together in a fog of unease. Every hour felt long. I caught myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, checking doorways and dark corners like a kid afraid of monsters. Only now I was not a kid, and I knew the monster was someone I used to kiss goodnight. I tried to convince myself that Hannah's behavior was just some strange attempt at fun, a twisted way of letting loose, maybe something she was experimenting with. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. Something was wrong. It was in the way she stared too long without blinking. It was in the quiet movements when she thought I wasn't looking. Something in her eyes no longer belonged to the woman I married. It all reached a boiling point late one evening when I came home from work and found her nowhere in sight. The house was dark, unusually quiet. I called her name, checked the kitchen, the living room. No answer. The bedroom door was shut, but when I pushed it open, it creaked louder than it should have, like the house was trying to warn me. I stood in the doorway, staring into the room. She wasn't there. The bed was made, the lights off, the curtains drawn. I turned back down the hall and nearly screamed. She was at the end of it. Standing there with her back to me, her posture was rigid. Her arms were stiff at her sides. I called her name, but she didn't move. Hannah? Nothing. I stepped forward slowly. The hardwood creaked beneath me. Hannah, are you okay? Still, she didn't respond. I was only a few feet away when she turned around. Not slowly, not like someone simply turning to face a voice. She turned fast, sharp, like something jerking on strings. Her head tilted slightly to the left, and her eyes were locked on mine, wide and watery. Her lips were curled into a smile that did not touch the rest of her face. I stepped back, startled. She took one step forward, still silent. "Stop," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Just stop." And she did. She stopped immediately, feet planted, head still tilted. Then she let out this small hiccup of a laugh. It wasn't a real laugh. It sounded broken, like the sound of a doll with a cracked speaker. She turned and walked back into the shadows of the hall without another sound. That night I barely slept. I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling while she slept peacefully next to me, or pretended to. Her breathing was slow and even, but I didn't trust it. I couldn't. I stared at the outline of her body under the sheets, trying to remember the feeling of being safe next to her, but it was gone. That warmth had vanished. I didn't know when. In the morning, I left for work early. I didn't tell her goodbye. I needed space, time to think. I even considered booking a motel for a few nights, just until I figured out what to do. But part of me couldn't bear to leave, not yet. Around lunchtime, I got a text from her, a photo. It was a picture of me taken that morning standing in the driveway by my car. My back was to the house. I hadn't noticed her watching. I hadn't even known she was awake. There was no caption, just the image. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of what it meant. Was she trying to scare me? Was it a joke? Or was it something worse? That same tight feeling in my chest returned. I didn't reply. I didn't know how. When I got home that night, the house was silent again. I unlocked the front door slowly, half expecting her to leap out from behind it, but she didn't. The living room lights were off, the windows covered, and the hallway ahead was dark. I turned the light on. Still no sign of her. I made my way upstairs, calling her name. No answer. The bedroom door was cracked open. I pushed it slowly and looked inside. The room was empty. I stepped in, heart thudding, and froze. The closet door was open just a sliver, enough to see an eye. It blinked. I backed out of the room without saying a word, without making a sound. I turned and walked down the hall, down the stairs, into the living room. I sat on the couch and stared at the wall, every muscle in my body tight as a wire. A few minutes later, she came down the stairs like nothing had happened. She smiled when she saw me, and plopped down next to me on the couch. "You're home early," she said. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My mouth was dry, my thoughts racing. She leaned her head on my shoulder, her fingers curling gently around my arm. "You're so quiet lately," she whispered. "Are you mad at me?" I finally turned to look at her. Her eyes were soft, her voice was sweet, but none of it felt real. I shook my head, Just tired, I mumbled. We sat there in silence, the television playing something neither of us were watching. Her hand never left my arm, her head never moved from my shoulder, but I didn't feel comforted. I felt trapped. Her presence was no longer something familiar. It was something heavy, something wrong. I told myself I'd leave tomorrow. I would pack a bag, get in the car and go. Call her mother, call a therapist, call someone, anyone. But not tonight. That night, I locked the bedroom door again. She didn't question it. She said goodnight with a kiss on my cheek and climbed under the covers. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling once more. My heart was pounding, my hands shaking beneath the blankets. Sometime around 2 a.m, I opened my eyes and looked toward the closet. It was closed, my ears strained in the silence. And then I heard it. A soft scraping sound. From beneath the bed. Just slow enough to be deliberate. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just lay there, holding my breath, wondering how long I could pretend to be asleep. Wondering what would happen when I couldn't pretend anymore. I did not sleep that night. Not really. I lay motionless for hours, my eyes barely closed, listening to every tiny shift in the room. Every creak of wood, every brushing of fabric, every imagined breath from beneath the bed. I knew something had moved down there. Something with a purpose, something that waited. By the time morning light filtered through the curtains, I felt no relief, just exhaustion and an increasing dread that had settled like a weight inside my chest. I got out of bed slowly, trying not to disturb her. Hannah remained still, lying on her side with her back to me. Her breathing was even and soft. For a moment I let myself believe she had not heard the same things I had, that she was untouched by the sickness spreading through our house. But then I saw her eyes. She had been watching me through the reflection in the bedroom mirror. Her eyes were wide open, unmoving. I said nothing. I simply walked out of the room, down the stairs and into the kitchen. My coffee tasted like dirt. I left it on the counter and stepped outside onto the porch, needing to put a layer of distance between myself and her. The air was cold, unusually so for that time of year. Everything around the house felt still, but not in a peaceful way. It was the kind of stillness you feel before a storm breaks loose. The kind where even the birds go silent. I sat there until the sun had fully risen. She never came to check on me. Around noon, I finally returned to the bedroom to get dressed. She was no longer in bed. The sheets were messy but empty, twisted like someone had been tossing and turning for hours. I opened the closet. It was empty too, my stomach twisted into knots. I found her sitting at the kitchen table, dressed in a clean white t-shirt, her hair still damp from a shower. She smiled as I entered, that same too wide, slow, unnatural smile. "Morning," she said, even though it was well past noon. I nodded, afraid to speak. "I made you something," she added, and gestured toward the table. On a white plate sat a piece of toast. No butter, no jam. Just plain, cold toast, cut perfectly into 4 squares. I sat down slowly, unsure if I should eat it. She waited, eyes fixed on me. "You didn't sleep much," she said, her voice airy and light, almost cheerful. I shook my head. "No, I didn't." "Bad dreams?" I looked at her then, straight in the eyes. They looked different, almost glassy, too still. "Something like that," I said. She leaned forward, her chin resting on her hands. "Do you think you're losing sleep because of me?" I did not answer. The quiet that followed stretched too long, and she suddenly sat back, her expression unreadable. "I don't want you to be afraid," she said. "I'm not afraid," I lied. "You are." Her voice was soft now. "I see it." I left the toast untouched and stood up. I told her I needed to go out for a few hours. She asked if I wanted company, but I said no. I told her I just needed to clear my head. She watched me as I walked away. When I closed the door behind me, I heard her laughing, quietly, almost to herself. I drove with no destination in mind, just driving to be away. I ended up in the parking lot of an old library, one I had not been to since I was a teenager. I sat in the car, letting the silence of the interior calm me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, a friend, her sister, maybe even her mother. But what would I say? That Hannah had turned into something else? That she crawled on all fours and grinned like a jackal? Nobody would believe me. I barely believed it myself. Eventually I went inside. The library smelled of paper and dust and something old I could not name. I wandered the aisles without purpose, until I found myself in a section filled with books on dreams and psychology. One book caught my eye. It was old and faded, no dust jacket, just a title etched into the spine in gold. I pulled it out, sat down in one of the back chairs, and opened to the middle. The pages were filled with handwritten notes, old underlines, and phrases that made no sense at first. One passage stood out. It talked about something called shadow mimicry, a behavior in which a person mirrors another, obsessively, sometimes without realizing it. In more severe cases, the mimicry becomes twisted, exaggerated. The person being mimicked no longer recognizes themselves in the eyes of the one watching. The notes in the margin were frantic, written in sharp, slanted letters. Words like possession, obsession, fragmentation of identity. I closed the book and put it back. When I got home that evening, I found Hannah in the basement. The door had been left slightly open, something she never did. I called out to her, and she responded with a single word: "Down here." I paused at the top of the stairs, unease climbing my spine like cold fingers. I slowly descended, one step at a time. The basement was dark, except for a single lamp flickering in the far corner. She sat beneath it, cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by Polaroids. Dozens of them, spread out in a perfect circle around her. Each one was a picture of me, sleeping, eating, brushing my teeth, all from angles I did not remember seeing her at. "I've been collecting these," she said, without turning around. "It helps me feel close to you." I could barely speak. When did you take all of these?" She laughed. "You'd be surprised what people don't notice when they think they're alone." I took a step back, unsure whether to run or cry or scream. She turned then, slowly, and looked at me with that expression I had come to dread. Her smile stretched far too wide, her hands twitching in her lap. "You're always beautiful," she said softly, "but you're even more beautiful when you're scared." I ran. I don't remember going up the stairs. I don't remember grabbing my coat. But the next thing I knew, I was in my car again, driving fast and aimlessly, hoping that putting miles between us would mean safety. I slept in the parking lot of a 24-hour gas station that night. I did not check my phone. I did not want to know what she had sent, because I knew she had. I did not go home the next day. I could not. Even thinking about opening that door again made my chest tighten like a vice. I spent the morning in the back seat of my car, a blanket pulled around me, watching the sun rise through the fogged-up windows. A gas station employee knocked once, asked if I was okay, and I lied with a nod. There was no way I could explain what I was running from. I drove around with no direction. I pulled into fast food drive-thrus, not because I was hungry, but because I needed some kind of human interaction, even if it was just passing a greasy bag through a window. The sound of normal voices helped, but not for long. The moment I was alone again, the quiet came back like a whisper in my ear. I tried calling her sister Mara. I told myself I would keep it simple. Just ask if Hannah had ever acted strangely as a kid, maybe share a weird story or two. I needed to know if this behavior was new, or just something that had been hidden all along, but Mara never picked up. I called twice, left no message either time. Something told me she would not call back even if she knew it was me. By late afternoon, I gave in and called an old friend from college. Eli had always been the kind of person who took things seriously when it mattered. He did not laugh at people's fears. I figured if anyone would listen to me without telling me I was crazy, it would be him. He picked up on the second ring. "You sound like hell," he said right away. "I feel worse." We talked for a few minutes, meaningless stuff. He asked where I was, if everything was okay with Hannah. I hesitated too long before answering. That silence opened a door, and everything started tumbling out. I told him about the peeking, the grinning, the way she watched me like I was a stranger in my own house. I left out some of the more unbelievable details, like the pictures and the basement, but I told him enough. He was quiet for a long time when I finished. I thought maybe the call had dropped. Then he said, "I don't know what's happening to her, but that's not just a prank. That's something else." I felt a wave of relief. Just having someone believe me helped. I asked if I could crash at his place for a few days, and he agreed immediately. I drove the hour and a half to his house without stopping, looking in the rearview mirror far more often than necessary. When I got there, I felt safer. His place was warm, full of normal sounds like a radio playing softly in the kitchen, the hum of the fridge, the ticking of a wall clock. He offered me a beer, and I almost cried. I slept on his couch, but the comfort didn't last. That night, I woke up to scratching, not loud, just faint, rhythmic. It was coming from the kitchen. I lay there frozen, listening. I heard nothing else, no footsteps, no voices, just that slow, repetitive scratch. Eventually, I forced myself up. I crept toward the noise, barely breathing. The kitchen light was off, but enough moonlight came through the window for me to see. There was no one there. But on the table, something had been carved into the surface. Just one word, mine. The letters were jagged, uneven, fresh, the wood around them still curling at the edges. I didn't sleep again. The next morning I asked Eli if he had seen anything strange. He said no, he hadn't heard a thing. When I showed him the table, he went pale. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at the carving. "I need to go," I said. "I shouldn't have brought this here." "Brought what?" he asked. I couldn't answer him. I packed my things and left. The ride back toward town was slow. I didn't want to go home, but I had nowhere else to go. Every place I stopped felt like it was already tainted, like something was following me, not physically. Not that I could see, but something lingered behind my thoughts, like a smell you can't quite place but never forget. At a rest stop just outside the city, I pulled into a spot far from the other cars and shut the engine off. I stared out the windshield for a long time. It was late afternoon again. The sky was that dull color between blue and gray, the kind of sky that promises nothing good. My phone buzzed. I didn't want to look, but I had to. A message from a number I didn't recognize. Just 2 words. "Come home." I dropped the phone onto the passenger seat, breathing shallow and fast. I didn't touch it again. Eventually I drove, not toward the house, but toward a park I used to visit when I needed to think. It was empty this time of day, just a few benches and some crooked old trees swaying in the wind. I walked the path slowly, my hands buried in my pockets, my ears straining for any unusual sound. I was beginning to see her everywhere. Reflections in puddles, faces in clouds, shadows behind trees. I told myself I was losing it, but deep down, I knew better. I sat on one of the benches for almost an hour, trying to steady my thoughts. When I finally stood to leave, I saw something that made me freeze. On the bench next to mine, scratched into the wood just like the table at Eli's, was another word. Waiting. I did not remember seeing it when I sat down. I drove straight back into town after that, not to the house. I couldn't make myself go that far, but I needed answers. I needed someone who knew something. Anyone who might have some clue as to what was happening to Hannah, or to me. I parked outside a small community library I remembered from years ago. It had a local history section, full of old newspaper clippings and weird town legends. I figured if nothing else, I could look for anything that matched what I had been experiencing. The woman at the front desk barely looked at me as I entered. I walked straight to the back, past dusty shelves and forgotten books. I spent hours searching. It felt pointless. I almost gave up. But then I found it, an old journal donated by someone decades ago. Tucked into the middle was a page with a single paragraph highlighted in faded ink. She waits for the eyes to find her. She waits behind the glass, under the floor, inside the skin. When the one she watches runs, she follows, not with feet, not with voice, but with the promise of never being far. My hands shook as I read it again and again, because the last page of the journal was signed by a name I recognized. Hannah's grandmother. I sat in the library until they turned off the lights. The old woman at the front desk tapped her watch and gave me a half-hearted smile as she walked past, keys jangling at her side. I nodded without speaking and waited until I was alone again. The silence in that place pressed in on me like thick cloth. Every breath I took seemed too loud, every step I made echoed too far, but I stayed. I needed to read that journal again, needed to be sure I had not misread the name. It was unmistakable. The signature at the bottom of the final page was written in small, neat letters. C. Renly, Hannah's grandmother's name. I remembered seeing it in old photos around our house, embroidered onto dish towels, engraved on the spine of a dusty family Bible that Hannah refused to open. The paragraph before it, the one that chilled me most, read like something out of a nightmare. She waits behind the glass, under the floor, inside the skin. I could not stop repeating those words in my head, even as I left the library, even as the night air bit at my face. I drove aimlessly again, trying to shake the feeling that had settled in my chest. A weight. A growing certainty that whatever this was, whatever had begun inside my home with Hannah's strange behavior, it did not start with her. It started long before her. This thing had roots. Roots deep in her bloodline. I ended up back in my car, parked across the street from my own house. I turned off the engine and stared at the silhouette of the place. My house, my wife, my life. All sitting in the dark, waiting for me. There were no lights on. I had not been there in 2 days, and yet I could not shake the feeling that someone was home, or something. I did not go inside. I watched from the safety of the car, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles ached. My phone buzzed once, then twice. I glanced down. Unknown number again. No message this time, just an image. It took me a second to understand what I was looking at. The picture was dark, but I could make out the shape of a chair, the one from the corner of our bedroom. The light from the hallway spilled just enough to show the outline of someone sitting in it. Her. I knew it was her. Only she was not smiling in this one. Her head was tilted slightly to the side, mouth slack, eyes vacant, staring straight at the camera. And that was the part that made my blood run cold. She had taken it. That meant she was not the one in the chair. I threw my phone onto the passenger seat and gripped my head with both hands. I sat like that for a long time, shaking, trying to catch my breath. Something was wrong. Something I could not even explain in words. This was no longer about my wife behaving strangely. This was about something wearing her like a coat. I drove to a hotel just outside the city limits and checked in using cash. I gave a fake name, one I had not used in years. The man behind the counter barely looked at me, which was fine. I did not want to be seen. The room was clean but soulless. No pictures on the walls, no clock on the nightstand. The silence inside was different than the silence in my car or the library. This one felt thick, like syrup. It clung to me no matter how loudly I turned up the television or how many lights I switched on. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed with the blankets pulled to my chest, my eyes flicking toward every sound, the heater ticking, the floor settling, the faint hum of traffic outside. Each noise seemed too deliberate, too slow, like something trying to mimic what it thought was normal. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to get some water from the tiny sink near the bathroom. As I reached for the cup, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror. I froze. It was my reflection, but not. In the mirror, I stood still, but I could see my face was not right. My mouth was open too wide, my eyes too dry. I blinked, and it blinked a second later. A delay, subtle, but there. I backed away slowly, refusing to look away from my own face. My reflection kept grinning, just slightly, just enough. I slept in the bathtub that night, with the door closed and the lights on. The next morning, I knew what I had to do. I needed to go back to the house, not to live, not even to stay for more than a moment, but I had to see it again. I had to find the journal. The rest of it, that one page I found, could not have been the only thing, and if her grandmother had written it, then maybe there was something else. Something she had left behind that could explain what was happening. I waited until the sun was high, just past noon, before I returned. The house looked smaller than I remembered, shrunk somehow. The windows were still dark. The yard was overgrown, though it had only been a week since I last mowed it. I approached slowly, every step deliberate. The front door was locked. I still had my keys. Inside, the air smelled different, damp, rotten, like something had died inside the walls and no one noticed. I moved quickly, keeping to the edges of the room, avoiding the hallway where I had seen her peeking the last time. In the living room I found the trunk, Hannah's grandmother's old trunk. It had been moved, not far, just slightly off-center, as if someone had opened it recently. I knelt and opened it slowly. Inside, wrapped in a faded red cloth, was a book, leather-bound, old. I recognized the handwriting right away, the same neat, precise letters from the library journal. I opened it. There were dates, notes, observations, scribbled symbols, strange little drawings that looked like people but wrong, twisted. Some of the entries made no sense. Words like mirroring, echo skin, soul shadow, but one phrase kept repeating. She watches until she learns the rhythm, then she copies it. She will wear it until it fits. I turned the pages faster, dozens of entries, all circling around the same idea, something that mimics, something that waits, something that peaks. A sudden creak sounded behind me. I turned toward the hallway. She was standing there. No smile, no expression at all, just watching. She did not move. She stood at the end of the hallway like she had grown out of the shadows themselves. Her eyes were on me, unblinking, locked with mine. I clutched the book tighter to my chest as I backed away from the trunk, never taking my eyes off her. Her face was pale, almost ashen now, and her lips were dry and cracked. She looked thinner than the last time I saw her, like something had hollowed her out from the inside. And yet, despite everything, her shape was still the same. She still looked like my wife, but I knew better now. It was not her. There was no screaming, no sound of footsteps pounding toward me, just her standing there, so still, her head slightly tilted as if confused that I had finally figured it out. I moved quickly, clutching the old journal as I made my way toward the kitchen. I had no plan, just a gut instinct that I needed to get out of that house. She did not follow. She only turned her head slowly, eyes tracking me as I moved past. That blank stare was somehow worse than the smile. It was emptier, deader. Once I was outside, I ran to the car. I did not look back until I had driven halfway down the block. When I did, I saw her through the front window. She had not moved from the hallway. She just stood there, still watching. I drove back to the motel and locked myself inside the room. I placed the journal on the bed and stared at it for a long time, afraid to open it again. But I had to. Whatever this thing was, it had come from that bloodline, from that family, and it had been documented before. I needed to know how it ended back then. I needed to know if it could be ended at all. I spent hours reading. The entries grew more unhinged the deeper I went. Hannah's grandmother had been obsessed with what she called the mimic. A thing that waits behind the eyes, learns your patterns, learns your behaviors, then begins to replace you piece by piece, first in gestures, then in voice, eventually in presence. By the time anyone notices, the real person is already gone. But there was one entry that changed everything. I almost missed it. It was written in different ink, sloppier, as if it had been added in a hurry. It simply said, "She cannot follow her own reflection. She copies, but does not cast. Mirror her, trap her." I read the sentence over and over. Mirror her, trap her. My mind raced. I stood in front of the motel bathroom mirror and looked at myself, searching for anything that might help. and then it clicked. That night, in the motel, when my reflection had been off, slightly delayed, that had not been me, that had been her. She had found me. She had been watching through reflections. But she could not reflect herself. She could copy a person, copy their smile, their voice, their behaviors, but she could not create a perfect reflection. Her image had no soul behind it. I looked again into the mirror. My own eyes stared back, tired but alert. I waved slowly. The reflection matched. This time it was me. So I made a plan. That night, I returned to the house for the last time. I brought the mirror from the motel with me. It was large enough to carry, but not heavy. I left it in the trunk while I went inside and placed a trail of lamps and candles from the front room to the hallway. I knew where she would be. She was there again, just standing, staring, waiting. I did not speak to her. I didn't need to. I left the journal in the middle of the hallway, knowing she would see it. Then I went back to the car, retrieved the mirror, and placed it in the hallway across from the closet door. I set up one of the tall lamps behind it, casting just enough light to illuminate the glass. Then I waited. At first, nothing happened. The house was still, no sound, no footsteps, no breathing. But then the mirror flickered, just once. Her figure appeared behind me in the hallway. I stood motionless, heart pounding, breath shallow. I knew she was there. I could feel her presence like a pressure on my spine. She stepped into the mirror's view. She did not make a sound, but I saw her face twist in a way I had never seen before. Not rage, not fear. It was pain. She could not enter the reflection. Her image warped, her body blurring like smoke, like static on a dead channel. She reached for the mirror, hands trembling, and her fingers hit the glass with a dull thud. She looked into the face staring back at her and saw nothing. Nothing looking back. And then she began to scream. It was not a scream made by human lungs. It was jagged, uneven, layered, like many voices at once, all distorted, all crying out. The glass cracked. I held my ground. I knew now that she was not real. She was not flesh. She was memory and echo and hunger, and the mirror refused her. She kept screaming, clawing at the glass, and with each second her shape faded. Her skin turned translucent, her eyes hollowed out. The mimic could not survive in the truth of her own absence. With a final shriek, her body shattered into light. Like a candle snuffed out, the mirror cracked all the way through. And then there was silence. I stood alone in that hallway for a long time, breathing hard. The journal lay where I had left it. The candles flickered in their holders. There was no more shadow in the doorway. I buried the mirror in the backyard that night, wrapped it in sheets, nailed it inside a wooden crate, and buried it deep. I poured salt around the edges of the yard and lit every light in the house. For weeks, I waited for her to come back, but she never did. Hannah was gone. I had to accept that. Whatever had taken her had done so long ago, and what remained was only the shape of her, a shell, an echo. I moved out of the house, sold it to a couple who wanted to start a family. I did not tell them what had happened. I could not bear to. But I kept the journal. I still have it. Sometimes I open it and run my fingers over the last page. She copies but casts no reflection. That was the key. That was how I survived. And now, whenever I pass a mirror, I always look. I make sure my reflection looks back the same way, at the same time. Because if it ever does not, I will know what is waiting on the other side. My name is Rachel, and I am a survivor. That's what they call us in group. Survivors, not victims. Survivors. Like we've won something. Like we escaped something we were meant to outrun. But most nights, I don't feel like I won. I feel like I stole someone else's place in the world. Like the woman I left behind deserved life more than I ever did. I feel it in my chest every morning when I wake up. And every night, when I try to sleep, I see her. I see Denise. She and I were locked together for 63 days. The only reason I'm writing this down is because Marcus, the group leader, asked us to. He said we don't have to share it, but we need to start facing it. Putting the memories on paper helps pull them out from inside, he says. I'm not sure that's true. I don't think you can ever pull something like that all the way out, but here I am. Denise was already in that attic when I was dragged up there. She was shackled to a ring in the floor, bent forward with her wrists and ankles bound in front of her. The chains didn't allow much room to shift, so she had to lie twisted like a discarded doll. Her mouth was cracked and dry. Her skin was covered in bruises, some of them yellowing, some of them fresh. There were patches of hair torn out of her scalp, and she was missing several teeth. I couldn't stop staring at her when they dropped me on the floor next to her. "Don't talk loud," she whispered, before I could even cry out. "He doesn't like loud." Her voice had this raw rasp to it, like she hadn't spoken in weeks. But it wasn't scared. It was practiced, steady. I asked where we were, what was happening. She ignored that and said, "He'll give you a choice soon. It'll seem small, but it never is. Do what he says, or neither of us eat." I thought she was crazy. I honestly thought she'd lost her mind, until the man came back. He wore an orange ski mask and never spoke. He used flashcards. The first one he showed me said, "Spit on her." I laughed, not because it was funny, but because I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a joke. When I didn't do anything, he stared at me. Then he ripped the card in half, dropped it at our feet, and walked out. I thought it was over, but Denise lunged forward, her chains screeching against the floor, and bit me. Her teeth clamped into my shoulder so hard I could hear the skin tear. I screamed and pulled away, blood pouring down my arm. She didn't say sorry. She didn't even look upset. She just turned away and curled back into her spot on the floor. "That was your warning," she muttered. Later that day, he returned. He handed a card to Denise. It said, "Swallow her spit." She looked at me, then opened her mouth. "Spit," she ordered. I had nothing left in me. My mouth was dry. But I forced whatever I could onto my tongue and dropped it between her lips. She didn't flinch. She swallowed like it was water. My stomach twisted. Then it was my turn. The next card he held was for me. "Break your own hand." I stared at him, hoping he'd switch to another card, tell me it was a joke. But the man never moved. He stood there like a statue, waiting. "Do it," Denise said. "He'll make me hurt you again if you don't." So I did it. I raised my bound wrists and slammed them down on the iron ring in the floor again and again until I heard the wet crack. Pain like fire raced up my arm, but I kept going. I cried. I screamed. My fingers looked like melted wax, but he nodded. He left the room, then returned with 2 trays of food, microwave dinners. Denise devoured hers like she hadn't eaten in days. I barely touched mine. Later that night, as she slept, I realized something. My hand, mangled and swollen, could almost slip through the cuff. I worked it free over the next hour, barely able to stay quiet. My fingers were mush, but I managed to pull my arm loose. Denise opened her eyes and watched me. "You can't escape," she said. I ignored her, crawled across the attic floor, using my good hand to search. There had to be something, anything, that could help me pick the padlock that chained us down. Hours passed. I found nothing. No nails, no tools, just dust and splinters. And then I saw it. A baby rat. I grabbed it without thinking. It squirmed and squealed in my hand. I didn't know what I was doing, not really. My mind was cracked open by fear and hunger and pain, but something in me said the spine. Use the spine. I bit into it. I didn't think. I just knew I needed that thin little backbone. The rat screamed. Its blood filled my mouth. I choked down vomit as I pulled its tiny spine out with my good hand. I don't know how long it took, but I got it. I used the rat's spine to pick the padlock. Click. I was free. That sound still lives in my ears, the sound of hope, of escape, but it wasn't over. Not yet. I'll continue this soon. I have to stop now. Writing this feels like I'm back there, and I need a break before I go back again, but I will. Because I have to finish what I started. My feet were numb as I stood there, unshackled, barely balanced on legs that had not held me for over a week. I was trembling not just from the cold, but from the weight of freedom. It didn't feel real. The cuffs dangled from my unbroken wrist. My other hand throbbed with pain. I couldn't feel my fingers. The skin was split and raw. Blood soaked the bandage of my torn shirt wrapped around it. I didn't know if I could use it again, but it didn't matter. I was free. Denise hadn't moved. She was awake now, watching me from across the floor. Her face wasn't hopeful. It was tired. Her eyes were sunken in. She didn't even flinch when I approached the chain between us. "You can't take it off," she whispered. "I'm going to try." She shook her head slowly, that same resigned look in her eyes. "I already tried. You'll break your nails before that lock opens again." I ignored her. I knelt down, wincing as my knees pressed into the wood. I pressed the rat's spine into the padlock again, but my fingers weren't working right. My hand wouldn't close around it the same way. I tried anyway. For 10 minutes I picked at the lock. Denise said nothing. She just stared at me like someone watching a rerun of a show they'd already seen too many times. When I finally gave up, she spoke again. "You have to go. I'm not leaving you here." "You have to," she said, her voice firmer now. "He'll be back soon." I looked at her, trying to find something human left in her face, something I could hold on to. "You've been here longer than me. You know more. You deserve to make it out." "That's not how this works," she said. "He doesn't let two people go. He only ever frees one." My blood turned to ice. "What?" She didn't answer. She just looked at the door. "If you're going to leave, now is the time." I hesitated, frozen in place, unsure if my legs would carry me. The attic was dark, lit only by the slits of moonlight coming through warped wooden boards in the walls. I looked at the door. It was open. I hadn't noticed that before. Maybe he left it that way. Maybe he wanted me to run. "Please come with me," I said. She didn't answer. I stepped back from her. My stomach twisted. Something inside me knew I was making the wrong decision, but everything else inside me screamed to run. So I did. I stumbled down the stairs, each step shaking under my weight. I didn't know where I was. The house was dead silent. Cobwebs hung like curtains from the ceiling. The wallpaper peeled like old scabs. I passed a cracked mirror and didn't recognize myself. My hair was matted, my skin bruised, my shoulder still crusted with dried blood from the bite. My reflection looked like it had already died. I found the front door. It creaked on rusted hinges as I pulled it open. The air outside smelled damp. The night was cold, colder than I expected. I ran barefoot across the yard, twigs slicing my feet, not stopping until I hit the gravel road. I didn't know where it led, but I followed it. The moon lit the way. My body was breaking down, but I couldn't stop. Every crunch of gravel behind me sounded like footsteps. Every gust of wind in the trees sounded like his breath. Somewhere near dawn I found a house, a farmhouse. I collapsed on their porch and screamed until someone came out. I barely remember what happened after that. I remember the woman's voice calling the police. I remember being wrapped in a blanket, an ambulance, the hospital lights, then silence. They said I was in shock. I didn't speak for 2 days. When I finally told them what had happened, they sent officers to search the house. It was abandoned. No signs of anyone, no body, no chains. Not even blood. They thought I had imagined it, that maybe I'd been on something. Hallucinations brought on by trauma. But I still had the scars. My shoulder, my hand, my wrist. They didn't want to see those as proof. It was too unbelievable. The man with the orange mask, the cards, the commands. They said it sounded like something out of a horror novel. I stopped trying to convince them. I went home, my real home. My parents tried their best, but I wasn't the same. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat, unless I could see the full plate. I needed to know no one else had touched it. I'd flinch when someone raised their hand too fast. My dad had to stop wearing orange. I couldn't look at it. Then the nightmares started. Every night, The same thing, Denise's face, her eyes, the way she looked at me as I ran. In the dream, she doesn't cry, she just stares. And every time I wake up before I see what happens to her. Marcus told me that trauma turns guilt into a sickness, that we carry the weight of someone else's death like it belongs to us. But I know better. I left her there. That was my choice. I kept telling myself maybe she escaped too. Maybe she found her way out. But deep down I knew. He let me go because she stayed. A week after I started going to group, I got the letter. There was no return address, just an envelope slid under my apartment door. Inside was a single sheet of paper, no words, just a picture. It was a Polaroid. Denise. She was sitting on the attic floor, bound exactly as I left her. Only this time her face was different. Her mouth was open, her eyes were lifeless, her skin was gray. At the bottom of the photo, in thick black ink, 3 words were written. Your turn next. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just stared at the door, and the worst part, I wasn't afraid of the jailer. I was afraid of what I might do if he came back. Because deep down, I'm not sure I'd fight him. And that's the truth I haven't told anyone. Not even Marcus. Not yet. I kept the photo. I don't know why. Maybe because throwing it away would have made it feel more real. Maybe I needed to look at it now and then to remind myself that Denise really died, that I walked away and left her behind. Or maybe, on some awful level, I wanted to be punished for it. I tucked it inside the back of my closet, hidden beneath shoeboxes and winter coats. But I knew exactly where it was. I always knew. Marcus noticed something was wrong the next time I came to group. He asked if I was sleeping. I lied and told him yes. Then he asked if I had remembered anything new. I told him no. But I could feel it starting, that itch in the back of my brain, the crawling. The dreams were getting worse. Denise wasn't just staring anymore. In the dreams, she was speaking. And her voice sounded just like mine. Most nights I would sit up in bed with the lights on, pretending I was tired enough to fall asleep sitting up. Sometimes I would make it until morning. Other nights I would doze off, and the dream would return before I even had time to breathe. Denise in the attic, her voice echoing, not angry, just steady, just saying my name over and over. The worst part was, it didn't feel like a dream. 2 weeks after the photo arrived, I started hearing noises in my apartment. At first it was just the usual settling sounds, pipes moaning, floors creaking, nothing new. But then things shifted. The noises were too precise, too controlled. I would hear 3 taps on the wall beside my bed, always 3, then silence. I would call out, ask if anyone was there, and of course there was no answer. The next night it would happen again, always around the same time, always 3 knocks, always followed by nothing at all. I stopped sleeping in my room. I moved to the couch, thinking maybe I had built the fear into that space and needed distance. But the knocking followed. Then one night, it wasn't a knock. It was a scrape, long, slow, like fingernails dragging down drywall. It went from one end of the hallway to the other, then stopped. I stood in the living room, clutching a knife from the kitchen, barely able to breathe. When I finally opened the hallway door and flipped on the light, nothing was there. The wall looked clean. I pressed my ear to it. Nothing. I went back to the living room and sat down. When I looked at the front door, I saw something under it. A card. Just like his. My hands went ice cold. I didn't want to touch it, but I couldn't not. I got down slowly, knees cracking, and slid the card toward me. One word, handwritten in perfect black ink. Spill. That was it. Just that. I sat there on the floor for hours. I didn't understand what it meant. I didn't want to. The jailer was gone. He had to be. But somehow the card found its way into my home, into my hands, and the memories were back. I told myself it was a prank, a cruel joke. Someone had found out, maybe from the group, or an article, or a file somewhere, and they were messing with me. But I knew that wasn't true. No one else knew what those cards looked like. No one but Denise. And me. I skipped group the next week. Marcus left 2 messages on my phone. I didn't answer. I couldn't face him. I couldn't explain. What would I even say? Someone left a card under my door that might be from the man who tortured me and let me walk free after threatening to murder another woman. Even I thought it sounded ridiculous. Then the second card came. It was waiting for me in my refrigerator. I had only left the apartment for 10 minutes, ran to the corner store for some milk. When I got back, it was just sitting there on the top shelf. I nearly dropped the milk when I saw it. No envelope. No message, just a card, a word. Bite. That was the first thing Denise ever did to me in that attic. I left the fridge open, backed away, and locked myself in the bathroom. I sat on the floor with my arms wrapped around my knees and rocked back and forth, trying to stay calm, trying not to scream. My thoughts were spinning, and I realized something horrible. I had left my phone on the kitchen counter. The thought of walking back out into that room filled me with more dread than anything I had felt in months, but I did it. I crawled like an animal, knees and palms scraping against the tile, until I could reach the phone. I grabbed it and backed into the corner. I didn't call the police. Instead, I called the one person who would believe me. I called Erin. She was a woman in my group, about 10 years older than me. She'd been through something different, but just as awful. Her sister died in the house fire Erin had escaped from. She talked about guilt the same way I did, not like a wound, like a person you have to live with. I don't know why I called her. Maybe I just needed someone who wouldn't say I was crazy. She answered on the 3rd ring. Her voice was groggy but alert. "Rachel?" "Someone's in my apartment," I whispered. She didn't ask questions. She just said she was coming. When she arrived, we walked the whole place together. She held a fireplace poker, and I held my knife. We found no one, no sign of forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing out of place. Except the card in the fridge. She looked at it and went pale. She didn't ask what it meant. She just looked at me and nodded. "You should stay with me tonight." I didn't argue. That night at her place was the first night I'd slept for more than 2 hours in weeks. The silence in her home felt like sanctuary, until 3 in the morning. 3 knocks. Right outside her bedroom door. We both sat up at the same time. Erin reached for the poker again. I moved closer to the edge of the bed, heart slamming. This time I didn't ask if anyone was there. I already knew. And I had a feeling this was just the beginning. The knock came again. 3 slow taps. Erin's eyes met mine in the dark, wide and terrified. Neither of us moved at first. We just sat there in the silence, barely breathing. The poker in her hand felt more like a prop than a weapon. She motioned for me to stay where I was, then climbed out of bed as quietly as she could, the floorboards creaking beneath her. I followed anyway. When she opened the door, the hallway was empty. No shadows, no sound, but something was different. The air felt heavy, like it had been sitting still for too long. There was a smell too, faint but sharp, like metal and damp wood. I felt it in the back of my throat. We didn't talk, we didn't need to. Erin turned on every light in the house. We checked every room, under beds, inside closets, even the basement. Nothing. But when we returned to the living room, there was a 3rd card on the coffee table. Choose. Just that, written in the same crisp, black ink, the same paper. My hand started shaking the second I saw it. I had not spoken to anyone about the cards except Erin. And I hadn't even said what they looked like, but she believed me instantly. She didn't ask where it came from. She didn't ask who could have left it. She just sat down beside me and stared at it, like it might start speaking. That word stuck in my head for the rest of the night. Choose. It didn't say what. It didn't say who, but I knew what it meant. The last time I was given that word, Denise had died, and I had walked out. Maybe that was the punishment now. A second chance to choose, a second person to sacrifice. I didn't sleep. The next morning, Erin made coffee, and we sat in the kitchen watching the sun rise through the window. I kept glancing toward the hallway. She told me I could stay as long as I wanted. I said thank you. but we both knew that wasn't really the question anymore. By the time afternoon came, I decided I needed to go back to the house, not because it felt safe, because it was mine, and I needed to face whatever was happening before it swallowed me whole. She insisted on going with me. The drive was quiet. Every turn of the street looked sharper, every building a little more angular, like the world was twisting just enough to feel off. When we pulled up to my apartment, the front door was closed. Nothing looked out of place, but the second I stepped inside, I knew someone had been there. The air smelled wrong again, the lights felt dimmer. There was something on the floor in the middle of the living room, a circle of small bones. I froze. Erin stepped past me and bent down to examine them. She didn't touch them, just studied the arrangement. Each bone was tiny, no bigger than a knuckle. At first I thought they were from an animal, maybe a bird or a rat, but then she looked up and whispered what I already feared. "They're finger bones." My stomach turned. I backed away, trying not to look at them. My eyes landed on the kitchen counter, and there it was. Another card. Time. I picked it up slowly. The letters were smaller this time, more deliberate. Something about the handwriting seemed tighter, more careful, like whoever wrote it was focused, intent. What did it mean? Time for what? Or how much time? Erin looked at me and said nothing. I could see the fear on her face now, just beneath the calm surface. It wasn't the kind of fear that screams. It was the kind that freezes you from the inside out. We left the apartment. That night, I slept in her guest room. She had moved the circle of bones into a shoebox and called someone she knew who worked in pathology. No police, not yet. We both knew they would never believe any of this. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up gasping. My head was spinning. The room was dark, but I could feel something near me. I turned on the lamp. There was no one there. But the shoebox was open. And the bones were gone. I ran to Erin's room. She was still asleep somehow. I shook her awake and told her what I saw. She came to the room with me and searched. Nothing. The bones had vanished. We both stood in the doorway, unsure what to do. Then we saw it, a new card, resting on my pillow. Now. This time I cried. I sat down on the bed and felt the panic creep up my spine. It was happening again. I didn't know how or why, but the game was starting over. Only now there were no chains, no attic, no ski mask. Just the rules. Unspoken, inescapable. Erin sat beside me, her hand gently resting on my shoulder. She asked if I remembered anything else, anything about him. I told her no, and that was the truth. I never saw his face. Never heard his voice, but I remembered his silence, the kind that filled every inch of a room until it suffocated you. We both sat there for a long time. Then she asked something else. If it came down to it again, would you do it? I looked at her, unsure what she meant. If he made you choose again, if you had to decide between yourself and someone else. I didn't answer. Because the truth was, I didn't know. I had already chosen once. And that was what scared me most. Not that I had made the wrong choice, but that I might make it again. We didn't leave the house for 2 days. Erin took off work. I turned my phone off. The world outside faded into something distant, unimportant. We took shifts sleeping. One of us was always awake, always watching the windows and doors. The house was quiet, but the quiet wasn't peaceful. It felt like something was listening, waiting. On the 3rd night, I woke up with a start. I wasn't in the guest room anymore. I was back in that attic, the one with the boards that smelled like mildew and the faint scratch marks along the walls. Only it wasn't a dream. The floor beneath me was solid. The metal cuff around my ankle dug into my skin. The cold air clawed at my ribs. And she was there. Not Carla. That wasn't her name now. It was Evelyn. And she was sitting across from me just like before. Hair tangled, eyes hollow, thin arms wrapped around herself. No chains. No cuffs. She just sat there, watching me. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. My throat was dry. My heart beat hard against my ribs. She didn't look angry. She didn't look scared. She looked tired. She tilted her head slowly and whispered, "You remember now, don't you?" I nodded. I did. It had all come back over the past week. Every command, every card, every moment I thought I had buried. "You left me," she said, not as an accusation but as a fact. "You walked out and left me with him." Tears welled in my eyes. I didn't know what else to do. He said if I stayed, we'd both die. He lied. I wanted to explain, to tell her how I had carried her with me all these years, how I saw her in every mirror, every shadow, how the sound of her voice still echoed in my head when I couldn't sleep. But I knew it didn't matter. Apologies were useless now. She stood up. I backed away until the chain caught and pulled me short, but she didn't come closer. She looked toward the far wall, toward the door I remembered so well. "He's still watching," she said, "still waiting." And then she was gone. I woke up screaming. Erin was already at my side. She held my face, whispering to me to breathe, to focus. My legs were free. My wrists were whole. We were still in her guest room. But something had changed. I could feel it in the walls. The air had shifted. We walked the house together, silent. There were no new cards, no bones, no blood. But on the back of the front door, there was a message, scratched into the wood with something sharp. "The debt is paid." I stared at the words until Erin gently pulled me back. Neither of us knew what it meant. Later that morning, we packed a bag. We didn't discuss it much. We just knew it was time to go. Not because we were afraid, but because we understood something now. This wasn't a haunting. It wasn't about punishment or revenge. It was about memory. It was about what you carry when you survive. We drove 3 hours out to the house where I had been kept. I hadn't seen it in over 10 years. The address was still buried in a police file that never led anywhere. They never found him. But I remembered the trees, the long driveway, the hollow silence that hung in the air like smoke. The house had burned down. Nothing but a foundation and blackened beams remained. Nature had started reclaiming it. Vines and moss had crept up through the floor. It looked like the past was trying to bury itself. But I still walked in. I stood where the attic had once been. I knelt on the cold stone and pressed my palm against it. I didn't cry. I didn't speak. I just listened. And then, from somewhere in the wind, I heard Evelyn's voice. "You came back." I whispered, "I'm sorry." And I meant it. Erin stood a few feet away. She gave me the space. She always knew when to speak and when not to. That was what I loved most about her. She understood things without needing them explained. I took the photo from my pocket, the one that had arrived with no name, no return address. Just a Polaroid of me looking across the street, the one with the words written in blocky ink on the back. "You come with me now." I placed it on the foundation and walked away. We drove home in silence. It wasn't a sad silence. It was a quiet, restful one, like something heavy had been lifted off my chest. That night we slept. No nightmares, no knocks, no cards. And when I woke up, the sky was light and blue. Months passed. I started going to a support group. I never gave details. I just listened at first. Then, slowly, I started to share. Not everything, but enough. Enough for them to understand that sometimes surviving doesn't feel like winning. Sometimes surviving is just the beginning of a different kind of war. Erin kept a notebook. She told me she was writing it all down. Not for anyone else, just for us. So we wouldn't forget. So we could look back someday and know we came through the fire. I kept Evelyn's name in a frame by the window. It's not a shrine. It's a promise. To never pretend it didn't happen. To never forget that she gave me time I never deserved. The last card we ever found was taped to our front door the night before Christmas. We were coming home from dinner, laughing, bundled up in scarves and coats. It was folded neatly. We opened it together. Live. That was all it said. I keep it now, inside my wallet, not as a threat, but as a reminder. Whatever he wanted, whoever he was, he's gone. But what he left behind, the weight, the scars, the choices, they stay. And so do we. We live. Raising James on my own had always felt like walking a tightrope. From the moment he came into my life a few weeks too early, he made it clear he was going to do things his own way. He was the kind of child who needed his bedtime stories just right, who didn't like the lights too bright, and who always held my hand a little too tightly in crowds. He was my shadow, my anchor, my world. Which is why the night I found him sleepwalking, everything started to shift in a way I couldn't explain. It began with a sound that didn't belong, a soft creak like the floorboards sighing. I remember thinking maybe the cat had gotten in again, but when I peeked down the hallway, I saw James. He was standing completely still, facing the wall, his little body wrapped in his pajamas, feet bare on the cold hardwood. My breath caught in my chest. He didn't even flinch when I called his name. Just stood there like he was waiting for something. I gently led him back to bed, tucking him in and brushing his hair back. He didn't stir once. That first time I tried to brush it off. Kids sleepwalk. Doctors say it's normal, especially for kids under 10. But the next night, it happened again. This time I found him sitting at the kitchen table. He had set the table too, plate, fork, even a folded napkin. But there was no food. Just James, scooping invisible bites into his mouth, chewing at nothing. His lips moved like he was talking between bites, head slightly turned toward the empty chair across from him. Every so often he would pause, listening, and then let out this soft, raspy laugh. I didn't know if I should wake him or not. I just stood there watching, heart thudding with a quiet dread. It was a week of this, always at night, always just out of reach of normal. One night, I was woken by the strangest feeling. I couldn't put my finger on it. It wasn't a noise, not really. It was like the silence had become too loud. I got out of bed and made my way down the hallway. James's bed was empty. The covers were pushed aside, his stuffed bear lying face down on the floor. I checked the bathroom. Nothing. Then the kitchen. Still nothing. I was on my way to the living room when I saw it. The front door was open. I rushed outside. James was standing in the middle of the street, bathed in the glow of the lone streetlight. His arms were moving like he was explaining something, his hands drawing shapes in the air. He was talking, but no sound came out. His face was lit up, like he was delighted. I walked slowly toward him, not wanting to startle him. When I reached out to touch his shoulder, he turned sharply and screamed. He didn't recognize me, not at first. I had to speak to him gently, over and over again, until finally something in his eyes clicked. He whispered, "Mom?" And I nodded, pulling him close. Back inside, I asked him what he was doing out there. He looked confused, like the question didn't make sense. "I was talking with someone," he said. I laughed nervously, trying to mask how unsettled I felt. "Talking? To who?" I asked, kneeling to look him in the eye. He paused, thinking. "Out in the street. You were there, weren't you?" I shook my head slowly. "No, James, it was just you. Who were you talking to?" He smiled, that small, knowing smile children wear when they've done something they shouldn't but can't explain why. Then he ran off, back to his room, laughing softly. My mind would not let me sleep that night. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening for the creak of his door. Every small sound made my pulse race. It wasn't just the sleepwalking anymore. It was the way he laughed, the way he looked at me like I was the one who didn't understand. I started researching everything I could about sleepwalking and childhood hallucinations. The internet was no comfort. The possibilities were too many, and none of them fit just right. 3 nights later, I heard him talking again. It was around 3 in the morning. The air in my room was heavy, and I woke with that same eerie feeling I'd had before. This time, I grabbed my phone and tiptoed to his room. His voice came through the door, soft, muffled, but definitely his. "Are you going to take me?" he whispered. "Can we play forever?" There was a pause, and then another voice answered. It was low and breathy. and not like any voice I'd ever heard in this house before. It said, "Not yet, not until the time is right." My heart leapt into my throat. I swung the door open. James was sound asleep, the covers pulled up to his chest, his mouth slightly open. There was no one else in the room. I searched it from corner to corner. Nothing. I even checked under the bed, in the closet. Just toys and shadows. I stood there for a long time, trying to convince myself I'd imagined the second voice. Maybe it had been the television from a neighbor's window. Maybe it was nothing. That morning, I didn't say anything to James. He was cheerful, more than usual, humming to himself as he got dressed. It was like he didn't remember a thing, but I couldn't forget. That night, I drove to the store and bought a baby monitor with a camera. The latest model, something that could pick up every whisper, every flicker of motion. I set it up in the corner of his room, angled it just right, and made sure the connection was working. I watched the screen for an hour straight that first night. Nothing happened. But I knew something would. I just didn't know when. I did not sleep for the rest of that night. My body was exhausted, but my mind would not let me drift off. The image of that thing standing in the corner of James's room, motionless and staring with those glowing eyes, was burned into my thoughts. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again, and each time it looked closer, clearer. I could still hear the voice whispering to my son, that horrible, impossible voice that filled the room without a source. I stayed up watching the baby monitor for the rest of the night, my heart pounding every time the screen flickered. James woke up the next morning like nothing had happened. He yawned, rubbed his eyes, and asked what was for breakfast, like it was any other Saturday morning. I stared at him, my mind struggling to match his cheerful demeanor with what I had seen just hours before. Was he pretending? Had he really forgotten? Or was he just too young to understand what was happening to him? I asked him if he remembered anything from the night before, carefully choosing my words so I would not scare him. He just shook his head and mumbled something about a weird dream. That was all he said. A weird dream. It did not make any sense. I wanted to push him to ask more, but I stopped myself. If something was wrong, I needed to know more before I acted. Later that day, while James was in the backyard playing with his toys, I replayed the footage from the baby monitor. I needed to see it again. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the lighting was playing tricks on me, but the second I hit play, my stomach dropped. There it was, James standing perfectly still on his bed, and that thing in the corner. Its outline was faint, like it did not belong in this world. It just stood there, and then it moved. It did not walk. It drifted. 1 second it was in the corner. The next it was a step closer. I froze the frame. Its body was stretched unnaturally thin, its limbs long and lifeless. Its face, if you could call it that, was a smooth surface with 2 glowing spots where eyes should have been. I tried to scrub forward, and the screen glitched. Not like normal tech problems. The whole feed jumped like something was trying to keep me from seeing. When the image returned, the figure was gone, and James was asleep again. The monitor was still recording, and the rest of the night appeared normal, like nothing had happened. I needed answers. This was no ordinary sleepwalking. It felt deeper than that, like James was being pulled somewhere else while he slept. I thought about taking him to a doctor, but what would I say? That my son smiled at something that was not there, and was sucked into some invisible horror in the middle of the night? They would think I was crazy. Hell, I was starting to think I was crazy. I decided to keep the camera running and monitor every night. If it happened again, I would be ready. I made a notebook, writing down every detail I could remember. The time, the voice, what James said. I even started to draw what I saw, trying to make sense of the shape in the corner. The sketch looked more like a shadow than a person, a mess of long limbs and no features. It gave me chills just to look at it. The next few nights were quiet. James slept soundly, and I barely left my room. I watched the monitor constantly. I was afraid to sleep, afraid that something would happen while I rested. I took cat naps during the day, trying to stay alert at night. It was not sustainable, but I did not care. I had to protect him. Then came the 4th night. Everything started the same. James brushed his teeth, gave me a goodnight hug, and crawled into bed. He asked if I could leave the door open a crack, and I agreed. He said it made him feel safe, though I was not sure what that meant anymore. Around 2 in the morning, the monitor flickered, just once, enough to jolt me awake. I leaned forward, watching the screen carefully. James was in bed, but he was not asleep. He was sitting up, facing the camera, his eyes wide open. His mouth was moving, but there was no sound. I turned up the volume, but it was dead silent. He was mouthing something. I turned on the audio recorder on my phone and pointed it at the monitor, just in case. Then James turned his head slowly to the side, looking toward the closet, that same closet where I had checked before. The door was slightly open, and as I stared at the screen, something moved inside. My breath caught in my throat. A hand, pale and too thin, reached out and gripped the edge of the closet door. Then another. Slowly, the door creaked open, and a figure began to emerge. It was the same one, the same shadow with glowing eyes, but now it was clearer, more solid. It was crawling out of the closet like some kind of spider, limbs bending the wrong way, its body moving too smoothly, too quietly. James did not scream. He smiled, that same wide, unnatural smile, and then he spoke. This time, I heard him clearly through the monitor. "Are we going now?" The thing in the closet answered, not with a voice, but with movement. It nodded. That small gesture sent a wave of panic through me. I jumped out of bed, grabbing my phone and sprinting down the hall. I burst into his room, and the moment I did, the air changed. It felt heavy, like I had walked into a vacuum. James was lying in bed, eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. The closet door was shut. I stood there, panting, heart racing, unsure of what I had just interrupted. I rushed to him, placing my hand gently on his shoulder. He stirred but did not wake. I whispered his name, and he rolled over, still asleep. I checked the closet again. Nothing, just clothes and toys, the same as always. I backed out slowly, leaving the door cracked open again. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. I sat there, notebook in hand, recording every detail. Something was happening to my son, something that went beyond sleepwalking, and whatever it was getting stronger, closer, more real. Tomorrow, I would dig deeper. Whatever this thing was, I was going to find out. I had to. Because now I was certain James was not just seeing it, he was listening to it. And soon he might be ready to follow it wherever it wanted to take him. James sat across from me that evening, quietly stirring the macaroni on his plate with a distracted look in his eyes. The bracelet from Sarah still hung loosely on his wrist, the only cheerful thing about him since we got home. He barely touched his food. I was not surprised. My mind was racing too. The conversation with the principal had looped in my head all afternoon. James talking to someone invisible at school was concerning enough, but when paired with his sleepwalking and the strange conversations I overheard at night, it started forming a pattern I could no longer deny. I asked him about it again, just casually. "Did you have fun with Sarah today?" I said, hoping to keep the tone light. He nodded slowly but did not smile. "And anyone else?" I added. That got his attention. He looked up and blinked at me like I had just spoken a different language. "There was no one else," he said softly, then went back to stirring his food. I did not press. I was not going to get anywhere that way. Instead, I nodded and tried to eat, though I barely tasted a bite. That night I made sure the camera was recording. I also downloaded the mobile app so I could watch the footage live on my phone. The thought of what I had seen before still lingered heavy on my chest. I had not imagined it. I knew that, but I needed more proof. When James finally fell asleep, I tucked him in like always. His little hand clutched his pillow as I brushed the hair from his forehead. There was nothing unusual, not yet. I returned to my room and sat in the darkness with the monitor resting on my nightstand. The room was quiet except for the occasional creak of wood as the house settled. My phone buzzed once, a notification. The motion sensor had picked up movement in James's room. I immediately leaned over and turned my full attention to the monitor. James was sitting up. His eyes were still closed, but he looked straight ahead, almost as if something had just spoken to him. Then he nodded once and climbed out of bed. The camera followed him as he walked to the center of the room and stood completely still, my breath caught in my throat. A second later, the corner of the room began to darken again. That same unnatural shape began to materialize. It seemed to flow into place like liquid shadow, tall and impossibly thin, its form vibrating slightly as though it struggled to stay within our world. James smiled. I saw it clearly now. That same strange smile, wide and too knowing. He extended both arms like he was about to hug someone, and the thing stepped closer. I jumped from my bed and ran down the hall. My legs moved faster than my brain could keep up with. I slammed open his door, expecting to find him sleepwalking again, but there was no one there. James was back in bed, covers up to his chin, like he had never moved. The room was cold, noticeably colder than the rest of the house. I stood in the doorway, unsure what to believe anymore. Was it the camera glitching? Was I losing my mind? I stepped closer to his bed and looked down at him. He opened his eyes. His eyes were wide and clear and very much awake. He said, "You're not allowed in here when we talk," James said in a flat tone. Then he rolled over, turned his back to me, and closed his eyes again. I left the room trembling. The next day, I reviewed the camera footage over and over. The figure was there. I could not explain it away. It was not light or shadow. It had form. It had presence. And James was not just imagining it. They were communicating. That evening, I sat James down and tried to ask him more directly. I told him I would not be mad. I told him he could tell me anything. James only looked up at me and said, "He says you are not ready to understand." "Who is he, James?" I asked. James hesitated, his little fingers pulling at the frayed edge of his bracelet. "He lives in the cracks, in the corners. He waits until night when the world forgets. Then he comes out, and we talk." "What do you talk about?" James's voice dropped to a whisper. "How to leave." I felt the blood drain from my face. "Leave where?" I asked, trying to hide my fear. James looked directly at me, and in that moment I did not see a child. I saw something ancient flickering behind those eyes. "This place. He says I do not belong here." I ended the conversation and told him it was time for bed. I watched him go up the stairs, feeling a knot in my stomach I could not untangle. I stayed up late again, the monitor open, the phone in my lap. But nothing happened. James slept soundly, no movement, no figure. It was like the night before had never happened. I started to think maybe whatever it was had finally gone away. I hoped it was over. I was wrong. The next morning, James woke up before me. I found him in the kitchen, pouring cereal into a bowl with precision and care. He looked up and smiled, that same unnerving smile. "He said soon," he whispered. Then he ate his breakfast like nothing strange had just happened. That day at work I could barely focus. Every time the phone rang I jumped. Every email I read felt meaningless. My mind kept circling back to James and that thing in his room. I decided to call a child psychologist. I was going to take him in. I needed a second opinion. I needed someone to tell me I was wrong, that this was stress or childhood imagination. But before I could dial the number, my phone buzzed again, a new notification. Movement detected in James's room. I checked the app. The live feed showed James sitting on the floor. He was drawing something with a crayon on a sheet of white paper, but it was not just any drawing. The image he was sketching sent a chill down my spine. It was the figure, perfectly captured in shaky child lines. Tall, thin, eyes glowing, and beside it, another shape, smaller. Same smile as James, same eyes. Beneath the drawing, James had written something in wobbly letters. "Me and my new family." I dropped the phone. I was shaking all over. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and it was only getting worse. The days that followed were hard to describe. I tried to maintain normalcy for James, but something deep in me had changed. I could feel it in the quiet hours of the morning, in the way the air inside the house felt heavier. Everything inside me was screaming that whatever was happening wasn't done. It hadn't ended that night with the figure in the room. If anything, that was just the beginning. James returned to his usual routine, but there was something off. He was too cheerful. His laugh sounded too rehearsed. When he looked at me, it was like he was reading a script, hitting all the right expressions but missing the heart behind them. I wanted to believe he was fine. That maybe I had imagined everything I saw on the monitor. Maybe it was sleep paralysis or a waking dream. But no matter how many rational explanations I tried to cling to, I could not ignore that James was different. He started drawing more. Before, his sketches were the typical kind of thing a kid his age would do. Houses, stick figures, a dog or cat. But now, his drawings were elaborate. More detailed than any child should be capable of. He filled notebook after notebook with these eerie landscapes, tall spindly trees with roots that seemed to reach out like fingers. Huge eyes that floated in empty skies, people smiling too wide, their mouths stretching nearly ear to ear. Sometimes the people had no eyes at all, sometimes they had too many. The worst one, though, was a drawing he showed me proudly. It was of our house, but instead of windows, the building had gaping black holes, and in every doorway, a thin shadow figure stood, watching. In the yard, James had drawn himself holding hands with one of them. Above their heads was a sun, but it was black, its rays dripping like tar. I didn't know what to say when he handed it to me. He just beamed and said, "They told me to draw it for you." "Who?" I asked, my voice trembling just slightly. He shrugged. "You know, the people from the other place." That night I didn't sleep. I sat in bed with the monitor on, wide awake, staring at the screen. James slept soundly for most of the night, curled beneath his blanket like nothing had ever happened. But at exactly 3 o'clock he sat up, not in a sudden jerk like some movie show, but slowly, like he was being pulled up by invisible strings. His head turned toward the far corner of the room where the darkness gathered thickest. I leaned closer to the monitor, trying to make out anything at all, but the shadows were too deep. Then James began to speak, not loudly, but enough that I could make out the words. "You said soon. Is it soon yet?" Silence followed, and I couldn't hear a response, but James nodded, like someone was speaking to him. "I don't want her to be scared," he said. "She's nice." I felt my stomach drop. I didn't want to wait this time. I threw the covers off and rushed to his room, but when I opened the door, James was fast asleep, his chest rising and falling evenly. No sign of movement, no trace of conversation. I checked the monitor again, still recording, still live, but now it showed exactly what I saw in the room, just James, sleeping peacefully. The next day, I called in sick to work. I needed answers. I needed to know what was going on with my son. I started researching everything I could find about sleepwalking, about hallucinations, about shared delusions. I even looked up paranormal forums, which I had always considered nonsense before. I was desperate, and then I came across something that chilled me. It was a thread on an old message board about children who sleepwalk and speak to unseen beings. The stories were similar. Children talking about friends who visited only at night. Strange figures appearing in corners or closets, and the phrase that kept showing up was the same one James had said, "Play together forever." Most of the posts ended with the same grim suggestion that whatever these children were seeing wasn't imaginary, that something was coming for them, something that fed off innocence. That lured children away into a place they called the other side. I closed the laptop, my hands trembling. I didn't want to believe it, but it lined up too perfectly with what James had said, what I had seen. I needed help, but I couldn't go to a doctor or the police and tell them my son was being contacted by shadow creatures in his dreams. They would think I was unstable. Maybe I was. Still, I couldn't ignore the growing dread that sat heavy in my chest like a stone. That night, I set up a second camera, one in the hallway, pointing toward James's door. I needed to see what was happening outside the room, too. I kept both monitors by my bed, the glow of their screens casting faint blue light across the sheets. At 3 o'clock, James sat up again, but this time he didn't speak. He stood, slow and calm, and walked to the door. I held my breath, watching both screens now. On one, I saw him moving quietly through the hallway. On the other, his empty bed. He made his way to the end of the hall, stopped, and turned toward the front door. And then, he opened it. The door creaked just like it had that first time. I fumbled for my robe and raced down the hall. By the time I reached the living room, James was outside, standing in the yard. It was freezing, the grass glistening with early frost, but he stood barefoot in the cold like he couldn't feel a thing. I opened the door and called to him, but he didn't react. He stood there, staring into the darkness beyond the edge of the yard, and then I saw it. Eyes. Just two of them, floating in the dark. Not animal eyes, not glowing, just visible, watching. A shape began to form behind them, long and narrow, almost serpentine, but somehow still human, and it was tall. Taller than any person had a right to be. Its limbs stretched downward like ropes, dragging through the grass. James smiled. I screamed his name and ran toward him. The figure melted into the shadows before I could get close. It was gone. I scooped James into my arms. He didn't struggle, but he whispered something into my ear that nearly made my knees buckle. "They're getting closer, Mommy. They said I'm almost ready." I brought him inside, locked every door and window, and sat with him in my lap for what felt like hours. His breathing slowed, and he drifted back to sleep. But I couldn't. I stayed awake until morning, staring at the hallway, waiting for the eyes to return. Tomorrow, I decided, I would do whatever it took to stop this, because I knew now that whatever this was, it wasn't going to end on its own. And I had the awful feeling the next time they came, they were going to try to take him for good. The morning came quiet and gray, the kind of morning that felt like the world had been holding its breath all night. I had barely slept, just lay there in a fog of exhaustion and dread, while James snored softly beside me. I had carried him to my bed after the yard incident. I could not bear the thought of him being out of reach, not after what I saw. Those eyes, that shape, the way James had spoken, like he had been waiting his whole life to meet whatever that thing was. I made up my mind as I watched the pale light spread across the bedroom walls. This had to end today. Whatever had wormed its way into our lives, I was going to cut it out, even if it meant doing something crazy. Especially if it meant that. I just needed a plan. After breakfast, I told James we were going on a little adventure. He seemed thrilled, like any kid would be. He packed his little backpack with snacks and a stuffed fox he had since he was 3. As we walked out to the car, I felt him reach up and take my hand without saying anything. His grip was warm, steady. It made me want to cry. We drove for over an hour, out past the suburbs and into the wooded hills where I used to hike before James was born. I did not have a solid idea of what I was doing, only that I needed distance. I needed the trees and sky and dirt beneath my feet. I needed to take James somewhere the dark could not follow, somewhere without corners for things to stand in. He hummed quietly in the passenger seat, staring out the window. His fingers fidgeted with the bracelet that little girl Sarah had given him. It felt surreal that just days ago we were worried about school and playdates. Now I was trying to outrun something I could not name. We reached the trailhead by late morning. I parked and gathered what little I had packed: a flashlight, my phone, a thermos of tea, and the camera monitor. I had brought it even though we would be away from the Wi-Fi. Something told me it would still matter, maybe not to see, but to remember, to stay grounded in the truth of what I had seen. James skipped ahead on the trail, following the winding path with the kind of energy only a child can have. I kept close behind. The forest was quiet, only the rustle of leaves and the occasional bird call cutting through the silence. It should have been peaceful. It should have felt safe. But every so often, I would see James stop, not to rest, but to look off the trail, into the trees, like he heard something calling to him. A few times I called out, and he would turn and smile like nothing was wrong, like he had not just been staring into the woods, as if they were whispering to him. We reached a clearing around midday, a wide space where the sun finally broke through the canopy. It lit the moss and rocks with golden warmth. I spread out a blanket and we sat down. James opened his snacks. I pretended everything was normal. After a while, he lay back and looked up at the clouds. They followed us, he said, not turning his head, just stating it, calm as anything. I froze. What do you mean? He pointed to the edge of the clearing. They're here. My breath caught. I turned, scanning the trees. At first, nothing, just trunks and branches and shadows. But then I saw it, a flicker, like a shimmer in the air, bending the light. And then the shape began to form again. Tall, too tall, thin as a wire, with arms that hung like rope, and eyes that blinked slowly in the dark. James stood. I grabbed his wrist. No, I said. Stay with me. He looked down at me. His eyes were sad. They said I could play forever. They said you could come too. No one is going anywhere, I said, standing up, pulling him close. I could feel his little heart beating through his shirt. The figure stepped closer, its form clearer now, as if the forest itself was letting it in. And then, without thinking, I reached into my backpack and pulled out the baby monitor. It flickered on. Static buzzed from the speaker. For a second, just snow. But then, a voice. You brought the mirror. I did not answer. I just held it up like a shield between me and whatever was coming. The static grew louder, building into a painful screech. James clutched his ears, crying out. The figure recoiled slightly. Then a different voice crackled through. It was my voice, recorded, a clip from nights ago. James, what were you doing outside? The machine buzzed again. Another clip, this time of James, talking with someone. Then another. You said soon. Is it soon yet? The monitor was spitting out fragments of our life, pieces of everything that had happened. And with every phrase, the figure in the woods twisted in pain, as if the truth of it all burned. I realized then what this was. The monitor, the memory. It was a tether. It had recorded more than just images. It had captured the story, the full, raw truth. And truth, real truth, is not something the dark can handle, not the kind that hides in corners and whispers lies. I turned to James. Listen to me. Look at this. Remember everything. He looked at the screen. His eyes welled up. Mom, I don't want to go. Then don't. The figure let out a noise, a low groan that made the trees sway. It lunged forward. I grabbed James, held him tight, and screamed. Not out of fear, but from somewhere deeper, a scream of defiance, of love, of fury. The monitor burst, not with light, but sound. One last loud pop, like thunder. The world shook, or maybe I just did. When I opened my eyes, the figure was gone. The clearing was silent. James was crying, but he was in my arms, warm, real. We stayed there until sunset. I never saw the figures again. We got rid of the monitor. I threw it into a river miles away. James still sleepwalks sometimes, but never with a smile like that. Never with voices. He always comes back to bed. He tells me he only remembers pieces now, a place with strange skies, children with bright eyes, but it fades more each day. I believe him. And I believe it's over. I hold him tighter now, every night. Because I got him back. And that is more than most could hope for. It was supposed to be a simple day hike. My daughter and I planned it for weeks, picking a trail in the Pacific Northwest known for its gentle slopes and beautiful views. I wanted to give her a break from the city, some fresh air, time away from screens and noise. We packed a small backpack, some snacks, a map I had studied carefully, and set out early in the morning, full of excitement and anticipation. The first few hours went perfectly. We talked about school, friends, and the upcoming summer. She was laughing, her hair catching the sunlight as it filtered through the tall trees. The forest was alive with birdsong. and the trail beneath our boots was soft with moss and pine needles. It was one of those rare moments when the world felt peaceful and right. But then something changed. It started small. She slowed down, looked over her shoulder more often, her smile fading. I asked if she was tired or thirsty, but she shook her head, staring ahead with a distant look. I figured she just needed a rest, so we stopped by a small stream to drink and catch our breath. She sat quietly on a fallen log, her fingers tracing the rough bark as if lost in thought. When we got up to continue, she hesitated at a fork in the trail. I checked the map again and told her which way to go, but she seemed uncertain. I told her to trust me, to keep close, but she stopped completely and looked deeper into the trees, eyes wide. "Dad," she said softly, "do you hear that?" I strained to listen. The forest was quiet, the birds gone silent as if waiting. I couldn't hear anything unusual. I told her it was probably just the wind or some small animal. She nodded, but didn't seem convinced. We pressed on, but the path grew narrower and less familiar. The sun climbed higher, and the shadows deepened. Then, without warning, she slipped and fell on a patch of wet leaves. She caught herself, but looked shaken. "Maybe we should turn back," she said, voice trembling. I agreed, and we started heading the way we came, but the trail seemed to twist and shift. The trees grew closer together, and every turn looked the same. I checked the map again, my confidence waning. Then I realized something that made my stomach drop. We were lost. I tried to stay calm for her sake, but the panic was rising inside me. We called out, hoping for a response from other hikers, but the forest swallowed our voices. Hours passed as we wandered, retracing our steps, trying to find landmarks. The sun began to dip, casting long shadows that made the woods feel unfamiliar and threatening. Then it happened. My daughter disappeared. One moment she was beside me, and the next she was gone. I called her name, my voice breaking with fear. I searched frantically, pushing through thick underbrush, scanning the trees, but she was nowhere to be found. I felt the world close in around me, the cold creeping through my clothes, the darkness swallowing hope. I ran back to the trailhead and alerted the rangers. Search parties were organized, flashlights and dogs sent into the night. I joined them, my heart pounding with desperation. We combed the forest, shouting her name, calling over and over, but the woods answered only with silence. As night deepened, the search was called off temporarily. They told me to rest, to be ready for morning, but I couldn't sleep. I sat outside the ranger station, staring into the blackness of the forest, praying for a sign. And then, at 2 a.m, in the dead silence, I heard it. Her voice. Soft and clear, trembling but unmistakable. "Dad, I'm here." My blood ran cold, but I didn't hesitate. I grabbed a flashlight, a radio, and my jacket and plunged into the dark woods, following the sound. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets I couldn't understand. The forest floor was uneven, slick with dew and fallen leaves, and I stumbled more than once, but I kept moving, guided only by her voice. It called to me again, closer this time. "Dad, I'm here." I called back, voice cracking with emotion. "Where are you? I'm coming." The path seemed to wind deeper into the woods, the trees thickening, blocking out the stars. The air grew colder, heavier. My flashlight beam darted across trunks and leaves, searching for any sign of her. Then, suddenly, the voice stopped. I froze, heart hammering. I called her name again, but the silence was complete. I scanned the ground and found something that made my breath catch. A pair of boots. They were worn and covered in mud, too large to belong to my daughter. Flat, adult-sized boots, lying abandoned on the forest floor, as if dropped in a hurry. I knelt down, fingers trembling as I reached for them. There was no sign of anyone nearby, no footprints, no broken branches, nothing but the damp earth and the stillness. I called out again, louder this time. "Honey, are you there?" Only the whisper of the wind answered me. I sat back on my heels, overwhelmed by a mix of relief and dread. Relief that she might still be close, but dread because whatever had called me here was not the daughter I knew. The forest felt alive with secrets, and I realized then that this was only the beginning. The silence that followed finding the boots was suffocating. I sat there in the dirt, my heart pounding louder than the forest around me. The only sound was the faint rustle of leaves, but even that felt amplified, like the woods were holding their breath. I kept looking around, shining the flashlight in every direction, but all I saw was the dense darkness and the thick trunks of towering trees. No sign of my daughter, no sign of anyone. The boots lay in front of me, their worn leather slick with mud and glistening faintly under the flashlight's beam. They were far too big for her. I touched the laces, feeling the rough texture, the cold dampness. I could not explain how they had ended up here, in this place where I had just heard a voice I thought only she could make. The thought twisted inside me, a knot of confusion and terror. I called out again, voice breaking, "Sweetheart, where are you? Please answer me." I waited, but no reply came. I wanted to believe she was close, hiding behind a tree, scared but safe, waiting for me to find her. But deep down I feared something else was at play. Something that used her voice to lure me deeper into the woods. The moonlight struggled to break through the thick canopy above, casting strange shadows that danced just beyond my sight. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what had happened. Had someone taken her? Was this some cruel trick by another hiker? Or was the forest itself playing with me, twisting reality in ways I could not understand? I remembered the stories the rangers had told me about these woods, tales of people disappearing, strange lights, and voices calling out at night. I had laughed them off before, but now, standing here alone, the stories felt far too real. The line between what was possible and what was terrifyingly unknown blurred. I stood up slowly, boots crunching on the forest floor, and looked back toward where the trailhead should be. The darkness seemed to close in from all sides, and the path I had walked earlier was swallowed by shadows. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied, but the sudden dip in light made me jump. I felt my skin prickle with the weight of unseen eyes watching me. I began to move cautiously, boots sinking into the soft earth, every step heavy with dread. The voice had stopped calling, but the feeling of being drawn deeper into the forest did not fade. I told myself to stay calm, to focus on the map in my head, but the woods seemed to change with every turn. Trees that were once spaced far apart now grew close together, their branches intertwining like fingers blocking the sky. I kept calling her name, the sound echoing through the silence, but the only response was the occasional snap of a twig or a rustle in the underbrush. I paused, holding my breath, straining to catch any sign of movement. The dog's bark might have been comforting, but she was miles away, at home with my partner, safe but worried. Hours felt like minutes, and minutes stretched into eternity. I felt like I was walking in circles, trapped in a nightmare where the only guide was a voice that had vanished. My legs ached, my throat was raw from shouting, and the cold seeped into my bones. Yet I could not stop. Not while there was even the faintest chance she was out here, waiting for me. Suddenly I heard it, a faint whisper carried on the wind. It was barely audible, like a breath, but it was unmistakable. "Dad." My heart leapt. I dropped to my knees, eyes wide and searching. "Where are you? I'm coming." The whisper came again, closer this time. "Dad." I scrambled forward, pushing past low branches and tangled roots. The voice was like a thread, pulling me through the dark, fragile and desperate. I stumbled over a fallen log, hands scraping against rough bark, and kept going. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the voice stopped. I stood still, breath ragged, scanning the darkness for any sign of her. The forest was still once more, oppressive in its silence. The sudden absence of sound felt like a trap, and a cold dread settled deep in my stomach. I knelt again by a patch of damp earth, fingers tracing the outline of something hidden beneath the leaves. It was another boot, this one half buried and worn, matching the first in size and age. I felt tears sting my eyes. How many pairs were there, and whose were they? I sat back against a tree trunk, the cold seeping through my clothes. I tried to make sense of what was happening. The voice I had heard was hers, or something perfectly mimicking her. The boots belonged to someone else, someone much larger. Was it a person hiding in the woods, or something that could change shape and sound to lure prey? I thought about calling for help, but the radio I had left at the ranger station was miles away. My phone had no signal deep in the forest. I was alone. Fear and determination warred inside me. I knew I could not give up, but I also knew I had to be careful. If something was out here, it was clever, patient, and dangerous. I stood slowly, wiping dirt from my hands, and started walking again. This time, I moved deliberately, listening carefully for any sounds that might lead me to her. The wind shifted, carrying a faint scent, something earthy and faintly sweet. I followed it cautiously. The forest around me felt alive with unseen movements. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision. Every crunch of leaves underfoot sounded like footsteps behind me. My pulse quickened. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of something, a figure standing between two trees, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. It was too tall to be my daughter. It stood perfectly still, watching me with eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the dark. I froze, unable to tear my gaze away. The figure's mouth moved, but no sound came. Then it stepped back into the shadows and vanished. I called out, voice shaking, "Who's there? What do you want?" Only silence answered. I was alone again, but the forest had changed. The night was no longer just dark. It was something else, something alive and waiting. I knew then that finding my daughter meant facing whatever this was, and that meant stepping into the unknown, deeper into the woods where voices could lie and shadows could take shape. The moment the figure disappeared into the darkness, I felt the weight of the forest pressing in from all sides. My breath came in short, sharp gasps, and the cold seeped deeper into my bones. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, leaving only the feeble beam of my flashlight to pierce the oppressive blackness. Every sound, the rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl, felt magnified, and yet there was a heavy silence beneath it all, like the forest was holding its breath. I took a cautious step forward, heart hammering, trying to convince myself I was not losing my grip on reality. I reminded myself of the facts. My daughter was missing. I had heard her voice calling out, unmistakably hers, but the signs around me suggested something was very wrong. The boots, the shadows, the figure just seen, they all pointed to a presence I did not understand. I needed to find her. No matter what, I had to believe she was alive somewhere in this tangled maze of trees and darkness. The forest was unfamiliar territory now, every twist and turn holding a new uncertainty. I tried to recall the route we had taken earlier, but the trail markers were faint or absent. The trees all looked the same in the low light, their trunks blending into one another like ghostly sentinels. I called her name again, my voice cracking with desperation. "Emily, where are you? Please answer me." The silence that followed was cruel and endless. I stood still, listening for any hint of a response, but the night offered nothing. My mind raced with fear and frustration. What if the voice I heard was not hers? What if I was chasing a phantom drawn deeper into the woods by something that wanted me lost? I shook off the thoughts and pressed on, moving slowly and deliberately. I kept my flashlight steady, scanning the forest floor for any sign, footprints, clothing, anything that might tell me where she had gone. I stumbled over a root, catching myself against a tree. The bark was rough against my palms, grounding me in the moment. I told myself to stay focused, to not let panic take hold. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound, a rustling, maybe footsteps. I stopped dead, heart racing. I held my breath, listening. The sound came again, soft and distant, moving through the underbrush. I called out, "Emily, is that you?" No answer, but the movement continued, slow and deliberate, just beyond the reach of my light. I took a few careful steps toward the noise, trying not to make a sound. The forest seemed to close in around me, the branches reaching out like grasping hands. I felt exposed and vulnerable. Then a flash of movement caught my eye, a shadow slipping between two trees. I swung the flashlight in that direction, but found nothing but empty space. My pulse quickened. Was I imagining things? Or was someone, or something, watching me? I wanted to turn back, to return to safety, but the thought of leaving her out here alone was unbearable. I clenched my fists and pushed forward, deeper into the woods. The terrain grew steeper and more tangled, but I refused to stop. As I climbed over a fallen log, my foot caught on something solid. I looked down and saw a small, crumpled piece of cloth tangled in the leaves. It was a piece of her jacket, the blue one she had been wearing. My chest tightened with a mixture of hope and dread. She had been here. She was close. I called out to her again, voice stronger now. "Emily, I'm coming for you. Stay where you are." I waited, breath fogging in the cold air, No answer, but something shifted in the darkness. I caught a glimpse of a figure watching me from behind a tree just for a second. It disappeared when I blinked. I started running then, heart pounding in my ears. I called her name until my throat burned, stumbling over roots and rocks, not caring where I was going as long as I kept moving toward her. The forest twisted around me, a labyrinth that seemed to change with every step. After what felt like an eternity, I came to a small clearing. The moon broke through the clouds, casting pale light on a patch of soft moss and wildflowers. In the center lay a single boot, the same flat, adult-sized one I had found earlier. Beside it, a small stone was balanced precariously. I knelt down, fingers brushing the cold surface of the boot. It was damp and covered in mud, but strangely clean compared to the forest floor. The stone felt warm, almost alive in my hand. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a whisper barely audible but unmistakable. "Dad." I looked up, heart in my throat. The voice was distant but clear, a fragile thread of sound that pulled me forward. I stood, flashlight trembling in my hand, and moved toward the edge of the clearing where the trees grew thickest. The voice called again, closer this time. "Dad, I'm here." I stepped into the shadows, branches brushing against my face, leaves crunching underfoot. The voice led me deeper into the forest, weaving through ancient trees that seemed to watch silently. As I followed, I realized something chilling the voice was no longer quite right. It was her voice, but distorted, stretched thin like a memory fading with time. It felt like an echo, a shadow of her calling from somewhere just beyond reach. I stopped, gripping a tree for support. The realization hit me hard. This was not my daughter. Something was using her voice, something that wanted me lost, desperate and alone. The forest grew colder still, and the shadows deepened. I heard a faint rustle behind me and spun around, but saw only darkness. I called out once more, voice steady despite the fear rising inside. "Emily, if you're here, show me. Let me find you." For a moment, there was only silence. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged, not quite human, but not entirely otherworldly either. It wore clothes like mine, boots like those I had found, but its eyes were hollow, empty voids. It smiled a slow, unnatural curve of lips and whispered in a voice that was both hers and not hers. "Come with me." I felt the pull of that voice, like a tide dragging me forward. My feet moved without command, following the figure deeper into the night. But I fought it, a spark of hope and love burning inside me. "No," I said firmly, voice breaking the spell. "I'm coming for my daughter." The figure hesitated, eyes narrowing, then dissolved into the mist like smoke caught in the wind. I stood alone once more, breath steaming in the cold air. The forest was silent again, but I knew the night was far from over. Somewhere out there, my daughter was waiting, and I was not going to stop until I found her. The night seemed to stretch on endlessly as I pushed forward, the darkness thickening around me like a living thing. My flashlight barely cut through the blackness, flickering now and then as if struggling to hold onto its meager light. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump, my nerves raw and frayed. But I could not stop, not now, not when I was so close. The figure's voice had faded, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against my ears. I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my chest, the cold air biting at my skin, and the ache in my legs growing worse with every step. But the thought of my daughter, alone and scared somewhere out there, drove me onward. I forced myself to keep moving, repeating her name like a prayer. As I walked, the forest seemed to change. The trees grew even taller and older, their trunks thick and gnarled. The underbrush became denser, tangled roots and vines reaching out to snag my boots and tear at my clothes. I had to crouch and crawl through narrow passages, my hands scraping against rough bark and jagged stones. It was as if I had entered a different world, one where time and space warped around me. I stopped briefly to catch my breath beside a moss-covered boulder, wiping sweat from my forehead. The forest was silent, except for the distant hoot of an owl and the soft drip of water from leaves heavy with dew. The cold seeped deeper into my bones, and I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. My phone was dead, my radio useless without signal. I was utterly alone. I tried to recall the details of the day, the trail we had taken, the landmarks I had noticed, but now they seemed meaningless. The woods had swallowed them whole, leaving only confusion and fear. I felt lost in every sense of the word. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound, something between a whisper and a sigh carried on the wind. My heart leapt. I followed it, moving cautiously, careful not to disturb the fragile balance of the forest. The sound led me to a small clearing bathed in silver moonlight. There, sitting on a fallen log, was a figure. At first I thought it was my daughter. The shape was small, delicate, wrapped in a faded jacket, but as I drew closer, doubt gnawed at me. The figure's head was bowed, shoulders trembling with silent sobs. I called out softly, "Emily?" The figure lifted her head slowly. Her face was pale, eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the moonlight like pools of water. For a moment, relief flooded me, but then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The eyes were empty, hollow, lacking any spark of life or recognition. She spoke, voice trembling, "Dad, I'm cold." I stepped forward, heartbreaking. "I'm here. I'm going to get you out." But as I reached out, the figure vanished like mist, leaving only a whisper on the wind and the faint scent of pine and earth. I staggered back, breath catching in my throat. The forest seemed to pulse with energy, as if it was alive and watching. I realized then that what I had found was not my daughter, but something else, a lure, a shadow using her image to draw me deeper. Tears welled in my eyes, and for a moment I felt hopeless. But then, a quiet voice in my mind reminded me of why I was here. My daughter was real. She was out there, somewhere beyond the shadows and illusions. I pressed on, guided by a mixture of instinct and desperation. The woods closed in around me, but I refused to give up. Every step was a battle against exhaustion and fear, but I kept going. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. I had lost all sense of time. The forest seemed endless, a maze of darkness and silence. Then, just as I was beginning to doubt everything, I saw it. A faint glow in the distance, soft and pulsing, like the flicker of a candle in a storm. I moved toward it, heart pounding with a fragile hope. The glow led me to a small creek, its waters shimmering under the moonlight. On the far bank I saw footprints, small and light, like a child's. They were fresh, pressed deeply into the muddy earth. I knelt to examine them, breath trembling. They were hers. I called out softly, "Emily, I found your footprints. I'm right here." The forest answered with a low, mournful wind that whispered through the trees. Then, from the shadows beyond the creek, I heard it, a soft, familiar voice. "Dad." I didn't hesitate. I crossed the creek, water soaking my boots, and stepped into the darkness beyond. The trees thinned, and I found myself at the edge of a clearing bathed in pale moonlight. There, standing alone, was my daughter. She looked as I remembered, young, scared, but alive. Her eyes met mine, wide and searching. "Dad," she whispered, voice trembling, "I'm so cold." I ran to her, pulling her into a tight embrace. Her skin was cold, almost icy, but she was real. She was here. We stayed there for a long moment, holding onto each other as the forest around us seemed to exhale. The shadows retreated, and the heavy silence lifted like a weight. I asked softly, "Where have you been? What happened?" She looked up at me, eyes filled with tears. "I don't know. I got lost. The woods, they changed. I heard voices, but they weren't yours. I was scared." I nodded, tears streaming down my face. "I was looking for you. I heard your voice too." She squeezed my hand, her grip weak but real. "I'm sorry I scared you." "We're together now," I said firmly. "I'm not going anywhere." We made our way back slowly, carefully retracing steps I barely remembered. The forest felt less menacing now, more like a place that had tested us and found us strong. As dawn broke, the first light filtering through the trees, I felt a profound sense of relief. We had survived the night, the unknown, the fear. At the trailhead, I called the rangers and told them she was safe. Their faces softened with relief, but I saw in their eyes a mixture of disbelief and caution. These woods had stories, they said, stories that would not be easily forgotten. I held my daughter close as we waited for help, feeling the warmth of her body against mine. The night had taken so much from us, but it had not taken her. The boots, the voice, the shadows, they were real, but they were not stronger than a father's love and determination. We left the forest behind, but the memory stayed with me, the way the darkness could twist and deceive, the way hope could be a fragile flame in the cold. And as we drove away, I knew one thing for sure. I would never stop listening for her voice, no matter where it called me. The morning light spilled into the car as I held Emily close, her shivering slowing as she warmed against me. Her small frame was trembling less, but the cold she'd been carrying was deeper than the chill of the night. I glanced at her pale face, the way her eyes fluttered closed briefly before she clutched my shirt tightly. It felt surreal to have her back after all the fear and searching. We were silent for a while, the car's engine humming softly beneath us as we waited for the rangers to arrive. I wanted to ask her everything, but I knew she wasn't ready to talk, not yet. The forest had left its mark on her, and the weight of the unknown was still heavy between us. Instead, I just held her, letting the quiet moments settle in, like the calm after a storm. When the rangers finally showed up, their faces were a mix of relief and concern. They listened carefully as I explained everything: the hike, the voice in the woods, the boots, the figure. Some of it they seemed to understand, other parts they glanced at with wary disbelief. They said these woods had a reputation for strange disappearances, for eerie stories whispered among hikers and locals alike. I nodded, knowing that what I'd experienced was beyond their usual explanations. Emily stayed close to me, her small hand gripping mine tightly. I could tell she was still scared, but being with me helped. She kept glancing out the window at the trees, the shadows that now seemed less threatening in the bright daylight. I wanted to protect her from what we'd seen, from the way the forest could twist reality and play tricks on your mind. That day, as we made our way back to the trailhead and eventually home, I kept replaying everything in my head. How could something mimic her voice so perfectly? How could the forest feel so alive and yet so dangerous? I knew I wasn't imagining things. This was real, and it was far from over. Over the next few days, Emily and I tried to return to normal life, but the experience clung to us like a shadow. She had trouble sleeping, sometimes waking up in the middle of the night whispering about voices in cold places. I did my best to comfort her, but I felt the same creeping fear beneath my skin. The woods had left a scar on us both. I started researching, reading everything I could find about disappearances and strange phenomena in those forests. There were stories going back decades, people hearing voices, shadows following them, footprints appearing and disappearing without explanation. Some accounts mentioned a presence that lured travelers deeper into the woods with familiar sounds and sights. I shared some of these stories with Emily carefully to help her understand she wasn't alone. She listened quietly, eyes wide but thoughtful. I didn't want to scare her more, but I also wanted her to know that what she experienced was not her fault or imagination. One evening, as I was sorting through some of my notes, Emily came to me with a small, worn notebook she had found buried under her bed. It was filled with drawings, trees, faces, and strange symbols. On the last page was a simple message in her handwriting: "The white trees are watching." My heart skipped a beat. I asked her about it, and she told me about a place she'd glimpsed in the forest during those dark hours, a grove of trees so white and luminous they seemed otherworldly. She said the figure she saw had asked if she had seen the white trees before disappearing. That phrase haunted me. What were these white trees? Were they real, or part of whatever presence had been calling her? I knew I had to find out. The next day I took Emily back to the trailhead. She was hesitant but brave, her small hand firmly holding mine. We walked slowly along the trail, searching for anything that matched her description. The forest was alive with birdsong and the rustling of leaves, but beneath that was the same feeling, a quiet watchfulness. After hours of walking, we came to a secluded glade where the trees looked different. Their bark was pale, almost glowing in the sunlight filtering through the canopy. The air here was cooler, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that seemed to absorb sound. Emily's eyes lit up. "This is it," she whispered. We stayed there for a while, sitting quietly among the white trees. Emily traced her fingers along the bark, as if trying to memorize every detail. I took photos and notes, hoping to learn more. The place felt peaceful, but also charged with something ancient and powerful. As the sun began to set, we made our way back. The forest no longer felt threatening, but still mysterious. I promised Emily we would come back again, that we would keep looking for answers together. That night, I lay awake thinking about everything. The voice, the boots, the figure, the white trees. It was like a puzzle with pieces scattered across time and space. I realized that this was not just a story about a lost girl. It was about something deeper, something that connected us to the forest in ways we could barely understand. I knew the road ahead would be long and uncertain, but I also knew one thing: I would never stop searching for the truth, for my daughter, and for the light hidden in the shadows of those woods. The morning after our visit to the glade of white trees, Emily and I woke to a quiet house, the kind of stillness that feels heavy with anticipation. The air outside was cool and crisp, the Pacific Northwest mist clinging to the windows. Despite the sleep that had finally claimed me after days of exhaustion, I felt a nervous energy buzzing beneath my skin. We both did. Emily sat at the kitchen table, her fingers tracing the edges of the notebook she had brought with her, the one filled with her drawings and that haunting message about the white trees. She looked up at me, her eyes steady but carrying the weight of everything we had been through. "Dad," she said softly, "I think the forest wants me to remember." I nodded, not sure what to say. I had hoped for some normalcy, some sense of closure, but it was clear that the story was far from over. We decided to go back to the woods, not because we wanted to, but because we had to. The white trees were more than just a place. They were a symbol of something ancient, something that tied Emily's disappearance to the forest itself. The stories I'd read, the experiences we'd lived, all pointed to a presence that blurred the line between the natural and the supernatural. That afternoon, we packed what we could: flashlights, blankets, food, and made our way back to the trailhead. The ranger station was quiet, the rangers nodding in understanding when I told them where we were headed. They warned us about staying together, about the strange phenomena reported in these parts. Their words weren't empty caution, they carried a genuine concern. Emily held my hand tightly as we stepped onto the trail. The forest greeted us with its usual chorus of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. But beneath that, there was a palpable tension, like the woods themselves were watching, waiting. We moved slowly, following the path toward the glade. The farther we went, the more the familiar sights faded, replaced by the pale bark and soft moss of the white trees. The air grew cooler, almost electric. Emily's breathing slowed, her face calm but focused. When we reached the clearing, Emily stopped and looked around, her eyes scanning the trees as if searching for something. I waited, heart pounding. Then she stepped forward and knelt by the base of one tree. She reached into the moss and pulled out a small weathered box, half buried beneath the earth. The wood was cracked, the metal hinges rusted, but it was intact. She looked up at me, voice barely a whisper. "I think this is why I was lost." Together, we opened the box. Inside were faded photographs, old letters, and a small hand-carved wooden figure, a girl with wide eyes and delicate features. The letters told a story of a young girl who had vanished in these woods decades ago, her disappearance shrouded in mystery and sorrow. As I read, I realized the story mirrored Emily's in eerie ways. The girl had spoken of the white trees, of voices calling her into the forest. The townsfolk believed the woods held a spirit, a guardian who both protected and ensnared those who entered. Emily clutched the wooden figure to her chest. "Maybe she's the one I heard," she said softly. The forest around us seemed to hum with life, the shadows shifting in the corners of my vision. I felt a strange calm, as if the woods were acknowledging our discovery. The presence that had haunted us was not malevolent, but bound to the land, a guardian caught between worlds. We stayed in the glade until the sun dipped below the horizon, the light fading into a gentle twilight. As we made our way back, the forest felt different, less a place of fear, and more a realm of memory and connection. Over the following weeks, Emily's nightmares eased and her laughter returned. We visited the glade often, honoring the girl who had come before and the forest that held her story. We planted a small memorial, a circle of stones with the wooden figure at its center. I learned that sometimes the unknown is not a threat but a story waiting to be told, a bridge between the past and present. The forest had taken my daughter, but had also given her back in a new way, wrapped in mystery and hope. And as I watched Emily play beneath the canopy of white trees, I knew that while the woods would always hold their secrets, we had found our own piece of peace, a story of survival, love, and the enduring bond between a father and his daughter. We weren't hardcore campers or anything. We'd gone maybe 3 times total, me Claire, a beat-up tent we borrowed from her brother, and a little propane stove that always smelled slightly like melted plastic. It was mostly about unplugging for the weekend. No service, no emails, no deadlines breathing down our necks. Just trees, firewood, canned chili, and the occasional raccoon bold enough to stare you down for a granola bar. That's what we were expecting when we drove out to Pinebrook State Forest that Friday. We picked the site ahead of time. Lot 23, close enough to the trailheads but far enough from the ranger station that it felt like actual wilderness. There were only 2 other vehicles in the entire loop when we pulled in a rust-colored Subaru with bike racks and this old white van. I remember noticing it right away, mostly because it didn't match the vibe. No campground sticker, no windows except the windshield, just these gray curtains pulled tight behind the glass. Not even a single dent or decal to tell you anything about the driver. Claire made a face when we passed it. "Creeper van," she muttered. "Maybe it's just a solo hiker," I said, "or someone doing the off-grid thing." "Without registering?" she asked. I didn't have an answer for that. We didn't dwell on it, though. Not right away. We set up camp, got the fire going, cracked a couple beers, and made a sad attempt at toasting hot dogs over 2 small flames. Typical first night stuff. When the sun went down, the forest went quiet in that way you forget it can. No sirens, no cars, just the occasional crack of a branch and the distant call of an owl. The van was still sitting there, 2 sites over, but we didn't hear a door open, didn't see a flashlight flicker, nothing, like it was just a prop someone left behind. By the time we crawled into the tent, I'd stopped thinking about it. Claire hadn't. "I swear it hasn't moved since we got here," she whispered, pulling the sleeping bag up to her chin. "Maybe they're just a heavy sleeper," I said. "Half asleep already." She didn't laugh. "Do you think we should have told the ranger?" "What would we say? There's a weird van at a campsite?" "Yeah, pretty much." I shifted onto my side and pulled her in closer. "If it's still there tomorrow, we'll check with them, okay?" She nodded against my chest. Neither of us brought it up the next morning. The van was still there, parked at an angle like it had just coasted into the lot and died. No footprints in the dirt around it, No smoke from a fire. It looked exactly the same, silent, shut. We went for a hike that day, nothing crazy, just a 4-mile loop through a mossy ridge trail that smelled like wet pine needles and took us past some gorgeous overlooks. The kind of walk that usually wrings out your anxiety. But every time I stopped to catch my breath, I caught Claire looking behind us. Not ahead. Behind. That night we ate by lantern light. The fire didn't catch like it had the first night, too damp, too rushed. Neither of us really tried. There was a tension sitting between us that we hadn't spoken out loud yet, but it filled the air like smoke anyway. Around 11, we zipped up the tent and settled in. It was colder that night. The wind came in off the ridge, brushing against the tent walls with soft, shivery pressure. I woke up to the sound of something stepping on dry branches. Not a deer. I know what deer sound like. They're skittish, light on their feet. Whatever this was had weight. I sat up slowly, trying not to make noise, and pressed my hand to Claire's arm. She was already awake, staring at the nylon above us like she could see through it. "Did you hear it?" she whispered. "Yeah." It came again. 2 steps, then silence. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stuck my head out. Nothing. Just the fire pit, now dark, our cooler, the outline of our car. The van was gone. I blinked and leaned further out. Its sight was empty. No tire tracks, no light, no shape. Just the damp gravel lot, hollow and quiet. "Where the hell did it go?" Claire asked, crawling out behind me. "I don't know." We stood there in our socks, breath visible in the cold, both of us turning in slow circles like we were afraid to look in any one direction too long. I felt completely exposed. No locks, no doors. Just canvas and mesh, and the hope that whoever had been nearby wasn't still watching. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. Claire sat cross-legged in the tent, holding the flashlight, while I stayed zipped into my sleeping bag, with my pocket knife gripped in one hand, like I'd be able to do anything with it. When dawn broke, we didn't even talk about packing. It just happened. We took down the tent in record time, tossed everything into the car, and peeled out of the campsite like something was going to chase us if we stayed 1 second longer. The ranger station was a small log cabin near the park entrance. We pulled in, both of us looking half feral after a night of no sleep and adrenaline. The ranger on duty was maybe in his mid-50s, baseball cap, radio clipped to his vest, seemed surprised to see us. "You two heading out early?" he asked. "There was a white van parked near our site," I said, skipping the small talk. "No plates, curtains in the window. It was there when we got in Friday. It was gone when we checked last night." His face shifted slightly, not surprise, more like caution. "Which site?" 21, I said. "We were at 23. He checked his clipboard. "No one registered for that lot all weekend." I looked at Claire. Her arms were folded tightly across her chest. "I thought you needed a pass," she said. "You do," he replied, slow and deliberate, "and if it wasn't marked on here, they weren't supposed to be out there." We waited for him to say more, call someone, take a note. But he didn't. Later that afternoon, just before we left the park boundaries, Claire asked to walk back to the site. I didn't want to. But I didn't argue. Maybe we both needed closure. The van was still gone. The site looked undisturbed. No trash, no firewood, nothing. But just behind the tree line, half buried under pine needles and blackened dirt, we found the fire pit. Still warm. Inside, a few scorched zippers, part of a canvas strap, and what looked like the melted back panel of a plastic backpack. It was small, too small for an adult. And next to it, half covered in ash, was the edge of a knife blade. Claire didn't say anything. Neither did I. We just turned around and walked back to the car. And we haven't been camping since. We didn't talk much on the drive home. Not even during the stretch of highway that usually had us playing road trip games, joking about pit stops, or ranking which gas station chains had the best snacks. It was like the weight of that van, that place, still sat somewhere in the car with us. And if we said too much, we'd remind it we were there. Claire kept staring out the window with her arms crossed, but I knew she wasn't looking at anything specific, just moving her eyes so her thoughts didn't eat her alive. I was doing the same thing behind the wheel, trying to focus on the lines on the road, the hum of tires, anything that felt predictable. We were an hour out from home when she finally spoke. "That fire pit," she said, still not looking at me. "Did it look fresh to you?" I nodded. Yeah, still warm. Wood hadn't gone out completely. She bit her lip. "So they left after us. Or were still there while we were packing." That silence came back, heavier this time. We didn't fill it. When we got home, we did something we'd never done after a trip. We unpacked everything immediately. Tent, sleeping bags, clothes, all of it came out of the car and into the wash or the storage bins before we even sat down. I think we both wanted to scrub the whole experience off ourselves, like maybe if we cleaned fast enough, we wouldn't have to remember it the next day. It didn't work. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the way the dirt around the fire pit had been disturbed, like someone tried to cover the items in a hurry. Or maybe they weren't trying to hide it at all. Maybe it was a message. Claire tried to sleep, but gave up around 2. I heard her walking around the apartment, pausing at each window, checking the door chain even though we'd already locked it. I didn't say anything. I just laid in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the occasional creak of the floorboards. The next morning, she had her laptop open before I even made coffee. She was already on the park's website, trying to figure out if there'd been any recent incidents reported in Pine Brook. I sat beside her and refreshed the local news pages on my phone. It felt dumb at first, like we were playing detective for something that could have just been a creepy coincidence, but it didn't feel dumb for long. Claire found it first. A missing persons flyer buried 3 clicks deep on a Facebook page for Pine Brook's volunteer search and rescue group. 10-year-old girl, missing since June, last seen at a roadside gas station 2 towns over. She'd been with her mother. They were traveling cross-country. Security footage showed the girl going into the bathroom and never coming out. "Is that the same backpack?" Claire asked, her voice quiet. I leaned in. It was hard to tell from the grainy image, but the shape of it, the plastic front with the cartoon character, the same color, it matched what we'd seen in the fire pit. Burned, melted, but unmistakable. We didn't speak for a long time. Around noon, I made the decision. We should call it in." Claire looked at me. "To who?" "The local police, maybe, or the rangers." "And tell them what?" she asked. "That we saw a van? That it vanished? That we found a half-burned kid's backpack in the woods?" "Yes." She didn't answer. But she didn't stop me either. I pulled up the ranger station number and called. The guy who answered didn't sound like the same one from the weekend, but his tone shifted the second I started describing where we'd been. I gave him the site number, told him what we'd seen, the van, the fire pit, the items inside it. There was a long pause after I finished. "You say the van didn't have plates?" he asked. "No front or back. And it was parked at Site 21? "Yeah." Another pause. "We've had a few reports like that," he said, his voice quieter now. "Not always at the same site, but close, same description. Old van, white, no plates, always gone before we get there." I gripped the phone tighter. "And the fire pit?" "We'll send someone out to take a look. If it's on park property, we'll flag it." That was it. No more questions, no urgency. Just vague acknowledgement and a promise to flag it. I thanked him and hung up, staring at the phone screen until it dimmed in my hand. Claire walked over, holding her laptop. "There are 6 posts like the one we found," she said. "Same area, all within the last year. Kids, teens, even a couple adults. No confirmed sightings, no leads." She flipped the screen toward me. "These ones were last seen near the interstate off Route 47. That's where we exited to get into Pine Brook." I scrolled through the images. One girl had braids and a pink jacket. Another boy wore a t-shirt with a baseball team I recognized. All smiling, all looking like they had no idea what was waiting for them just a few miles down the road. "We need to tell someone else," I said. "Who?" she asked again, but softer this time. Not because she didn't believe me, because she did. That's what made it worse. That night, the dreams started. I saw the van again parked, silent, facing the forest. I was standing just outside its back doors. They were open. Inside was black, too dark to see, but I could hear something breathing. Not loud, not angry, just waiting. I woke up sweating, the room too hot even with the fan on. Claire was already awake. "I dreamed I was back at the site," she said, "but it wasn't ours. It was the one with the van. The fire pit was gone, but there was something sticking out of the ground. Just the edge of a blanket." We didn't talk about it the rest of the day. But I kept refreshing the missing persons pages. I don't know what I was looking for, some confirmation, a face that would link it all together, or maybe just proof that we weren't going insane. What we found instead came 2 days later. Not from the Park Service, not from the police, but from a comment on a thread buried deep in a forum about strange encounters in national parks. It was one line, posted anonymously. "The van doesn't follow you. It waits for you to come back." And suddenly I realized something that hadn't occurred to me until right then. We left the forest. But we never actually left the story. 3 nights passed without sleep that actually meant anything. Claire tried melatonin. I tried whiskey. Neither worked. At best, we drifted into shallow half-dreams. At worst, we stared at the ceiling until sunrise, watching shadows shift across the walls. By Tuesday, I stopped checking the forums. My head was a mess. Too much scrolling, too many stories. Everyone had a theory. A few even sounded like ours, old vehicles showing up where they shouldn't, no license plates, people watching from inside. But none of them ended with any kind of clarity, just more questions. The posts always faded off, or were deleted, or worse, the original poster stopped replying entirely. Claire had a different strategy. She printed everything, notes, maps, screenshots. She had this ugly manila folder she carried around now like it was homework for a class she never signed up for. "This isn't just paranoia," she said Thursday morning, flipping through it. "There's a pattern." "I believe you." She looked up, surprised. "I mean it," I said. "I'm just not sure what believing it even does anymore." We were both quiet for a minute. Then she slid a photo across the table. The same girl from the missing flyer, 10 years old, backpack on. Same one we'd seen charred in the pit. But the photo Claire showed me wasn't from the flyer. It was newer. "I found this on a Reddit post," she said. "Some guy talking about trail cam footage he got last month." "Wait, last month?" "Yeah, from the Ridgepoint entrance, northwest edge of Pinebrook." I looked again. It was grainy, black and white, but her outline was clear. Hair tied back, same shoes. She was walking through the trees. Alone. No timestamp, no context, just the photo. "That can't be real," I said. "She's been missing since June." Claire's voice was flat. "I think that van is taking people who are never meant to be found. We made the mistake of talking about it in front of someone else." Friday night, we were out for drinks with Claire's sister and her fiancé. We were trying to be normal again. Claire was picking at her fries. I was nursing a beer that had gone warm 20 minutes ago. Somehow, the conversation turned to camping. "You guys still going out to the woods every other weekend?" her sister asked, smiling. Claire looked at me, then back at her. "Not lately." "Oh, you gotta come out with us sometime," the fiancé said. "We just found a spot up near Westfield, real quiet. No cell towers, no one for miles." Claire didn't even blink. That's kind of the problem. And before I could steer it somewhere else, she started talking about Pinebrook, the van, the missing kid, everything. Her sister's fiancé chuckled halfway through. Not a mocking laugh, more like polite confusion. "You mean like an urban legend?" Claire stared at him. "We saw the backpack. It was burned. Someone buried it." He tried to recover, raising his hands. "No, I believe you saw something. It's just..." He glanced at me. "Come on. You don't really think someone's driving around national parks stealing people in a creepy van and no one notices?" "I didn't either," I said quietly, "until it happened." The mood tanked after that. We didn't stay much longer. When we got home, Claire didn't even take her shoes off. She went straight to the kitchen and started pulling out boxes, the ones we hadn't touched since we moved in. Old photos, receipts, printouts from earlier research. I followed her in. "What are we doing?" She paused, one hand in the box. If the cops won't investigate it, we need to, she said. Claire, we're not detectives. We're barely functioning adults. She pulled something out and held it up. A Pine Brook Trail map. Marked in red was our site 23, then 21, where the van had been, and about a half-mile west, a sharp X. What's that? She tapped it. Where I think the van came from. There's no road on the map, but when we were hiking, remember that overgrown path? It looked like tire ruts, just faint. I did remember. She grabbed her phone and pulled up satellite view. There it was, barely visible, but a dirt stretch curling off the main road, vanishing into the tree line. I think there's something back there, she said. A shed, a cabin, something they use. I stared at her. You want to go back? Not want, she said, but yeah. I didn't say anything right away. But I felt it too. That tension that doesn't let go of your spine. The one that says you've seen something you weren't supposed to, and if you walk away now, you'll never know how deep the hole goes. We planned it that night. One day, in and out. No camping, no wandering. Just enough to find out if we were crazy or not. We left Saturday at sunrise. No bags, just flashlights, gloves, and a portable scanner Claire borrowed from a coworker who used it for geocaching. It was supposed to pick up metal or signs of tampering in the ground. We weren't sure it'd help, but it made us feel like we had a purpose. We parked a mile from Pine Brook's main entrance, walked the rest of the way through a back trail. The weather was cold, dry. The kind that made your breath visible and your fingers go numb by the time you'd zipped your coat. When we got to lot 23, everything was as we'd left it. Empty. We didn't stop. We followed the trail for about 10 minutes before Claire spotted the turnoff. The ruts were there. Faint, overgrown with brush and moss, but there. She looked at me, then started walking. We didn't talk much after that. The path curved sharply left, then widened into a shallow clearing. And there it was. A van. Not the van, at least not visibly the same. This one had been there for a while, covered in pine needles and rust, tires deflated, back doors sealed shut with what looked like an old bike chain. Claire walked around it once, slowly. She tapped the scanner near the base of the back doors. It chirped. Then she scanned the ground nearby. Another ping. She dropped to her knees and started brushing away the leaves. And there, buried in a shallow impression in the dirt, was another fire pit, long dead, but inside it half-melted toys, a phone case, what looked like the edge of a shoe. Children's sighs. Claire stood up, hands shaking. This wasn't just one person, she said. I felt something then. Not fear. Something worse. Like we were too close to something we had no business finding. Like the trees around us were suddenly listening. And maybe, just maybe, the van we saw hadn't ever really left. We didn't speak on the walk back, not at first. Claire had her phone out, snapping photos of the van, the fire pit, even the tire ruts in the dirt. She moved with this steady, determined calm I hadn't seen in her since the day after the original trip. Like the second she knelt down and uncovered that fire pit, Something inside her clicked into place. Not fear, not panic, just clarity. Me? I kept looking over my shoulder. There was this feeling I couldn't shake, like we weren't supposed to have found any of it. That we'd wandered somewhere we weren't meant to go, and now the forest had noticed. Not in a supernatural way. Just eyes, people, watching, waiting. We got back to the main trail around noon. Still no signs of rangers, no other hikers, no campers, and no van in Lot 21, either the spot it had been parked at a week earlier. It was all too quiet. When we reached the car, Claire slid into the passenger seat without saying a word and started uploading the photos to a cloud folder, marking each one by timestamp and GPS data. She'd been using an offline mapping app that logged everything. She was methodical like that, the kind of person who highlighted books and kept receipts. I didn't start the car yet. Instead, I sat there gripping the steering wheel, staring through the windshield at the same trees we'd stared at the first time we pulled in. "We're not done, are we?" I asked. Claire didn't look up, not even close. When we got home, she contacted the families. She didn't tell me right away, just started sending messages through social media, carefully worded and direct. She said if she were them, she'd want to know. That maybe they'd been waiting for someone to say, "Hey, I saw something," even if it didn't change the outcome. I watched from the hallway while she typed. Her shoulders were tense, focused. I knew better than to interrupt. 2 responded that night. One thanked her, said the police had stopped updating them months ago. The other asked for copies of the photos. The 3rd reply came the next day, different tone, nervous, almost like they were afraid to say too much over a direct message. Claire read it out loud. "We saw the same van when our son went missing. No one believed us. It was in the parking lot that day, windows blacked out. My husband tried to take a photo, but the driver sped off. No plates." She paused, then whispered the next part. "They come back." We went to the police. It felt ridiculous, walking into a station with printed screenshots and trail maps. We expected rolled eyes, maybe even a polite "we'll look into it" before getting brushed off. But what we got was worse. The officer at the front desk barely let us finish before holding up his hand. "You're not the first," he said. Claire and I exchanged a look. He leaned forward. "You think this is the first time someone's come in here with stories about that forest? People talk. People come in shaking, pale, saying they saw something. But no one brings proof." Claire slid the stack of photos across the desk. He glanced at them, mouth twitching like he didn't want to admit he was interested. "What do you want us to do with this?" "Investigate," Claire said flatly. "Go to the site, check the van. That pit had children's items in it." He tapped the stack once, then exhaled. "I'll pass it along," he said, "but off the record, this kind of thing doesn't go anywhere, not unless it's happening in someone's backyard or goes viral. And even then, it gets buried fast." Claire's jaw tightened. "Why?" He hesitated, then said something that stuck with me more than anything else. "Because it's cleaner to pretend these people never existed than to admit we lost them." That night, I couldn't sit still. Claire was organizing her files again, posting in online forums under an alias, tagging news outlets, even starting a private thread to compile other stories. Meanwhile, I was pacing. Every time I passed the living room window, I checked the street. Nothing, but I kept checking anyway. Finally, around 2 a.m., I stepped outside. No sounds, no cars, the kind of silence you only hear right before something breaks it. I walked to the curb and stood there, looking up and down the road. And that's when I saw it. Headlights, far end of the block, just sitting there, not moving. I narrowed my eyes. White. I walked back inside without saying anything to Claire. The lights were gone by the time I looked out the window again. The next morning there was an envelope on our doorstep. No name, no return address. Just a single photo inside. It was us. Me and Claire, from behind, in the woods. Taken from a distance, like through brush. I stared at it for a long time before flipping it over. On the back, written in tiny black ink, were the words, "You're looking too hard." Claire stood behind me, reading over my shoulder. She didn't speak, just reached out, took the photo, and placed it inside her folder. Then she locked the deadbolt on the front door and pulled the curtains shut. We stopped going out much after that. Groceries were done late at night, no more hikes, no more back roads. If we didn't have to be somewhere, we weren't. Claire set up a camera at the front door, then the back, then 2 more for the windows. We changed our route to work, changed our phones, changed passwords. But still, once, while taking the trash out, I found a cigarette butt tucked under the edge of our doormat. We don't smoke. Another time, Claire swore someone had gone through her car, nothing missing, just the glove box left open. Whatever this was, whoever they were, they wanted us to know they were close. But they also wanted us to stop. Weeks passed. The police never followed up. None of the forums responded to Claire's thread. One of the families we spoke to deleted their social media altogether. It was like someone had hit a reset button on the whole thing, scrubbing it clean, pretending it never happened. I wanted to stop thinking about it, wanted to pretend we'd just imagined the worst. But late one night, I walked out to the porch and sat in the dark. No phone, no flashlight. Just me and the quiet. And after a few minutes, I realized something that chilled me more than the photo, more than the fire pit, more than the officer's warning. The forest wasn't following us. We were still in it. It was about 3 in the morning when I woke up to the sound of Claire moving around in the kitchen. She wasn't trying to be quiet, but she also wasn't loud. Cabinet doors opened slowly, closed gently. Drawers sliding open in little bursts. I laid there listening for a minute before calling out, "What are you doing?" She didn't answer at first. Then I heard the fridge open and close, followed by the rustle of paper, maybe foil, maybe something in a bag. I sat up. "Claire." She came into the room a second later, hair a mess, eyes wide but unfocused, like she hadn't slept at all, like she hadn't stopped moving long enough to try. She held something in her hand, a printout. "There's another one," she said. It took me a second to process. Another what? Post. Same van, same area, just uploaded 20 minutes ago. I took it from her. It was a screenshot of a Facebook post from someone named Greg L. The photo was blurry, taken through a window, probably a moving car, but unmistakable. The van was there, white, windowless, same size. No plates, parked along a fire road on the edge of Pine Brook. The caption was short. "Saw this van parked near Trailhead 9, no one inside, creeped me out, left fast." I handed it back to her. "This is recent." "Yeah, and guess what?" she said, turning back toward her laptop. "That trailhead wasn't even open last time we were there. It was blocked off for maintenance." I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and followed her. On the screen, she had a map open, side by side with satellite view. There was the trailhead deep on the northwest edge of the park, just past a bend in the river trail. According to Claire, it had been closed due to flooding over the summer. "They reopened it last week," she said, quietly, no announcement, just removed the barriers. "And that's where it showed up." She nodded. We stared at the screen together. Then she clicked to another tab, one I hadn't seen before. It was a shared spreadsheet. Names, dates, locations, notes. "You made a list," I said quietly. "I've been keeping track of everything, every mention, every story. It's always near a trailhead, always off-season, always no plates." I scrolled through the entries. There were over 30. "This is more than I thought," I said. "It's more than anyone thinks," she replied, "because no one's putting the pieces together." By sunrise, we'd decided. We were going back. Not to hike, not to camp, not even to wander near the sites we'd been to before. Just to watch. To sit near Trailhead 9 with a camera and a pair of binoculars and see what showed up. Maybe we'd catch a license plate, maybe a face, maybe nothing. But we had to go. We left that afternoon. Claire packed like she was prepping for a stakeout: camera batteries, snacks, extra SD cards. She'd even borrowed a long-lens DSLR from her co-worker for wildlife photography, which wasn't technically a lie. I drove. The closer we got, the quieter it became inside the car. No music. Just the occasional highway noise and the soft sound of Claire flipping through her notes again, double-checking details she already knew by heart. We parked half a mile from the trailhead, near a stretch of road that curved around a ridge and offered a clear view of the lot. There were no other cars, just a wide gravel loop, half covered in leaves. Claire set up the camera in the back seat, pointing through the windshield. I kept my eyes on the trail entrance. We waited. An hour passed. Then 2. Still nothing. Claire tapped her pen against the armrest. "This is how it always happens," she said. "They don't come when you're watching." "They came before," I said. "Because we weren't looking." The sun dipped lower behind the trees. The air got colder. I turned on the car heater for a few minutes, trying not to fog up the windows. Then, just as the sky started to go gray, Claire leaned forward. "There." I followed her gaze. The van. Coming from the north, slow and deliberate, like it wasn't in a hurry. No headlights, no markings, just white metal against the fall colors. It turned into the lot, rolled halfway through, then backed into a spot with the rear facing the tree line. From our distance, we couldn't see inside, couldn't make out the driver. But the camera caught it all. Claire clicked the shutter, then again and again, until the van disappeared behind the tree cover. We waited another hour. No one got out. No one got in. It just sat there. And then just like that, it pulled out and drove off. Back the way it came. Gone. Claire leaned back in her seat and let out a breath she'd been holding for way too long. "We got it," she said. "That's the van." I nodded. "Now what?" She turned toward me, eyes locked on mine. "Now we find out where it goes." We followed at a distance, just enough to keep it in view without drawing attention. It turned onto a fire road unmarked, then kept going. Eventually, it led to another clearing, not the one we'd found last time, a different spot. More remote. There were signs of a campsite, old fire ring, patches of disturbed dirt, and a tarp. Folded. Stained. Claire took more photos. Then she crouched and pulled something from the leaves. A shoe. Kid's size again. She didn't speak. Neither did I. Just then, a sound faint but unmistakable. A snap. A branch. We turned together. In the shadows of the trees, just past the tarp, someone was standing. Watching. Not moving, not speaking. Just there. Claire grabbed my arm, and we backed away slowly, keeping our eyes forward, not turning our backs. When we finally got to the car, I fumbled the keys, hands shaking. We drove. Fast. Didn't stop until we hit pavement again. Claire's hands were clenched white around the camera. "We're not making this up," she said. "I know. And if we are..." She trailed off. We didn't finish that sentence. It was almost a month before we went back. Not because we wanted to, not even because we thought we'd be safer, but because something changed, something that didn't make sense and wouldn't leave us alone. It started with Claire's phone. She kept all the evidence we'd gathered stored on the cloud, every photo, every screenshot, even audio recordings of conversations we'd had about it. She backed them up twice, one local, one online. The folder was titled something vague, so it wouldn't stand out. But one morning, while doing routine checks, she noticed it was gone. Not corrupted, not deleted by accident, gone. The physical hard drive wouldn't open. The files showed empty, like they'd never been there. When she went to log into the cloud backup, the account had been locked due to unusual activity. When she finally got back in, the folder was there, but every single file had been replaced with a blank image named 404 JPG. That was when we knew. It wasn't just the van. It was whoever was behind it, watching, scrubbing, closing every door we opened. So we made a decision. We'd go back to the woods. One last time. Not to chase the van, not to get revenge, but to bury it all, the fear, the obsession, in something solid, proof that wouldn't vanish with a power outage. We bought a disposable film camera. No GPS, no connection. We'd photograph what we could and leave the prints in a safe deposit box under Claire's cousin's name. She didn't even know we were doing it. That was the point. If anything happened to us, if everything got wiped again, the truth would still exist somewhere else. We returned on a Tuesday. Middle of the day, overcast skies, just enough cloud cover to keep most hikers away. We parked in the same lot as before, only this time we didn't go near our old site. We followed the overgrown trail again, the same one that led to the abandoned van, the shallow fire pit, and whatever else had been half buried in that forgotten stretch of forest. But the van was gone. Not just gone, erased. No rust stains on the ground, no tire ruts. The grass had grown back where we'd walked just weeks earlier, like nothing had been there in years. The fire pit was gone too, covered, smoothed out. Someone or something had been through. Maybe it was never there, I whispered, already knowing that wasn't true. Claire didn't reply. She took out the film camera and snapped a photo anyway, of the clearing, of the tree line, of the spot where we remembered it all happening. Even if we can't prove what it was, she said, her voice steady, we can prove something was here. We hiked deeper, following instinct more than map. Claire noticed at first the smell. Rotting wood, wet metal, something sour underneath it all. It led us to a shed. Not big, just enough for 1 or 2 people to stand in, half covered in moss, almost hidden beneath a fallen pine. The door was locked with a rusted padlock. I checked the edges, gave the handle a pull. It didn't budge. Claire raised the camera again. Just as she clicked the shutter, something moved behind us. I turned. Nothing. No footsteps, no birds, not even the usual hum of bugs. It was the kind of silence you feel, not hear. Claire whispered, "Let's go." And we did. We didn't run. We walked, slow and even, never looking back. Because deep down, we both knew if we turned around, we wouldn't be alone. We drove straight from Pinebrook to the photo lab. We paid in cash, using fake names we'd joked about years ago, inside jokes that suddenly didn't feel funny anymore. The technician said the prints would be ready in 24 hours. We didn't sleep that night, not out of fear, just this tight humming alertness that never dipped low enough to allow rest. The next day, the photos were ready. They were clear, unaltered, tangible. The clearing, the trees, the shed. A few of them showed faint impressions in the grass, like something heavy had once sat there. Claire sorted the photos carefully, choosing half to go into the deposit box, the rest to be stored at her aunt's house in a locked filing cabinet, buried behind decades of old tax paperwork. We didn't post them. We didn't try to contact journalists. Not again. Instead, we made peace with something harder. We'd carry this story. Just us. Just the truth we knew, without proof, the world would accept. And that was enough. It had to be. The next week we moved. Not far, just out of the city and into a quieter part of the county where the neighbors didn't ask questions, and the nights didn't echo quite as loud. We didn't talk about Pine Brook much after that. We went back to work, went out sometimes, laughed when we could, though the laughter always felt a little thinner than before. But we were okay. Changed, yeah, but alive. Some nights, the woods still followed us in our dreams, and once in a while I'd swear I saw a white van parked a few blocks away from our new place. Not every day, just enough to remind me. I never approached it, and it always disappeared by morning. A year later, we got a letter. No return address, no stamp. Inside was a photograph. It was us, standing outside the shed. Same moment Claire had taken the picture. Only this one had been taken from behind, at an angle neither of us could have captured. No note, no signature, just the photo. We didn't panic, we didn't scream. Claire placed the photo in a sealed envelope and added it to the box in the deposit vault. No one else would understand what it meant. But we did. They were done chasing us, because we had stopped chasing them. We never went back to Pine Brook. And maybe that's what kept us safe. Some doors, once opened, don't close easily. Some forests remember your footsteps no matter how lightly you tread. But if there's one thing we learned, it's this. When you see a van with no plates, curtains drawn tight, parked where it shouldn't be, don't look for the driver. Don't wait for the lights. Don't try to find the story behind it. Just leave. Because the moment you start asking questions, you're already part of the answer. It all came to a head because of a typo. Claire was reviewing her notes, something she'd done probably 100 times by now, and realized she'd miswritten one of the trail cam coordinates. She pulled up the satellite view again and zoomed in farther than she had before. The path didn't just lead to that abandoned van in the woods. There was something else. A clearing deeper in, about 30 yards beyond the van site, barely visible from the angle we'd approached it from the first time, but it was there, flat ground, something buried beneath the brush. Maybe a structure, or the remains of one. We had a choice, leave it alone, or go back one last time. We went, not out of obsession, out of necessity, because the next time might not come with a warning, and we were done waiting for permission. We told no one. Left our phones at home, wrote a note with the GPS coordinates and left it in the glove box of my car, in case something happened. Paranoia? Maybe, but we'd earned that. It took us 2 hours of hiking to reach the clearing. The terrain was harder than before. Roots, dense brambles, overgrowth thick enough that Claire had to pull her scarf over her mouth just to keep the debris out. And then the trees broke, and we saw it. It wasn't a cabin or shack. It was a pit, roughly the size of a single car, dug into the earth and partially collapsed on one side. On the other, thin metal rods jutted out, maybe the foundation of something old, maybe just rebar. There were signs of past fire, same as before. Scorched dirt, blackened stone, charred metal scraps. Claire was the first to move. She knelt near the edge and started digging gently with her gloves. After maybe 10 minutes, her hand hit something hard. Not stone, not wood, Plastic. She unearthed it slowly, a lid to a storage bin, melted slightly but still intact. Inside were fragments of clothing, strips of faded fabric, a pair of small shoes, a Ziploc bag with a photo half curled inside, a girl in a school uniform smiling awkwardly at the camera. I didn't recognize her. Claire did. She was in one of the posts, she said, a year ago, Virginia, not even from this state. We both sat back, quiet. There was no longer any question. This wasn't isolated. This wasn't one person or one van. It was a system, a rotating method, a trap that moved through parks and forests like a drifting shadow, not staying long enough to leave proof, just long enough to take. And they were counting on no one looking too closely. We brought everything we found to the authorities. But this time we didn't go local. We went federal. Claire sent a packet directly to the FBI, not the general tip line, but an actual agent she tracked down from a national task force on missing persons. She included everything: photos, coordinates, timelines, even the map overlays. Then we waited. And for the first time in months, someone responded. They showed up 2 weeks later. 2 unmarked sedans, federal IDs, real agents. They asked a lot of questions about the van, about the clearing, about how we'd gotten involved. They took our original folder, scanned our trail maps, and asked us not to speak to media just yet. Claire asked them point blank, "Is this part of something bigger?" The older agent, the one who hadn't said much until then, looked at us for a long moment. "There's more like you," he said finally. "People who got too close to something they were never supposed to see. Some vanish, some get scared and shut up, but every once in a while someone brings us enough to open the door." That was it. He didn't elaborate. They left, and we haven't heard from them since. Weeks passed, then months. The missing posters didn't disappear, but some of the families started getting updates. Quiet ones, no details, just acknowledgments that new information had come in. We were never named. Not officially, but I think they knew. And we didn't need credit. We just wanted it to stop. Claire changed after that. Not in a bad way. She just softened. The constant tension left her shoulders. The folder stayed on a shelf, untouched now. She didn't check the curtains every hour anymore. We still don't camp. Probably never will again. The gear is long gone. But we take walks. We drive the coast. We breathe better. As for me, sometimes I still dream about the van. Not in a terrifying way, more like a memory that lingers in the walls of your mind, something half forgotten that comes back in flashes. A sound of branches cracking too close. A car with no plates parked one space over. A shadow watching from the tree line, waiting to see if you notice. But then I wake up, and I check the locks, and I look out the window, and there's nothing there, because they're not following us anymore. We looked back, and they don't like being seen. I was on a solo backpacking trip deep in Vermont, far from cell service, and the noise of civilization. I wanted to get away, clear my head, and maybe find some peace in the woods. What I did not expect was to feel like I was being watched every single night. It started on the second night, just after I set up camp. I was sitting by the fire, the flames flickering and casting long shadows through the pines, when I caught sight of a figure standing just at the edge of the clearing. At first I thought it was another hiker, but there was something off about him. He was tall and thin, almost gaunt, with long limbs that looked too big for his body. He did not move closer or say anything. He just stood there watching. I called out once, thinking maybe he was lost or needed help, but he vanished into the trees before I could get a response. After that night, the figure appeared every evening, always the same spot, just beyond the firelight, standing motionless among the pines. I tried to tell myself it was a trick of the light, or my imagination running wild after a long day on the trail, but the feeling of being watched was too strong to ignore. Sometimes I thought I could hear soft footsteps among the leaves, or a faint rustling that stopped whenever I turned to look. During the day, I asked a few locals in the small towns nearby if they had heard any stories about strange people or legends in the woods. Most shrugged and smiled nervously, but one old man leaned in close and whispered about the woodsman. He said the woodsman was a ghost or spirit who steals voices to lure hikers deeper into the forest, trapping them forever. It sounded like a scary tale to keep people away from certain areas, but it made me wonder if what I was seeing was more than just a person. On the fourth night, something changed. As I lay in my tent trying to fall asleep, I heard whispering coming from just outside the tree line. The voice was soft and low, like the wind passing through the branches, but the words were clear and chilling. The woodsman was saying things only I knew, secrets from my childhood that I had never told anyone. It felt like he was inside my head, speaking directly to me, stripping away the walls I had built around those memories. I sat up trembling, shining my flashlight toward the trees. The light caught a figure moving between the trunks, tall and thin, just like before. He was closer now, but still out of reach. I wanted to scream or run, but my body was frozen, trapped by fear and disbelief. The whispers stopped, replaced by silence that was heavy and thick. I lay back down, heart pounding, unsure if I had imagined the whole thing or if it was real. Each night after that, the whispers returned, sometimes louder, sometimes barely audible. They told stories of my past, mixing truth and shadow, weaving a web I could not escape. I started to dread the darkness, the silence, and the watchful eyes hiding in the pines. I kept telling myself I would leave the next morning, but something held me there, like the woodsman was waiting for me to make a choice. On the final night, I saw him again, this time closer, standing at the edge of my campfire's glow. But there was something different. The face was mine, or at least it looked like mine, twisted and shadowed, wearing an expression that I could not place. It was as if the woodsman had learned from me, taken my voice and my image to become something more dangerous and unknowable. I did not sleep that night. I packed my things before dawn and left the forest as fast as I could. The image of that face burned into my mind. Now that I am back in the city, I still hear the whispering sometimes, faint and distant, reminding me that the woodsman is always watching, waiting. I do not know if what I saw was a real person stalking me, a cult playing some twisted game, or a forest spirit learning from those who cross its path. Maybe it is all of these things, or none of them. All I know is that when you are alone in the woods, the shadows have eyes, and the silence has a voice. The days after that second night felt strangely heavy, as if the woods had shifted somehow, settling into a rhythm I could neither predict nor escape. I tried to focus on the trail ahead, to drown out the feeling of those long, thin eyes watching me from the tree line. Every time I stopped to set up camp or make a fire, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that figure standing silently among the pines. But when I turned, there was only empty forest, quiet and still except for the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. The thing is, you learn to live with that quiet, even when it's filled with a tension you cannot shake. On the third day, I met a couple of locals in a small town nestled near the edge of the forest. I asked about any stories or warnings, hoping to make sense of the strange presence I'd been feeling. The older man I spoke with lowered his voice and said, "People talk about the woodsman. He's been watching those trails for longer than anyone can remember. They say he steals voices, luring travelers deeper until they're lost forever." It sounded like a tale to scare hikers away from the woods, but the look in his eyes made me doubt it was just a story. That evening, as I sat near the fire, the temperature seemed to drop. The flames flickered and cast erratic shadows on the surrounding trees. I thought I heard movement, soft footsteps brushing through the fallen leaves beyond the glow. My flashlight barely cut through the darkness. Then I heard a whisper, faint at first, so low I thought it might be the wind. But the words were clear and unsettling. The voice spoke fragments from my past, details from my childhood, memories I never shared with anyone. It was as if someone had been listening to my secrets, gathering them in the dark. I froze, my heart beating hard enough to echo in my ears. I swung the flashlight toward the trees, and for a moment I caught the outline of a figure, tall and thin, just beyond the edge of the light. It stood motionless, like a statue carved from shadow and silence. I wanted to speak, to ask who he was or what he wanted, but no words came. The whispers faded into the night, leaving only the heavy silence that pressed down around me. Sleep was elusive after that. My dreams became restless, filled with endless forests and unseen eyes. Sometimes I dreamed of being followed by the tall figure, his face always hidden just out of focus. Other times the woodsman seemed to mimic me, wearing my features but twisted, like a reflection in a warped mirror. I would wake with sweat-soaked sheets, the feeling of being watched still clinging to my skin. Despite the fear, I kept moving forward. There was a strange pull, a mix of dread and curiosity that made me want to understand the woodsman's purpose. What was the game he was playing? Was he real or some part of the forest's spirit? Or was it something darker, like a cult preying on lone hikers? I had no answers, only questions that tangled tighter with every step I took. One afternoon, while following a narrow trail, I stumbled upon a small clearing. The ground was covered with old, weathered carving symbols etched into bark and stone. They looked like warnings or rituals, faded but still sharp enough to send a shiver down my spine. I sat down, studying the carvings, feeling like I was touching pieces of a puzzle that stretched beyond my understanding. The woodsman's presence felt stronger here, as if the air itself held his watchful gaze. That night, I decided to confront the fear head-on. I built a bigger fire and sat with my back to the trees, eyes scanning every shadow. As the hours passed, the whispers returned, weaving through the crackling flames. This time, The voice was clearer, softer, almost coaxing. It spoke my name, then spoke of things I had buried deep inside, regrets, secrets, and fears I thought were long forgotten. I spoke back, though my voice trembled. I told the woodsman I was not afraid to listen, that I wanted to understand. The whispers softened and then faded, leaving a silence that felt less oppressive than before. Maybe he was trying to communicate, not just haunt. The next morning, I found a small bundle near the edge of the clearing, a collection of twigs tied with a faded ribbon, and a smooth stone painted with strange markings. I picked them up carefully, feeling a strange warmth pass through me. It was as if the woodsman had left me a token, a sign that he knew I was listening. The days that followed were a strange balance of fear and fragile connection. The woodsman appeared less often at the edge of my camp, his figure flickering in and out like a half-remembered dream. The whispers changed too, becoming less accusatory and more like a story being told slowly, piece by piece. I knew my time in the forest was limited. The solitude was part of why I came, but the weight of those nights was starting to crush the peace I sought. I promised myself I would leave once I had understood enough, even if I never fully unraveled the woodsman's mystery. On the final night before I planned to hike out, I sat by the dying fire, the stars bright above the dark canopy. I thought I was alone until I caught movement beyond the trees. A figure stepped into the light, tall and thin as always, but this time something was different. The face was mine, or a twisted version of it. His eyes held all the secrets and fears I had tried to hide. I felt a chill that ran deeper than the cold air. It was as if the woodsman was not just watching me but becoming a part of me, wearing my face as a mask. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was rooted to the spot. Then slowly, the figure vanished into the pines, leaving me with the lingering echo of a whisper. The forest remembers. I packed my things at first light and left the woods behind. The weight lifted slightly, but the memory of those nights, the whispers, and the face in the shadows stayed with me. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the city, I swear I hear the woodsman's voice, reminding me that the forest is never truly gone. The mornings after those nights felt surreal, like waking from a dream I was not sure was mine to begin with. The forest around me looked the samatol pines stretching to the sky, soft moss underfoot, birds chirping, but everything felt charged with something I could not see. The air was thick with memories I could not place, like the woods were holding on to secrets just out of reach. I packed my gear slowly, half expecting the tall figure to appear once more at the edge of my camp, but each time there was only silence. I found myself thinking about the stories the locals had shared. The woodsman who steals voices sounded like a myth crafted to keep people away, but after hearing those whispered secrets in the dark, I knew there was more to it. The idea that something or someone could gather pieces of you, the things you thought were safe in your mind, and use them to draw you deeper into the forest, was terrifying. It made me question how much of myself I had already lost out there. On the trail I noticed subtle changes. The trees seemed closer, their shadows deeper. The path narrowed and twisted in ways that did not make sense. I stopped trusting the familiar markers I had set, afraid they might lead me somewhere I did not want to go. Every rustle in the leaves, every snap of a twig felt like a warning. I would freeze, listening for footsteps or breathing, but only the wind answered. One afternoon I came across an old cabin, half hidden by overgrown brush. The wood was weathered and dark, the windows shattered or boarded up. It looked abandoned, but something about it drew me closer. I circled the cabin slowly, noticing carvings on the doorframe symbols I did not recognize, but that seemed familiar somehow. I ran my fingers over the grooves, feeling a strange energy pulse beneath my skin. Inside, the cabin was empty except for a worn journal lying on a broken table. The pages were yellowed and brittle, filled with messy handwriting that told the story of a man who had lived there decades ago. He wrote of loneliness, fear, and an entity in the woods that watched and whispered. His words echoed my own experiences, confirming that the woodsman was more than just a story. The journal spoke of a game, a test, or a trap, and warned to beware the voice that steals your own. That night, I camped near the cabin, my mind racing with questions and fear. The whispers returned, softer but more insistent. They spoke in my voice, twisting my memories and fears into a tangled web. I clutched my notebook, scribbling fragments of what I heard, desperate to hold on to reality. The tall figure appeared briefly in the firelight's edge, his face obscured but his presence undeniable. Sleep did not come easily. I lay awake, haunted by the echoes of the woodsman's voice and the feeling that he was learning, adapting. The forest no longer felt like a place of peace, but a living entity that fed on fear and memory. I wondered if I was being tested, or if I was already lost in a game I could not win. The next day, I followed a faint path deeper into the woods, drawn by a mixture of dread and curiosity. The trees closed in, the light dimmed, and the air grew colder. I found symbols etched into bark and stones, signs of rituals or warnings left by others who had encountered the woodsman. I felt like I was stepping into a story much larger than myself, a story that stretched beyond time. At one point, I came upon a clearing where the ground was disturbed, fresh footprints in the soft earth. They were too large and elongated to be any animal I knew, and they led away into the shadows. I felt a chill run down my spine, knowing I was being watched more closely than ever. I hesitated, wondering if turning back was an option, but the pull to understand was stronger. That evening, the woodsman's voice was clearer than ever. He spoke my name, called out fragments of my past, and spoke of fears I thought buried deep. It was intimate and terrifying. I realized that the woodsman was not just a shadow in the trees, but a reflection of my own fears, a mirror showing what I tried to hide from myself. I spoke aloud, telling him I was not afraid to face the darkness, that I would not let him consume me. The whispers faltered, and for a moment, silence filled the night. It was a fragile peace, but it felt like progress. The days that followed were a mix of fear and hope. I kept walking, learning the language of the woods, reading the signs and confronting the shadows. The woodsman appeared less often, sometimes only as a flicker in the corner of my eye or a whisper carried by the wind. On the last night before I planned to leave, I sat by my campfire under a sky heavy with stars. The forest was silent, the air still. Then, from the edge of the clearing, the tall figure stepped forward, his face fully visible, now my own face, twisted and shadowed. It was a moment that froze me in place, the lines between hunter and hunted blurring. He spoke no words, only stared with eyes that held all the secrets and fears I carried. I felt a strange calm wash over me, as if the woodsman was not my enemy, but a part of me I had to understand. At dawn, I packed up and left the forest behind, carrying with me the memory of the woodsman and the lessons of the shadows. The journey was far from over, but I felt stronger, ready to face whatever came next. The forest felt different on that fourth day, as if it was watching me as much as I was watching it. I could not tell if the trees were closing in, or if I was just imagining things, but the sense of being followed grew heavier with each step. The sun filtered through the pine needles in dappled patterns, but the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, darkening the path ahead. My pack felt heavier, and my thoughts swirled with memories I did not want to face. I stopped by a small stream to rest and fill my water bottle. The sound of running water was soothing, but even there, I felt eyes on me. I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting to see the tall figure standing motionless, waiting. My mind kept replaying the whispers from the night before, the way the woodsman spoke in my voice, naming things I thought buried deep. The idea that this presence could reach inside me, twist my own fears against me, was terrifying. I thought about the locals and their stories again. The woodsman who steals voices seemed less like a legend now and more like a warning. What did it mean to steal a voice? Was it just a metaphor for luring people deeper into the forest, or was there something more sinister? I wondered if the woodsman collected pieces of those who wandered here, leaving only echoes behind. I pressed on, my feet crunching on dry leaves and broken twigs. The forest was quiet except for the occasional bird call and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I found old carvings on tree trunks, symbols I could not decipher, but that felt charged with meaning. Some looked like warnings, others like invitations. It was as if I was walking through a language written in bark and stone. That evening, I set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. The fire crackled to life, sending sparks into the cool air. I ate in silence, trying to ignore the feeling that I was not alone. As darkness fell, the whispers returned, soft and persistent. They drifted through the trees, weaving in and out of the firelight. The words were fragments, stories half told, names spoken in a voice that was both mine and not mine. I tried to respond, speaking aloud that I was here, that I was listening, and that I was not afraid. The whispers paused, then a quiet laughter floated through the branches. It was neither kind nor cruel, just something ancient and knowing. I lay back, staring at the stars, feeling small beneath the vastness of the sky and the weight of the forest around me. Sleep was broken and uneasy. I dreamed of wandering through endless woods, searching for a voice that called my name but slipped away whenever I reached out. The tall figure appeared again, sometimes wearing my face, sometimes just a shadow with glowing eyes. I woke in the night, heart pounding, the whispering still echoing in my mind. The next morning, I found footprints near my tent. They were large and elongated, different from any animal tracks I had seen. They led toward a thicket where the trees grew thick and tangled. I hesitated but decided to follow them, drawn by a mixture of fear and curiosity. The path grew narrower and darker, the air cooler and heavier. At the edge of the thicket, I stumbled upon an old stone altar, moss-covered and worn by time. It was surrounded by symbols similar to those carved on the trees. The place felt charged with energy, like a focal point of the forest's ancient power. I touched the stone lightly and felt a sudden rush of images, faces, voices, moments from the past and present, all swirling together. I realized then that the woodsman was more than a ghost or a person. He was part of the forest itself, a spirit shaped by those who entered these woods. He learned from their voices, their fears, and their secrets. Each visitor left a mark, and the woodsman grew, changed, and remembered. That night, the whispers were louder, clearer. They told stories of hikers who had vanished, of travelers lost to the forest, of voices stolen and never returned. I listened, feeling the weight of countless lives woven into the darkness. The woodsman's voice was both a warning and a lament, a call to respect the forest and its mysteries. I knew my time was running out. The forest was teaching me, but it was also testing me. I had to find a way to leave, to carry these stories with me without losing myself. I packed my gear quietly, preparing for the journey back to civilization. As I walked through the trees the next morning, the tall figure appeared once more, standing at the edge of the clearing. This time, he did not wear my face. His eyes met mine, and I felt a strange connection, like understanding passed between us. He was not just a watcher or a predator, but a keeper of stories, a guardian of the forest's memory. I nodded silently, a farewell and a promise to remember. The figure faded into the trees, and the forest seemed to exhale, the weight lifting from the air. Walking out of the woods, I felt changed. The silence no longer felt empty, but full of meaning. The whispers had become a part of me, a reminder of the unseen and the unknown. The woodsman was no longer just a shadow at the edge of my camp. He was a story I carried with me, a reminder that some voices never disappear, they become part of the world, waiting to be heard. The forest seemed to breathe around me as I left the clearing that last morning, the tall pines whispering their secrets in the soft breeze. The weight of the woodsman's presence lingered like a shadow at my back, a reminder that some places do not easily let go of those who enter. I was exhausted in body and spirit, but a strange calm had settled over me, a sense of having walked through something larger than myself and come out changed. I spent the day retracing my steps along the winding trails, my senses sharpened by everything I had experienced. The woods looked familiar yet unfamiliar, each tree and rock carrying echoes of the stories I had heard whispered in the night. I noticed small details I had missed before, a cluster of bright moss glowing faintly in the shaded earth, the intricate patterns of spider webs catching the sun, and the distant call of a hawk circling overhead. It was as if the forest was alive in a way I had never seen, filled with layers of life and memory. Despite the beauty, a deep unease stayed with me. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, half expecting to see the tall, thin figure standing silently among the trees. The woodsman was not just a shadow or a legend. He was real in a way that defied explanation, a part of the forest's soul that had intertwined with mine. I wondered if he followed me now, carried pieces of my voice and my story within him, as he had done with so many others. That evening, I camped near a small lake where the water was still and dark, reflecting the stars above. The night was quiet, save for the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. I sat by the fire, letting the warmth seep into my bones, and pulled out the notebook where I had been recording everything, the whispers, the sightings, the feelings that seemed impossible to put into words. Writing helped anchor me, a way to hold on to the fragments of reality when the forest threatened to pull me into its mysteries. As I wrote, the wind shifted, carrying a soft voice through the trees. It was the woodsman's whisper, gentle and knowing, calling my name like a distant song. I closed my eyes and listened, feeling the words wrap around me like a shroud. The voice spoke not in threats but in memories, childhood moments, forgotten dreams, and the ache of loneliness that had followed me for years. It was as if the woodsman was not just a hunter but a mirror, reflecting parts of myself I had long buried. I responded aloud, speaking my fears and hopes into the night. The whisper softened and faded, leaving a silence that felt full and alive. For the first time, I did not feel afraid. Instead, there was a fragile peace, a sense that the woodsman and I had reached an understanding. The forest was not just a place of shadows, but a keeper of stories, and I was now part of that tapestry. The next day, I packed my gear and began the journey back toward civilization. Each step felt lighter, as if the burden of the woodsman's gaze had eased. The path was familiar now, marked by the memories and lessons I had gathered. I moved with purpose, knowing that the forest had changed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. As I neared the edge of the woods, I paused and looked back. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure watching me from the shadows, a tall man, thin and still, his eyes wide and unblinking. But when I blinked, he was gone, leaving only the rustle of leaves and the fading light. I stepped out of the forest and onto the road, the hum of distant traffic, a stark contrast to the quiet of the pines. The world felt louder and brighter, but the memory of the woodsman stayed with me like a secret I carried close to my heart. The whispers, the shadows, and the face in the trees had become part of my story, a reminder that the world holds mysteries beyond our understanding. Back in the city, life moved quickly, and the noise made it easy to forget the quiet power of the forest. But sometimes, in the stillness of night, I would hear the faintest whisper, a name carried on the wind. It was the woodsman's voice, reminding me that some things never truly leave us. They live on in the spaces between shadows, in the silence between words. I began to share my story with others, cautiously at first, then more openly. Friends and strangers alike listened with a mixture of fascination and disbelief. Some said I was lucky to have faced the woodsman and returned. Others warned me never to go back. But for me, the experience was a part of who I was now, a chapter in my life that shaped my view of the world and myself. The woodsman's game had taught me about fear, memory, and the power of stories. It was not just a haunting, but a lesson in listening to the whispers of the forest, to the echoes of the past, and to the voices within us all. I learned that facing the unknown does not always mean defeating it. Sometimes it means understanding and accepting it as part of the larger story. Now, when I walk in the city parks or near wooded areas, I carry the forest with me. The trees seem to watch and whisper, and I listen closely, knowing that every shadow holds a story, every silence a voice. The woodsman is still out there, somewhere in the pines, watching and learning, waiting for the next traveler to cross his path. And I am no longer afraid. The morning I finally left the woods felt different than all the others. The sunlight filtering through the trees was softer, almost like a farewell instead of a beginning. I packed up my camp slowly, not wanting to rush the moment, knowing I was leaving something behind, but not entirely sure what. The air smelled fresher, the weight of those nights beginning to lift, yet deep inside I felt that something had changed, inside me as much as in the forest itself. As I stepped onto the trail that led out of the woods, the tall pines whispered softly overhead, leaves brushing like gentle voices saying goodbye. For the first time in days, I felt a calmness that was hard to explain. I wasn't sure if the woodsman was truly a spirit or a shadow, or simply a manifestation of my own fears, but I understood that whatever he was, He was part of the forest story, and now part of mine. I thought about the game he had played, the way he used voices and memories to draw people in, how he wore my face that final night as if to remind me how deeply he had studied me. The woodsman was no longer just a figure on the edge of my campfire's light. He had become a reflection of the parts of myself I rarely faced, the fears, the secrets, the hidden stories that shape who we are. The path back wound through familiar sights, moss-covered rocks, sun-dappled leaves. The faint sound of a distant stream, but every step felt like a return from a journey, not only through the forest, but through my own mind and soul. I realized I had been both the hunter and the hunted, chasing understanding and running from the shadows within me. The woodsman had forced me to confront those shadows, and in doing so, he had shown me that fear can be a doorway, not just a prison. When I finally emerged from the trees, the world outside seemed louder and brighter, a place of noise and movement and life, so different from the quiet power of the woods. The city streets buzzed with people, cars, and light, but in that noise, I carried the forest with me. The echoes of the woodsman's whisper lingered in my mind like a song I couldn't forget, a reminder that some stories live on in the spaces between moments. In the weeks and months that followed, I found myself drawn back to nature, but with a new respect for its mysteries. I no longer saw the forest as simply a place to escape, but as a living storybook filled with voices both seen and unseen. The woodsman's game, the stolen voices, and the face in the shadows became a metaphor for the parts of ourselves we hide and the truths we must face to move forward. I shared the story cautiously at first, with friends and fellow hikers who understood the pull of the wilderness. Some listened with skepticism, others with quiet awe. The tale of the woodsman who learns from those who cross his path sparked questions and reflections about fear, memory, and the thin veil between the known and the unknown. The forest itself remains, ever-changing and eternal, holding the whispers of countless travelers who have come before and those yet to come. The woodsman is still there, a guardian or a trickster, a reflection of the forest's own soul. He watches, learns, and waits a part of the landscape as real and as mysterious as the trees themselves. I am no longer afraid to carry that story with me, to live with the shadows it cast and the light it revealed. The woodsman taught me that facing the unknown is not about conquering it, but about understanding it and finding peace within the ever-shifting dance of darkness and light. So if you ever find yourself alone in a forest and hear a whisper calling your name, remember this. Sometimes the voice is not a warning, but an invitation. An invitation to listen, to learn, and to become part of the story that the woods are always telling. And maybe, just maybe, you will find your own way through the shadows and into the light.